Linked to the ERRP, we are also implementing a number of structural reforms under Operation Vulindlela, together with a number of industry-level master plans, mostly led by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Our role as the department is to ensure that SMMEs are at the center of the country's economic recovery, and that each master plan is specific on opportunities for small enterprises. We are fundamentally changing the business environment in which small enterprises operate. Fellow hustlers, we've recently developed the National Integrated Small Enterprise Master Plan, which is aimed at better coordinating small enterprise support, as well as drastically scaling up financial and non-financial support through leveraging and focusing the efforts of other stakeholders, including the private sector. Our master plan is soon going to be presented to Cabinet for approval, then go out for public consultations. We are working with critical stakeholders to develop game changer programs that can have an urgent and significant impact on small enterprises. We are also busy incorporating and merging CEDA, CIFA, and the Cooperatives Development Bank of South Africa into one small business development agency. This will better integrate and align financial and non-financial support to SMMEs. We are also working closely with the new Red Tape Reduction Office in the Presidency to reduce red tape and the cost of regulatory compliance, including for informal micro enterprises. Key to this is developing standardized regulations that reduces onerous licensing costs and bottlenecks, especially at municipal level. We're currently reviewing the Business Act to change regulations that impact negatively on SMMEs. My brothers and sisters, cutting red tape must be matched with an urgent and drastic step on demand side and supply side support for small enterprises. On the demand side, we have to recognize that our markets are not competitive and are overly concentrated in the hands of large monopolies and cartels that yield excessive market power. Here, we are working with the Competition Commission to protect small enterprises from unfair exploitation by dominant buyers of their products and services. We're also establishing the Office of the SMME Ombuds to provide easy alternative dispute resolutions for SMMEs. One of our key instruments to address market power is the localization framework, which we developed and was approved by Cabinet. It aims at linking competitive SMMEs with market opportunities in private sector value chains. To this end, we have a number of offtakes agreements we have brokered with major wholesalers and retailers, as well as value chain localization opportunities we have facilitated. A core part of our strategy is to get more SMMEs into manufacturing and productive sectors of the economy. Most SMMEs are found in retail and services, construction and transport. And we've taken a deliberate decision to grow SMMEs in sectors like agro-processing, the energy sector, mining, the digital economy, pharmaceuticals, and manufacturing. This work has not been without its challenges. For a start, many of our corporates are locked into established suppliers, and we are averse to bringing in new entrants. Most retailers and other big companies have well-established relationships with their international manufacturers and suppliers. In some cases, the issue of cheaper imports is used as an excuse to continue the trend of importing products. Sometimes this is valid, and we must attend to price competitiveness. There are also issues of quality, quantity, and reliability of supply. This is where we come in as the department together with our portfolio organizations. The model that seems to work best is partnering with the corporates that need the supplies. This includes collaboration on supply side measures like incubation and business development support through SEDA, backstopped by finance and supplier credit guarantees through CIFA and our credit guarantee scheme. We want to roll this out across sectors. COVID-19 and recent disruptions in Europe have fundamentally changed the way globally value chains are managed. Gone are the days in which production of critical supplies is concentrated in any one country. The trend now is to have suppliers located in close proximity to the large firms and to the markets they service. We are already seeing the benefits of this in the clothing and garment industry. Our other strategy is to facilitate greater market access for SMMEs through reshaping procurement practices and identifying designated goods and services for SMMEs. We have worked closely with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to designate certain products for local procurement, especially by the public sector. This will go a long way in ensuring that the greater portion of government spend goes to local enterprises and products. We will continue assisting small and medium enterprises to be ready and capable beneficiaries of this local procurement initiative. We must also ensure that underserved constituencies like women and youth benefit disproportionately from our efforts. There are also simple things that we are trying to enforce, like the 30-day payment rule of suppliers. This summit is crucial for taking stock of how we as a country are progressing in deepening out industrial base, localizing supply chains, and increasing the participation of small and medium enterprises in key sectors of the economy. I look forward to hearing about how we are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, the two important aspects of the summit I would like to draw your attention to. The first one is about promoting locally produced products. We are so proud to all the South African enterprises that have taken a conscious decision to procure locally. This summit is accompanied by an expo where local manufacturers exhibit their products to the South African public. Accordingly, these locally produced products must receive prominence in our profiling and advertising spend. The second one is to change consumption behavior through encouraging the South African public to buy local. We have to constantly show that our brands can compete on the quality and pricing stage with well-established international brands. I'm confident that with our support, this battle will be won over time. It is going to need an extra effort of marketing, branding, promotions, and buy local campaigns across the length and breadth of this country. This has become an important message that I'm taking in the roadshows I'm currently conducting across the 9 provinces. As I conclude, let me thank the big companies and retailers that have worked so hard to develop small businesses as suppliers and place their products on their shelves. We also encourage them and others to provide additional support around marketing of these products. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, we are aware that some retailers did not allow enterprises to do in-store activation and merchandising. We are positive that we are winning the fight against COVID-19, and as restrictions get relaxed, these challenges will be overcome. Proudly SA and the Buy Local campaigns are hugely important initiatives which we must all get behind and support. It is only through working together as the public and private sectors that we will address the challenges of low growth, high unemployment, and high inequality. This is the essence of the social compact being driven by President Ramaphosa. Let us work together. Charity does indeed begin at home. I thank you, Director of the program.
Thanks so much, Minister. And I'd also like to acknowledge MEC Park Stow, who has joined us in the room. For those of us who are here physically, can we just welcome him with a warm applause? And so Minister Ndabeni Abraham is touching on a very important point in reference to the recent World Bank report, just showcasing how unfair and unequal the South African fabric is right now. And also speaking to the importance of ensuring that it changes, because we know that for economies to move forward with meaning and impact, they need to do so in a manner that is sustainable. So as she referred to the fellow hustlers out there, your job is certainly one to hustle really hard to try and change the framework. Ladies and gents, on to the next part of the program, where we will be receiving an overview of the event and also the latest that Proudly South African has done so far in terms of increasing the level of local economic activity. It's done in this economy, and that's also done for export. And before we get there, though, I'd like for us to look at this wonderful video, an amazing video that really speaks to everything that Proudly South African does. And it is really inspirational footage, and it acknowledges that many of the Proudly South African members are export ready and are certainly competing with the best of international products. With that said, it also doesn't take away the ask that we have from all consumers to buy our own local products in store here in South Africa or on online platforms. So let's take a quick look at this very exciting and inspirational video, following which we will hear from the CEO of Proudly South Africa, Mr. Eustace Mashimbye.
We're in the business of making dreams possible. In this corner of our great continent, we are a highly industrialized country and manufacturing powerhouse, delivering genuine South African products that are as exceptional as they are unique. We are proudly South African. Since our inception in 2001, we've grown from South Africa's Buy Local advocacy campaign about job creation to playing on a global stage, specifically as an access to market opportunity for our local member products and companies. A membership-based organization, Proudly SA, asks companies to adhere to strict criteria in order to use the Proudly SA logo on their products. We are affiliated to businesses that produce or manufacture goods and services in South Africa, contributing to the growth of the economy and to job creation. But we're so much more than just job creation. We're about development, knowledge, skills, entrepreneurship, and the upliftment of communities. But most importantly, we're also about the betterment of the South African economy. We're about navigating the ever-evolving current landscape, creating new business opportunities by working with the private and public sectors, as well as consumers who support local businesses. We've always been one step ahead, reimagining the future and rethinking what is possible for every South African. Proudly South African is an investment in future generations. Because we know that a job is so much more than work. It's food on the table, it's education for our children, it's opportunities for the entrepreneur, it's innovation, it's a brighter tomorrow, it is livelihoods. Rebuilding our economy together as a nation means connecting the world to South Africa and the people and businesses of South Africa to the global market. By buying local, we create jobs, sustain the ones we have, and manufacture products that the rest of the world wants to buy. Buying local means turning dreams into realities and creating jobs that South Africa desperately needs. By investing in South Africa, you are investing in a country of infinite possibilities. This year, Proudly South African celebrates 20 years of making a difference, 20 years of uniting a country behind a brand that we all love. South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Program Director. As introduced by the Program Director, my name is Eustace Mashimbia, and I'm the CEO of Proudly South African. First, I'd like to acknowledge MEC Pakstau, who's with us in the room. Thank you, MEC, for making the time. The Minister, Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, for the keynote address and the welcome address that she gave this morning. A big thanks to Advocate Priya Hassan, who delivered the welcome remarks, and the chairperson of the Proudly SA campaign, Mr. Howard Gabriels, who's with us in the room, distinguished guests who are all online, and all of the panelists and presenters who will grace the occasion today. My role is quite simple, is to take you through what the thinking is behind this Buy Local Summit and to give you a sense of how far we have progressed as a campaign since the campaign was formed 20 plus years ago, as you saw in the video that played just before my address. That the campaign has been around for quite a while. And some will ask, but what is this Buy Local campaign? What is Proudly South African? What is it meant to achieve? And why do we have a campaign like this in the country? It's meant to assist those entities who are brave enough, those entrepreneurs who are brave enough to go and invest in capacity that will enable them to produce products, enable them to render services, such that they know that on the back of that investment, people are going to actually buy from them. It defeats the purpose. You can run the best business in the world, but if no one buys from you, it defeats the purpose. And so what the Buy Local campaign seeks to do is to ensure that those businesses that are making products, those businesses that are rendering services, know that, that people are going to buy from them, such that they can retain the jobs that they've created in those entities, but they can create much needed new job opportunities. The campaign has four focus areas, and the first one being we focus on buying that happens in the public sector. The collective procurement spend in the public sector, if you look at all organs of state and all spheres of the state, can make a meaningful contribution to the growth of the economy if all of that is done with localization in mind. And so there's legislation in place, and what we do as Proudly South African is we support the implementation of that legislation. We help with driving up compliance levels with that regulation, because the 28 items that are designated for localization are items which were designated on the back of studies that were done where we know that we do have the capacity in the country. We know that we are able to meet the demand that exists for those products in the country. And so we urge all public sector officials when procuring to consider the regulations, and over and above that, the regulations do allow for self-designation. So even when procuring products that are not designated, a procuring entity can include provisions in their tenders that will allow them to buy locally made products. The second area of focus is the private sector. When it comes to the private sector, there is a concerted effort that has been made by Proudly South African to go out and get the private sector and big business especially to volunteer, to buy local and to implement local procurement policies and practices within their organizations. You cannot force the private sector to buy local, so what we are doing is we appeal to them to volunteer, to buy local and to support the cause. And tomorrow we'll be delivering some of those commitments that come from the private sector. The third area of our work looks at the importance of buying locally made products in the context of consumers. All of us make purchasing decisions in our homes, and so consumers have to be educated on the economic impact of their purchasing decisions. And so we do focus on consumer education. A big part of the work that we have been rolling out over the past couple of years has now started to focus on getting to as many consumers as possible. Lastly, those who buy in the public sector and the private sector, and even those who buy for their own households, might not necessarily know how to find the products and how to access them. And so the role of Proudly South African in that regard is to promote accessibility of locally made products and services. And so every time you come across a product that carries the Proudly South African logo, you know that it embodies these four key values. The first one, that the product is made in South Africa. We're going to hear later on from the MEC who will be launching the local content framework for the province. And it talks to what we are about as Proudly South African. Proudly South African says if you're going to make a product or going to render a service, make sure that as best as possible, your value chains have local products entrenched in them. Even in instances where the raw materials that we require as a producer are not available in the country, we're saying bring those in, but ensure that the conversion of those raw materials into the finished product that will go to the market happens within the borders of South Africa. The second aspect that is important is that the product must not just be locally made, but must be of a higher quality nature and conform to the prescribed standards that have been set for that industry and for products and services that come out of that industry. Thirdly, products that are made by companies that affiliate with us have to be made by companies that ensure that they help us preserve the environment, they help us recycle and reuse waste and dispose of waste responsibly and just reduce the carbon footprint in the country. And lastly, companies that affiliate with us have to ensure that they implement sound and fair labor practices in the course of doing business. But why do we have a campaign like this? It's because the country battles three main challenges, and the first one being unemployment. And we all know someone is unemployed. We all know of people who are battling to find jobs to a point where they are discouraged. And we saw a report that came out last week that said we are the most unequal society in the world. So a lot of our people continue to live below the poverty line. And so a campaign like ours seeks to ensure that as many people as possible can get into jobs. Those that are in jobs can stay in those jobs. Those who run businesses will tell you that when the purchase orders come through, it means a lot to them and those that they employ because they know that they can keep going. And so that's what Proudly South African is about. It's about ensuring that whatever share of the market exists, we can claw back as much as possible and in favor of those who make their products locally. So the unemployment numbers, the last ones that came out for the quarter ending September, so quarter 3 of 2021, showed us that there was an increase again of unemployment to 34.9%, with 7.9 million of our people unemployed. And if you add those who are discouraged, as part of the expanded definition of unemployment, you're looking at about an unemployment rate of 46.6%. About 11.9 million of our people are unemployed, and this is in a country with a population of between 59 and 60 million people. And so in the context of the work that we're doing, especially today with the focus being on SMMEs and the role that we play as Proudly South African in that regard, we have to touch on the fact that developed economies thrive on the back of SMMEs that are doing well. Small businesses that continue to thrive and contribute as much as 90% in some instances to their respective GDPs. As an economy, South Africa is still lagging behind, and the NDP target for 2030 says we need to get to 45%. But for SMMEs to thrive, and the minister touched on some of this, you need them to benefit from this ecosystem, which will allow them to access information, funding, support programs around productivity. They need to ensure that they can continue to comply, and so they need non-financial support in terms of ensuring that they comply. They need other support from both the private sector and the public sector. They need to ensure that their IPs and trademarks are secured, and more than anything, they need access to markets, and that's where Proudly South African comes in. Our role is to ensure that once they've accessed all of these services, and all of the support programs that are in both the public and the private sector, that we allow them to benefit from the markets that we will have been able to secure through our buy local initiatives. So when it comes to the private sector, we have come up with a portal known as the Market Access Platform. And what this platform seeks to do is to ensure that those who are responsible for buying in the private sector have a place where they can find suppliers. We have populated the platform with suppliers who we have vetted, suppliers across all industries who will be able to supply high quality locally made products that are vetted by us and that they can trust. Buyers have always said to us, they don't necessarily know where to find the products and they don't necessarily know where to find the companies. And in instances where they do find the companies, there are times where they don't trust that the company will deliver on time, that the quality will be right, and that they can trust that it will not disrupt their respective supply chains and their businesses. And so with this platform and with this portal, we are giving buyers an opportunity to be on a platform where they can instantly do a search, find a company that they can buy from. And the biggest benefit with it is that once they have bought from this company, they can give them a rating so that their peers can see what the service levels were, especially in terms of the quality, in terms of delivery on time, and more than anything, they will know that they're buying from companies that will supply to them locally made products. And so we are doing the work in the private sector, engaging a lot of entities in the private sector to give us localization commitments, and we're delivering some of these tomorrow, and we have entities that are going to indicate to us which items they've ring-fenced for localization, which items are going to buy locally, and what we will continue to do is the companies that we continue to vet will leave on MAP. Those buyers and those companies that give us localization commitments will also register on MAP, such that the companies themselves can even advertise the tenders on MAP and ensure that the procurement opportunities go to local producers. What this will do is it will ensure that those companies that have given us commitments buy locally made products, and the responsibility that we will take up as Proudly South African is to report on the procurement spend that has been directed to local products, but also the impact that it has had on creation of jobs and on economic growth. We have also created portals in response to the pandemic. A lot of these items that you see on the screen have been procured from outside of the country, but what we've done is we've built up a solid base of companies that can supply and meet the needs of the country insofar as face masks, hand sanitizers, detergents and disinfectants, face shields, medical PPE, and any buyer in the country knows that if you go onto the Proudly SA website, if you go to the COVID-19 portal page, you can find these items, including medical PPE, which we are actively promoting to private hospital groups, to public sector, and to ensure that anyone who makes a purchasing decision in favor of buying medical PPE buys that which is locally made. So on the portal, you will find plastic aprons, you will find isolation gowns, surgical masks, FFP2 respirators, medical grade sanitizers, as well as examination of sterile gloves. So there is no need to buy any of these items from outside of the country. Capacity has been built up. These companies are employing people, and there are many jobs that are on the line. We know that there is buying that happens in that space, and we want you to direct it to these companies. And it's easy to find them. Just go to our website. Like I said, in the public sector, these items have been designated. They are the 27 items that are designated, plus cement, which was recently designated. So if government buys any of these items, they're meant to buy them locally. And in Proudly South African, the role that we have to play is to ensure that as government advertises procurement opportunities for these specific items, we take the tenders, ensure that the procurement RFPs and tenders come out with a provision that will exclude imported items from being supplied to government, and we will then identify local manufacturers in our book, send them the tenders such that they can respond to the tenders, and even assist state entities to correct the tenders where they are not compliant, such that we ensure that government does not buy any imported items. What this does as a result of the interventions that we've put in place is that you have bidders who are responding to the tenders, but you also have state entities who might have issued the tenders without the correct provisions, correcting them and buying locally made products. When it comes to consumers, for those with consumer-facing products, as an SMME, as a big business, if you want to sell your products to consumers, one of the biggest challenges you are going to have is you are going to have to rely, in most instances, on retailers and on retail platforms, including on online platforms. And so what we have done as Proudly South African is we've created an online store, rsamade.co.za. Anyone with a consumer-facing product can list their products on there at no additional cost over and above what they pay to affiliate with Proudly South African. And what it does is it gives the consumer an assurance that the product that they are buying is locally made and is of a high quality nature because we will have vetted it. And this online store is meant to rival all of the online stores that you have in the country. The differentiator in this instance is that everything on that platform is sold locally. We even partnered with the DTIC to take some of the products that are locally made to the Dubai 2020 Expo, which is ending at the end of March. But this has given an opportunity to a lot of locally made products to go and compete at a global platform, compete at a global stage, and we have seen a lot of orders flowing through as a result of that. As I conclude, there is perception out there that affiliating with Proudly South African is expensive. So I thought I must leave this right until the end before I leave and assure all of you that it's not expensive. The Board of Proudly South African has approved since April 2017 the revision of the membership structure. And the fees applicable is that if you're a startup with turnover up to 5 million rands, you only need to pay 500 rands per annum, renewable on an annual basis, and the most that any company that affiliates with us will ever have to pay is 100,000 rands. As a member of Policy Healthcare, you can utilize your logo to identify yourself, identify the products and the services that you're rendering as that which complies with our criteria, which will let the consumer know that the product is locally made and is of a high quality nature. But most importantly, you can then benefit from the access to market programs that I took you through. So as an SMME, as big business, partner with us, affiliate with us, such that we can help turn the tide. If you want to make contact with us, if you want to join Policy Healthcare and become a member, contact us, info@proudlysa.co.za, and we will be able to assist you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Eustace. There was actually a question that did come through from the virtual audience just about becoming proudly a South African member, exactly what it meant, and I think that you've spelt it out quite clearly, the benefits that do come in terms of the support that is lent to enterprises as well as the increase to more markets. So I hope that that question has been answered for the individual who did ask it. And also in terms of how one does become a member, I think that the last slide in which you revealed the rands and cents really spoke to that as well. So thanks so much, Eustace. We're going to take a very short ad break just to prepare for the next session that will be speaking more closely to special economic zones and the role that they will play in driving localization and supporting SMEs or the hustlers, as well as creating jobs. So taking a very brief break, and we'll see you soon. Do stay with us.
The second half is about to begin. We need to change the scoreboard. It's time for all of us to pause and rethink the game plan in order to save the future. I call on all of us to be game changers, because greatness isn't reserved only for some people. By buying local, we're choosing to create jobs and sustain the ones we have. Time and time again, South Africans have taken destiny into their own hands, creating products that the rest of the world wanted to buy. See, the world remembers about us, what we sometimes forget. But it's time for change. Let's all buy local. It's game time. Zanzi.
Local is lekker.
Your everyday decisions shape our future.
It's morning already. Let's do this live thing. Forgot to unpack my new Sheet Street fleece last night. Can't wait to use it tonight. Every time I step into the bathroom, it lightens up my morning because everything is locally made. Now for the hard part, choosing what to wear. Will it be an outfit from Plus Fab today? Or maybe an outfit from Chepa with drip sneakers? Tsepo needs to start polishing his own shoes now. I mean, he's in grade 3. Okay, 15 minutes left. Now for a good cup of coffee to get me ready for the day.
Make your choice. Buy local to create jobs.
I hear Lionel is no longer participating. Yeah, so most of So welcome back to you all. Just going into our first panel discussion for today. It is a look at special economic zones and the role that they will play in driving localization, industrialization, as well as supporting SMEs and creating jobs. From my understanding, South Africa currently has around 11 special economic zones that are located in all parts of the country. And the purpose initially was to attract a whole lot of domestic and foreign investment into the zone to increase the amount of value-added activities that were done in the zone, to prepare a whole lot more manufactured goods locally for export, with the aim and the intention to grow the economy, or help to grow the economy, as well as to create jobs. So this conversation will be looking at how impactful SEZs have been over the years, and also just looking at the future role that they will play in driving the recovery post-COVID-19. And so I'd like to introduce you to the speakers that will be helping me drive the conversation forward, starting with the gentleman seated with me on stage, Mr. Tami Klassen, who is the Director for Regional Industrial Development at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. It's a hybrid discussion we are having, and our other two speakers are joining us virtually. I'd like to say good morning to Kashifa Bucas, who is the CEO of the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone, so one of the SEZs, one of the newer SEZs in the country. So good morning to you, Kashifa, as well as Charles Arendse, who is the co-owner of the West Coast Corrosion Protection Company, and good morning to you, Charles. Just once again, as audience members and also the members here in the room, we do encourage you to engage and help us add a lot more color to this conversation with your comments, with any questions that you might have for the speakers. You can do so throughout the discussion, and we will be taking as many as time does allow, also allocating a special section towards the end of the discussion to strictly take Q&A. But let's get things going. And Tami, oh, there are our fellow speakers there. Yeah. Good morning, good morning. Tami, beginning with you, sir, if you could just provide an overview of the current SEZ landscape in the country, and also perhaps just speak to the COVID situation and how they've been impacted.
Okay. Good morning to you and the listeners as well, and those that are joining us virtually. Kashifa and Charles as well. I think just to give a context of where SEZ was conceptualized and where we are today and our performance, and then I will touch on the challenges, which amongst others is the COVID, I think, impact of it in the overall economy, particularly in the area of the special economic zones and what we sometimes call the industrial parks, you know. We developed the tool of the special economic zones in order to intervene on the, I think, three fundamental things that you highlighted, amongst which is the export, to increase our export and value addition as well, beneficiation, but also critical also to help us transform those communities or economies which were marginalized previously. There are various factors that affect that, why we cannot have a uniform and a balanced economy, if we can use the term loosely at this stage, you know, balanced economy, because you will always find those disparities in any economy happening. But the tool of the special economic zone is just one tool which we package in order for us to attract foreign direct investments. Those we targeted that would invite quite huge investors who will give us a number of, I think, important imperatives along different value chains. We've got a broad sector. We didn't particularly choose a specific type of sectors, but it was just broadly all the sectors, those that proved and showed value in improving our economic situation, beneficiation, manufacturing, in order to improve our tradable goods and services. And then, of course, as government, we put together an incentive packages which would assist, of course, and attract these investors coming into South Africa. Yes, we have seen quite a rise in terms of investors from where we started, from mere 14 companies to we now are standing at about 149 companies that have invested along or on all these 10. I know you've said 11. You know, the 11, it's around Gauteng because there's a new baby born in Gauteng called the Tshwane Automotive SEZ, but it's also linked to the OR Tambo. So that's why sometimes it's called the 11th one. So we do understand, yeah. So, and we have seen a number of sectors then taking opportunities to grow, to help the economy grow. The most viable ones have been around the automotive, logistics, manufacturing, we've seen, and a little bit, of course, on others that we would want to improve more. Agro-processing still play a very critical role in helping us to reach the targets of trying to industrialize and create linkages with the communities that didn't have access to markets and access to certain facilities in order for them to develop. The previous dispensation of the zones, the special economic zones or industrial development zones, was only around
Charles, sir, I think you are on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Cool. Thank you. Firstly, thank everybody for the opportunity. We as West Coast Corrosion really appreciate it. The challenges that we've had, and I've heard your discussions regarding COVID. When COVID started, it wasn't a good time for us as local business because, like Asif said, everything needed to stop immediately. We've had agreements with clients, and it forced us to went back to the table and renegotiate terms as well as time frames because everything stopped. And eventually, when the president announced that an X amount of people can go to work, and we were fortunate that we can start with work inside the zone. So the challenges was there, but like Kasi was said and yourself, we just needed to find a way to come over it, and to keep on working and keep on creating opportunities for local people to be employed. The challenges was real, it still is, but I think we've found a way to overcome it and try and find a way to actually make it work. Because in life today, if we don't put in the effort and the time, nothing is going to happen. So yeah, the COVID challenges was real, but I believe we do have an opportunity to overcome it and to grow the business. Because there's a lot of people depending on West Coast Corrosion, meaning we actually create an opportunity for them to be employed. At a stage, we had over 80 people on site every single day. While when COVID started, we could only bring here something like 10 people. So yeah, we found a way to actually start doing things differently. COVID also forced us to do things differently, that we can actually just keep on do what we know we can, and that is adding value to the industry.
No, certainly. I think we were all forced to reset and reconfigure as we recharged, and it's not too much of a bad thing. And I think that to the point that, Tammy, you were making earlier around the supply chains, what COVID did to countries all over the world was show the difficulty you have when you are dependent on quite a number of your things being done elsewhere. And what it is doing for countries all over the world is it's accelerating the localization drive that was actually underway, I mean, even before the pandemic started. But I'd like to understand, at this particular juncture, as part of the economic recovery and reconstruction plan that we have heard from national government. So what role will special economic zones then have, in your view, in increasing and accelerating the pace of localization?
I think it's a very important question, and I think the platform is also good that we ventilate some of the things, because it is through what we regard as collaboration and partnerships. You know, government, we work together. What we have done is we have remodeled on how we will be approaching the Special Economic Zones program, rolling it out, that is, and implementing on our objectives, that is to increase investment inside, but also to make sure that we attract the SMMEs. We make sure that the township economy is also finding its traction in where we've located these special economic zones, because the special economic zones, we're using it as a tool not only to locate and bound on companies only in a certain region, but we're using that to catalyze the broader development in a region. You know, whether you can have banking systems, you can have IT companies coming on board, because they are supplying services to these anchor clients, you know, who might have found their location through the SEZ program. So the way, as an example, Gauteng has conceptualized, and we're working extensively to try as well and tease out the application and the implementation of this program, how we can practice so that it can give us the necessary transformative objective. Currently, we are, of course, you know, focusing on bounded areas, and of course, because of the limitation and the definitions in which we have the SEZ as a program globally and being defined as. But when you look at China and other countries where we've benchmarked ourselves against, you'd find that they use the tool actually to build new cities. So we speak into what the president has now, of course, is promoting. Let's build new cities. And it is through this program that if it becomes resilient and it's collaborated with industry that is private, must come on board as much as the state puts its own resources. We are in a very challenging state in terms of our fiscals, and that's why we have to ensure that we promote private partnerships. So we've remodeled on how we can fund these. So there's flexibility around financial models which can see us developing the bulk together with the provinces whilst we provide the hardcore, infrastructure in terms of the factories itself, and then companies can come and plug and play and put their equipment there and all their, employ people, give skills. We also put programs that we can ensure that we work together with the TVET colleges, or whether they be institutions of higher learning, where these are located. We work with the automotive, because there's AIDC, the automotive industry, which is located in Roslyn, in Gauteng. So we bring in those kind of technical services so that we do relate with the skills output from our TVET colleges, from our institutions of higher learning, which can contribute into the ecosystem of improving this.
All right.
We do envisage, of course.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah.
Because you're doing a lot, which is great. But can you just speak to the remodeling a little bit more that's been done? And specifically the remodeling and the rejiggling around the financial funding programs, and what's changing and what's that going to mean for a new tenants who are looking to come on board?
Yeah. Look, you see, the special economic zones, historically, they have been conceptualized around government providing certain sweeteners, to companies in order to attract them to locate. But over the years... So
that's tax benefits?
Yeah, tax spending, in terms of employing, equipment, and things like that, in terms of how it's amortized, the shortest time possible in time. But when you look at that, countries have also added other sweeteners, working with the municipalities or the regions where they are located. The speed in which it's taken for us to approve an environmental impact assessment or to provide certain licenses, assurances in terms of our water, our electricity, stability thereof, and maintenance,
or lack of, in this instance.
I don't want to go there, Fifi.
We're going to go there a little bit later, but okay.
Yeah, and provision of those salient things which an investor would want to know readily in terms of the readiness of that region or the area to receive them, where they to locate them. Some of the regions, of course, have been slack in that, instead of it take a month to make a decision, they take 6 months. So there's need of a capacity there, training and informing, working with our economic development in the regions, whether it's the districts or the municipalities.
Sure.
So that they can articulate these things and understand when an investor comes that he's working against certain timelines. So these things are around how we conceptualize these financial remodeling. Because if they do it quicker, it's time well spent, and it's worth in terms of finance contributing towards locating that investor. There are many other things, of course, which we make sure that we put teams together that are resilient, able to deal with the holistic nature of an application, from a simple thing where they ask for environment issues, township declarations, water authority for utilization of certain amount of water literage for the industrial use. And sometimes, of course, bringing these important as well elements such as when investors come to an area, do you have housing for them? Do you have accommodation for them? Can they bring their families, So we're looking at broadly those kind of things going forward. Currently, our act as a Special Economic Zones Act, we will be amending it a bit, tweaking it, because over the 5 years we've learned there are some things which are constrained We've listened to what the investors are saying, listened to what the special economic zones practitioners in terms of the zones themselves are saying, and then we're formulating and reorganizing and working with provinces like Gauteng, KZN as well, in modeling some of these things that work. Because we believe that we should be an agile government. We should not be constrained by issues of bureaucracy. We need to make bureaucracy work for us. So our implementation program relates to that. It's quite complex, but we have tried through various platforms and engaging with these. We formulate a strategy that works because we go to the ground, we interact with companies, we interact with the special economic zones program CEOs. We've got forums that deal with that through our MINMEC program, where the ministers and MEC come together. We inform each other and we are informed. There's an oversight that's played as well by government. It helps us. So these things help us, to shape the program. In areas where we fall short, as of course ease in terms of understanding the challenges of the SMMEs overall in the country. It cannot be resolved by SEZ as a panacea or industrial parks. So we're looking broadly at how we can collaborate to address these issues. I've touched on the issue of township economy and rural economy. They play quite a significant role in advancing us in terms of beneficiating, industrializing, and creating those the most required inputs for some of these special economic zones, companies that are located there.
Okay, let's pause and peg that there, and I think we'll have an opportunity just to talk about how the SMEs, particularly those in the township and the rural economy, can play a greater role in doing just that. But Kashifa, to bring you back in, I do understand that the Saldanha IDZ has also become a free port. So there is a bit of incentives there in the form of some tax and customs relief for any of your tenants. Can you just talk to us about what impact this has had in increasing the number of companies either in the pipeline or already at the Saldanha Bay IDZ?
You're quite right. In 2019, we were on about 75% of our footprint was designated as a custom control area. And that's the language, tax. But all around the world, it's known as a free port regime. And it's about very attractive custom tax. So it's those taxes that come into play. And essentially, any company that wants to do manufacturing work, well, what criteria so on that, but if you qualify, you can bring in raw materials with zero custom and VAT rebates, which instantly lowers the cost of doing business and makes you more competitive as a company. And then if in those now manufactured tradable goods and services, then you get benefits. So it's really been quite a game changer in our proposition. We knew that we needed that when we started, because we knew that the industry that we're in find it very attractive.
All right. Kashifa, we are losing you there, so I'm just going to ask you to pause, and then hopefully we can get you back on a more clearer line. And just as we do that, Charles, perhaps you can just step in here, maybe just speak to any of the benefits so far that you have experienced as a result of Saldanha Bay IDZ becoming a free port, but also just as Tammy was talking about being aware of the challenges that some SMMEs are experiencing, perhaps just reflecting on your own personal challenges so far as maybe a way of driving further improvement of the current SEZ framework.
Hi. Yeah, the current challenges that we have, it's like load shedding currently. Last year, we went the route, or we used the route of diesel compressors, because our business is doing corrosion protection. We used diesel compressors because we thought it's going to work, but it cost us a lot of money regarding the diesel itself, right? So we moved from diesel to electricity. Now we do have the electricity, and now the next challenge is Expo and load shedding, and it's forced us again to go and do some replanning, that we can actually plan the workload that we do have accordingly as the load shedding schedule. And again, like I said before, it's always just about how we do things differently, because it's easier. Load shedding is easier. There's no way of trying to think it's not going to happen. 2 weeks ago, I think somebody said about stage 8. So we're going to have to get certain things in place that we can still carry on with our production, that we can still carry on keeping our clients happy and deliver on time.
Yeah.
That's one of our biggest challenges that we currently have. But there's always a way of finding and overcoming it. It's just a matter of going back to the board and, speak to your clients.
Yes. No, load shedding is everyone's problem. And as I did say to Tammy, would naturally be coming back to that. Kashifa, maybe let's try you again. And also just as you speak to the impact of the free port, finishing off some of the thoughts that you shared, maybe just dovetail on that in terms of load shedding. You're going out there and you're trying to increase the number of people to locate in the RDZ, but they are looking at the fact that right now we're not in a situation in which we do have constant, reliable power supply. So therefore, as an IDZ, how are you protecting some of your businesses from the disruption of power cuts?
Yeah.
Yes, just continue.
So it's really quite in our we get electricity from the authority as well as through Eskom via TNPA, and have identified the fact that
Okay, Kashifa, you know, the line is still, it hasn't improved much. I'm just going to ask the technical team at the back, perhaps if they can just test with you as the conversation still continues, just to see what can be done. Perhaps it just needs a bit of moving around to get a better signal. So while the team at the back perhaps tries to assist with that and getting Kashifa back online, Tammy, just some reflections, because I'm sure naturally it comes up. In terms of the security of power. I mean, yesterday I experienced some load shedding, and it made preparing for this conversation very difficult, given that it takes everything down, the network providers as well. But what is the thinking in moving SEZs forward under a stronger framework, learning from the lessons in the past? Is there anything at this stage, not to put you under pressure, sir, but is there anything at this stage that you can tell us regarding power stability and what's been done to encourage that?
Look, I think all of us, we own the problem of load shedding today, you know, so there's no one who can escape that.
Sure.
From the industrial point of view, of course, you'd understand the dire impact that the lack of power or consistency of power, you know, does in order, you know, for you to get your production on time, you know, to your clients, to your markets. And also, remember the environment is just overall competitive. So there is a direct impact on that. However, there's also quite a number of initiatives, you know, because where there's also an unfortunate situation, you also got to look at the positive side that you can get, you know. So it has provided many opportunities. There are people now that are providing alternative energy through whether it's green energy, using, you know, solar and other bio, you know, degradable kind of components in order through biogas and things like that. So we hope there will be a lot of those coming on stream We have seen pockets of excellence coming out from certain industries, even though not all of them are inside the zones. Gucha has got a self-generating power, that it has started years back, in partnership with a company there in the TASES, which is the Tshwane Automotive, with Ford as well. They are looking at, at those kind of things. There is solar panels that has been provided for, quite massive. I think it's one of the biggest in the country in terms of providing for an industrial complex of that nature. There will also be other types of renewables that will be obtained from a special cultivar that's going to be grown somewhere in Pretoria. I think it's Pretoria North, and it will be brought into the plant, and so there will be a lot of those initiatives. We know that there are various others in terms of SEZs that are on that track as well, to try and improve the situation. Because if you don't, you can show that confidence even to your investors that you are able to deal with the challenges. They appreciate, the challenges in the Tshwane Automotive. It hasn't been easy. There are standing things with regards to provision of constant electricity. Ford is quite a huge company, and it's one of the biggest investors that we have in the country to date. And with the construction size that's currently being developed there. Now, what you then see is a partnership between Eskom, the Metro, and Province and the DTIC coming together to try and resolve that problem of electricity shortfall, or whatever challenges there may be, consistency thereof. So there are green shoots, if I can say, in spite of these bad experiences of due to load shedding or lack of supply of power. There are these initiatives where you find that when we sit together, we address these things technically, what can be done. We know companies would want to put some money, and government put some money, and things get done to build that infrastructure. We get ourselves ready. We provide also alternative energy. So that's where we're looking at providing. Also on the other programs, TISTA program being the industrial parks, we have seen that land is now being provided, and we're inviting as well, working with the industrial parks, some of the companies that will be able to provide consistent energy in terms of solar and other types of energies, so that we can see then self-sustainability of these parks themselves. Then obviously the companies will come because they want to manufacture, they want to provide products for their clients, for their customers, and power is very critical. Right. So we do see that, and we're working with Eskom, not as government, but we're working with them because we're trying to address the issues that are being experienced by companies on the ground. And we do see that, relationship bearing fruit. When we go overseas, to attract investors, to speak to them, Eskom also is also part, and the Department of Mineral and Energy also is part of our team, so that we can articulate and show the confidence to the investors that we are having systems in place to deal with our challenges.
Sure. Yeah. And to the point that the Minister made earlier around the situation in Russia and the Ukraine, because what we have seen that do is just all sorts of crazy things to the price of key commodity inputs, oil as well as gas, a whole host of commodities in that basket. And it's just speaking to the fact that things are going to get a lot more expensive, but also speaking to the fact that perhaps this is an opportunity to put the accelerator on the green transition. And Kashifa, I'm really hoping we have third time lucky with you, because the Saldanha Bay RDZ has also been identified as a prime spot for green hydrogen, right? And growing the green hydrogen economy, building it there. So just talk to us about, what has happened, the progress that has been made since the study from the CSIR was tabled, and just what the thinking is around providing security of energy.
I really hope that the connection is now.
It's much better.
Since that CSIR study, which was the second study actually, there's been further development and interest in Saldanha, and really to understand the different pathways to a green hydrogen economy in Saldanha. Because with green hydrogen, essentially what you're doing is you're monetizing your sunshine and monetizing your water. And these are public sector infrastructure, public, so we're in discussion with many project developers as well as interested parties to advance the of Saldanha to really understand what is the roadmap to get to green. Because so there's many technical things that need to be established, but the financial model with it, as well as the question of what enabling role do we play at SOC, TNPA, the IDZ, and then in the public sector at large, municipality, the government as well as national. Really an increasing, my colleague said, it's the new gold rush of hydrogen. But I think just to bring it home, for a company like West Coast Corrosion Protection, a part of focus is also going to need to make sure that the manufacturing and the engineering companies are capacitated in time to be able to actually tap into those opportunities. It's going to be technology, new propulsion systems, and we want a company like West Coast Corrosion Protection to be able to stick up their hand and competitively participate in giving a value-added service to the economy and industry. So a big as much financial, commercial, and technical aspects need to be part of that roadmap. We must make sure we have a development priority in that roadmap as well. And we have been, we have a good track record. We really just want to ramp that up going forward.
All right. So, Charles, are you putting up your hand, as it were? And just, in terms of the role that you're seeing yourselves playing at the Saldanha IDZ in future, I mean, you and I spoke, you were talking about the fact that things are difficult now, but you were seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. In terms of that, can you also just speak to the benefits that you hope and you're expecting to realize of being located at the IDZ?
Yes, like we spoke yesterday, there is challenges, there's always challenges, but for us as West Coast Corrosion, being inside the zone have helped us so much and given us opportunities that we would have not had if we weren't inside the zone. Meaning, we've, in the last 3 to 4 years, even with COVID, our market and the clients that we currently have grown so much, because the way that we do business nowadays is not about marketing itself. We do business with word of mouth. When we do a new project, it's easy for me to tell them, listen, speak to the previous guys that we've done some work, right? And it's easy for them because we need to deliver each and every time on each and every product with the necessary quality and with the necessary guarantees. Nowadays, I've been approached by Estron, company in Cape Town, that they want to come and audit us because they got working in Cape Town, in Saldanha, that in the past they have to go back to Cape Town, then they have to come back to Saldanha, and then it's going to be installed here locally. So there's opportunities for us locally, and being inside the zone, firstly, it is secure, it is safe. We got a lay-down area here where we can actually tell the client, please come and bring your work here. We can park it here, it will be safe, and it's easy accessible for them when they start doing their fabrication, and it's accessible for them to, if they have to move it, because we are central in the whole Saldanha Bay area. to where the port is and where the manufacturing sites in Vredendal is, or somewhere in Savannah. It's easier, it's cut out a lot of transport costs, diesel, damaging the roads. It's just a win for everybody.
Sure, sure. You know, so we've touched on the challenge that is load shedding, right? And thank you for sharing what is on the table to try and address that as much as you can. But another challenge, of course, is we're trying to encourage exports, and a whole lot of exports of proudly made South African goods out there. But we've also seen the experience of our exporters throughout this pandemic, not only because of the challenges around supply chain, but because of our own weaknesses as a country, as a ports authority, and things that should have been done years back and that weren't done, and now we are realizing the fruits of that now, as well as other problems. But in encouraging exports, I'd just like to understand how the department is thinking, or what the department can share right now about plans to improve the operations and the functionality of our ports, such that, I mean, with the clothing it's understandable, but when you're looking at things like citrus fruits and other foods, such that those are able to get out the country on time.
Quite a complex situation. I know I'm not the authority on that subject.
But however, I imagine that you have heard conversations.
We've had conversations. I mean, especially in the automotive space and other, of course, goods that have to move during the July, what we call Red July,
Sure.
Between Gauteng and the Durban port, the disruption there was part of that, exacerbating the problem that we also currently have around the efficiencies around the ports. And I'm sure you've seen that in Durban being the busiest port in the one of the busiest ports in the continent, it has curtailed actually activities at one stage, and also there's quite a lot of things that they are putting systems. If we read and go with some of the interaction that we have had, they are putting systems in place in order to address our concern. Of course, it's if we attract investors and then they ask of the tariffs and the charges that usually are seen as being exorbitant in the space of the port charges. And of course, we've got to then, that's where we come in, to how do we address some of those things. Currently, as an alternative, but not an alternative, but providing another option is to, we've started what we call a high capacity rail corridor project between Gauteng, which is going to be from the Tshwane, Roslyn, and going up to Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape, going into the port of Port Elizabeth, whatever when it was called Port Elizabeth.
I believe they're very, very sensitive. Gqeberha.
Yes. Yeah. So we're looking at developing that. Currently, there's just unidirectional rail working with Transnet, who are providing the technical, because that's their role and mandate there. So different stakeholders of government, investors, potentially Ford and others, to try and resolve these issues of how do we address the issue of efficient moving of goods on time, and so that we don't lose on the markets that we currently have. And it's just the same with citrus. I'm sure they would want, as long as they get their product going overseas on time without them losing some of those material or goods that they've provided for through whatever means, sometimes because of delay at the airport or delay at the ports or, inefficiencies around those things. Those are things we believe can be resolved. And we are addressing, because there are different stakeholders that are now meeting. It's encouraging how we as government are working. I'll speak on behalf of government because that's the best what I know. the three spheres of government, but we were also able to speak to industry itself. We bring industry conversation in that to understand their challenges. If you look at the automotive, if you look at the guys that are moving citrus and those deciduous fruits, into the country, what are their challenges? There are other bigger challenges which they expect in terms of competitiveness and country to country bilaterals, try and improve those kind of things. Capacity within ourselves as the state to deal with everything is what we need, because we also realize that one department cannot be a panacea to resolving this thing. It's an ecosystem that needs to work together. We've got to understand what provision of infrastructure is on the ground. If there's not adequate provision of infrastructure to make sure that the goods are completed on time, you will have markets, but you'll always suffer in terms of delivering on time. You can deliver, you can find that there is a ship or trucks waiting and the road is open on time, but if you've got bottlenecks within the authorities, whether it's Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, that will give you certain permits on time, or inspectors are not there. So it's those things that we bring together the systems of government to say, how do we improve then the ecosystem of saying we are now driving localization, not only with a one narrative that says localization means get people who are not employed into the mainstream, because you got to look at what are the challenges overall. Without that, we will just be, be an event kind of people, just quelling fires here. But we want to respond to all the challenges holistically. In Gauteng, they've got what they call war rooms,
Sure.
where they invite quite different stakeholders to give input to their framework, and I'm sure they will share their experiences on that. So those are some of the things that gets us to work together as a government, because we cannot afford to pass on a challenge that happens in the province. As an example, and say, no, the provincial guys will deal with it. It's our problem as government. It's our problem because it affects the communities. When communities have got challenges in terms of jobs, we are to address it together with private. We are not the ones who create jobs, but we enable that. How do we do it? We provide infrastructure so that investors can come. But if we cannot make sure that the confidence of the investors when they come here, it's high, then it means we're just going to be shooting blanks at the end.
Which is presently the case. I mean, as of last week, where the latest business confidence index did come out from RMB and the Bureau of Economic Research, things are improving, which is encouraging, but we're still not at that point, the 50-point mark that does separate the expansion from contraction. So still quite a lot to do there. Maneuverings to make to improve that confidence. But can we bring it back, Tammy, just one last moment before I go to the other speakers, bring it back to the SMMEs, because I think that we need to speak to that a little bit more in terms of the role that SMMEs will play within SEZ. So I'd like to understand what government is really doing to encourage them to do so, by way of any educating around what an SEZ is or industrial park is. I know you touched on workshops a little earlier, but I'm just really trying to understand, to what degree the work is being done to cast out the net as wide as possible amongst the SMME space, just to encourage a lot more to come on board.
Where we have SEZs or industrial parks, during the phase of procurement of services for construction that will take place there. We can give you an example on the Tshwane Automotive.
Sure.
It has, overachieved in terms of the targets that it was supposed to meet in terms of procuring from the local communities of Mamelodi, Yesteras, and Nelma Piers, And it's just amazing how when we then put systems together, there is an SMME center there where people go, whether it's for jobs, opportunities and skills that are available, working, of course, with the anchor client, who is the Ford, and also with some of the potential component manufacturers there. So those opportunities are available to communities, and they know where they go, because there is this symbiotic working together. When we provide people with information and certainty on what is happening, then it quite alleviates some of the challenges, where we don't communicate things, people start to imagine things, and sometimes it's wrong imagination, and then they become destructive. Because people, when they see trucks moving in, construction happening, and they don't know, and community says, but we don't have jobs, they end up attacking those enclaves. So what we've done with the SMMEs, we make sure that we involve them at the inception. If I use the example of Gauteng and Eastern Cape and to a certain extent KZN coming on stream, and I know Saldanha as an example has got a dedicated SMME sort of a center which helps the communities. I'm sure Kashifa can touch on that as well. So what we have seen with this mechanism of speaking to SMMEs, setting targets, not when the project is already ongoing, but we before, as we conceptualize it, what are the targets? And Gauteng has been excellent in that. That's why there's an achievement in terms of what the government has allocated as spending on developing the infrastructure for about 3.4 billion rands in terms of constructing of that. And a chunk of that has already gone to the SMMEs, you see. It's a direct benefit. Skills have improved. They are rating in terms of the levels in the construction industry. For those that have started and done projects that are sizable, they've improved. And also people have gotten employment. Potentially now they can start other projects. So those are some of the spillovers that we see happening. The only part that we need to lament, but we're not lamenting it negatively, it's a challenge that all of us need to get on board on, is that we need to improve creativity and innovation of the SMMEs to then learn to start developing products that will replace or that can add value into what is happening. Most of these companies, they procure some of these things overseas simply because it's what they used to do, or because locally there's no one who can produce that. And some of these components that they bring them overseas, they then assemble them here. When you ask, can't you obtain it? They tell you, no, it's not available nationally. But some of them can be done. I mean, we used to have a very strong tool manufacturing industry in South Africa, tool making and manufacturing industry. So, and we've got the resources to do that, the primary resources to do that. We need just to get SMMEs, along what we have, appreciating the challenges that we've had, so that we can put them on board on programs that can make sure that they have confidence. Our incubation programs, of course, have not yielded necessarily that much of that positive, indicators to lead us to that direction. However, they've played a certain role. So we need to up that game, to accelerate that, just to borrow from your term, to accelerate that delivery. Innovation and creativity is needed for people to imagine doing new things and bringing in and being aggressive, hustling. Borrow from your words again, they must hustle.
I borrowed that from the minister's words, but point taken.
But lastly, the issue of the intention. It seems like I'm a spokesperson for Gauteng here in KZN. But they've done quite a lot in terms of having what we call township bill, so that they could mainstream and align and could have people tasked with that responsibility of making sure that we build a township economy. I argue that we don't have a township economy in South Africa. It's just consumerism that's happening there. But we can arrest that and build products. And then obviously it will give us the opportunity to start exporting. It's the same with rural economy. These are just feeders, but in their space and time, you cannot be able to justify that which we are doing. We have it, So that's why then we need to come together. And it's on platform like this that we need to then promote that positive vibe that we can do things differently. We need to do them differently. And we commend some of the provinces for for taking that initiative to address that, because it cannot be addressed nationally through one act, you know.
So you are speaking to a collaboration now, and
precisely.
Yeah, and I think that this is important. And Kashifa, perhaps to come in here, there was a mention of the SMME program that you do run at Saldanha. Feel free to reflect on that and what that has meant for small businesses in the area, but also speak to the level of a collaboration. I imagine that as special economic zones, you're not working in isolation. Just what level of collaboration is currently undergoing?
So I think I'd like to highlight two projects or activities that I'm really excited about. The first one is our SMME Co-Lab, old site camp that we had when we first started doing all of the infrastructure. And then rather than take it down and break it down, what we decided is to keep those buildings there and turn it into a free Wi-Fi enabled office park. Like a workspace. They can book a room, they can book a boardroom. There's infrastructure there, there's office equipment there, there's printers, there's projectors, and throughout the last 2 years, we have had a huge diversity in visitors and users of the facility. And I would want to say, generally, on average, we're looking at about 100 to 150 SMMEs coming through our doors, and they're accessing, they're using the facility. So what are they using the facility for? They're using the facility to hold meetings with their clients. They now have a full space that they can hold a meeting. They hold work meetings there with their teams. So use some of the facilities for training of their teams. They use throughout COVID and this rapid digital, they're now participating on webinars, on training, at conferences that they never have had access to because maybe it just wasn't in their view, but also just too costly to it. So using this to broaden and increase competitiveness.
All right.
The other we're going to be launching soon is one of our training centers. We're revamping it, and in a partnership with the chemical cedar, we're opening a smart skill, which is directly for the target audience youth in the area, which suffers from high youth unemployment. And we're going to use the facility to run digitally based learning and to really give youth in the area a portal to a space where they can really engage with technology sustainably. And that's through collaboration with CETA. And we got a whole host of CETAs like that. So from the public sector and the NGO sector as well. Because we are neither immune to the economy, nor can we do anything successfully and sustainably alone.
Right. Agreed. Although you do run and operate as mini economies in and of yourselves by way of location and the certain preference in terms of tax and other forms of incentives, but still you cannot operate, as you have rightly said, in isolation of what is happening in the bigger picture on the main stage. Charles, would you like to reflect on the benefits thereof and the support mechanisms that you're experiencing at Saldanha, as Kashifa has spoken about so far as an SME, but also perhaps even be honest about the areas in which you see things can be improved, any low-hanging fruits that you think could encourage further SME participation if changed?
As Kashifa discussed there is opportunity. And it's just a matter of how you approach it. I'm just making an example. I've been approached late last year by people who invest in the rooibos tea. And they ask me if I know anybody who can actually assist them to go the route of exporting it, taking it to the market in Africa or in Europe. I put it on hold for now because I first need to do a little bit more homework. The assistance from the Saldanha IDZ, definitely. I could see it here because all our people are locally from Saldanha. We were given the opportunity and we delivered each and every time. Opportunities for the other SMEs here in Saldanha, of course there is, but it's just a matter of people have to identify a certain market where they can specialize in and hold the track record and take it from there. The opportunity is there, and it's going to be here within the next 3, 4, 5 years. You know what I did last year? I took the crew to the Access Park in the Saldanha IDZ, and I actually showed them what's going to happen within the next 3 to 4, 5 years, whatever. And they were excited about it because there's something that they can actually look at where we are going as a business and where the zone is going and the support that we can have from them. I mean, most of the guys are 25, 30, 35 at the most. We got a lease agreement of 27, 25 years. Just imagine if we can get the opportunity to build this thing. At least we can secure employment for a lot of local people that can actually add value to their lives. The skills that we have is we don't really need people with a university degree to do the kind of work that we do. Our challenge in the West Coast, and I think it's all over South Africa, is that there's a lot of unemployed people around. They didn't even finish school. They didn't even finish matric. Here, the business that we have, we can actually give them the skill that they can be in a position where they can provide for their families, because it's a skill that can be transferred from one to the other with the support of the zone, introducing us to potential clients, and it's definitely a win for everybody.
All right. Thanks for that. So then what sized companies can move into SEZs? And you've been speaking quite a bit, Tami, about the work that's been done at the automotive SEZ in Tshwane. So is there also, as you speak about the question around the size of the company that qualifies, is there also a preference towards themed SEZs and putting in grouping companies that operate in the same sector?
In terms of themed, I think companies around SEZs, I mean, when you look at Saldanha, it started as an oil and gas, also, adding into now renewable energies and other important logistics around the issue of cargo, provision of whether the repairs of the ships, marine stuff that comes there. So they're also looking into diversifying in that sense. I mean, they've got companies like the corrosion, company there of Charles and them, providing and adding value into that. So there is a kind of, I think, a benefit if one takes into cognizance what that SEZ is construed, or primarily it's constructed along which lines, along which value chains, so that you don't find somebody who says, maybe I want to do something that's not related to what they are doing, because they're going to have a challenge probably in addressing some of the value chains there. However, it largely depends on the SEZ and their board, which then looks into that investment and it can approve it. And then, of course, we can have a discussion in terms of helping as national government. In the Dube Trade Port example, you get most pharmaceuticals, electronics, and you have agro-processing, because the area provide for those things in terms of logistics, in terms of provision of what, some companies with pharmaceuticals now is growing into a bigger sector, And because they've got a ready fit, industry fit kind of provision of infrastructure, that people can readily access, and they love working with a very efficient management system that deal with those things.
Sure.
So those kind of things also promote in terms of what that SEZ may eventually evolve into being. Automotive here in Tshwane and at the airport, you find a different feature, which is jewelry manufacturing and also other, beneficiation in terms of mineralogy linked with the belt there around the airport, provision of some of the high advanced manufacturing components. So that's how it is structured. So you would see that there is a pattern sometimes in how these, but some evolve, they can add
Sure.
agro-processing at the end and do a value chain, have an investor who will bring in a huge sort of envelope of investment, and they can obviously then locate there and, be accepted there. But in terms of what's the minimum, I think there's no minimum per se, but it must make business sense for you as an investor if you can locate there, because the rentals can be slightly expensive than maybe another area which doesn't have access to those kind of amenities in terms of the infrastructure provision, the adequate and most reliable security, and all those kind of things, ease of getting your ease of doing business, but ease as well of getting your goods into your conduit, which you will be using to transport those goods. So there are those kind of things but it must just make business sense to whoever wants to locate there. I think it's usually a relationship that's crafted between the SEZ, its board, and the potential investor.
Okay, so it must make business sense. It must be affordable for both the business person as well as the partner or investor there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open up to questions. If there's anyone who does have a question in the room, please feel free to raise your hand and to indicate that you do have a question. I believe that I do have a team on the floor that will bring a mic to you should you want to ask a question with us. I'm actually just going to go ahead and start with some of the questions that are coming through from the virtual audience in the meantime. And Kashifa, for you, is there an ask then? I mean, we've been talking quite extensively about what is on the go for tenants who do locate to SEZs, the benefits, the programs, but is there an ask or an expectation from industrial development zones like yourselves of the companies that do indicate interest in partnering with you?
Sorry, apologies. Do you mean ask in terms of our
just expectation, just general expectation? I don't know if there's an SEZ etiquette to make sure that one follows once there, but a general expectation on the kind of companies that you do business with within your zone.
Okay, no, we've got a fully on what we call the investor journey, because there are due diligence that both parties need to take, in order to terms. So is the due diligence on both sides. We have we're trying to simplify process the investment as easy as possible, but as a SOC, there are some questions that we need to and also stemming as the board takes a decision. So the board is held responsible for those. So we do have.
All right. Kashifa, your line is misbehaving again. I will just try and see if we can improve it once again. And just a friendly reminder to everyone in the room, you cannot hit the mute button on your phone. we are in the same room, so we can hear it ring. Please just remember to put it on silent or turn down the ring volume. Another question that has come through, Tami, perhaps you have got insights into the rehabilitation plans for the Garankuwa industrial area. Is anything on the cards that you're able to comment on right now?
Yeah, I think it's still at a, planning, what one would call a planning phase. Yeah, there's also work that's being done with the provinces, Gauteng and Northwest, in order to improve delivery of the industrial parks program. And
Sure.
people may raise issues. We have our concerns just as government overall in how the program and communities has been received, but we also note the importance of the program of the industrial parks. But we don't want to be blind to the challenges that needs again to be addressed holistically by all of us. So it may take longer for now. That community at one stage, chased our minister the other year, So it's those kind of things that we need to address, whatever the concerns from communities, when we want to implement projects. Yeah, we don't want to put our leaderships in the province at harm's way,
Sure.
But we need to find each other, understanding the importance of investments, the importance of SMMEs there, job creation, and protecting that asset. What we cannot afford is we fund the projects as government in terms of incentivizing, building the infrastructure. But it is the very same community again that come and go and vandalize or allow people to vandalize. We cannot allow it.
Sure.
Because at
Sure.
the end, then it defeats the purpose.
Sure,
Yeah.
and I agree with you there. Another question, when you talk about protection, there's a question around the designated products and why there's only 27 products. So there's a 27 or 28?
I think 28.
28, yeah. That are designated by the DTIC, and whether we need a few more if we're truly serious about localization.
I cannot comment honestly on that, why 28 and why not the rest,
Sure.
but I know, there is a certain basket which is done, from a technical analysis, obviously also from financial and industries where we work with. But what they can do, they can direct the questions. I can always, I know my colleague there who's working on the designation of the goods, so there can be that kind of understanding.
But I would imagine perhaps even is the 28 or the current number not just a starting point?
Yeah,
And
it is.
If we are on a journey of localizing, it goes without say that once implemented at this stage, there could be an opportunity to open up more products for
And I'm sure others we
designation.
should remove from the designation
Yeah,
list, so it's an
It's a
ongoing
working process, okay.
Because
It's a
it
work-
looks at the global value chain, it looks at our practices, where are we? I'm sure post-COVID-19, it's a different ballgame
Sure.
altogether. We may designate more, especially from the pharmaceuticals or health industry side. We used not to designate in some of these for some of these products, but now it's different. So we're going to be designating more. I'm sure, there's a lot of those things on the pipeline. In terms of our minerals, we've been not doing that well, but because it's how the mining industry is constructed globally, it is impacted by those kind of things. And the agreements that we have with different countries and organizations that run these products, whether it's diamond or gold or whatever, or platinum. So we need to work within that as well. That's why I was
existing
emphasizing the issue of we need to be more innovative. We need to promote that there must be more innovation that comes from what can we derive with our platinum that we can then sell to the world, and not just want to supply, which Italy is supplying or Germany is supplying, because they've got stronger networks, the infrastructure in terms of providing for those things. There will always be an authority. So we need to start things that we know will command. We have we have platinum, so there's no reason why we shouldn't look at an alternative, but that adds value into how do you do things in the automotive that will be a game changer.
Sure.
So we need those kind of innovation. And it's the institutions like your Innovation Hub or your CSIR and the universities themselves that needs to come together with the communities that come with these innovations now and then through SMMEs. Yeah.
Now, quite a lot of emphasis you are giving towards innovating this. So to all the SMMEs and the hustlers, of course, joining us today, I would take that as a signal that, let's level up, and perhaps a lot more support from the DTIC could be forthcoming. I have a question before we do get into closing remarks, because we have come towards the end of this discussion, the first one for the day. But I've got a question on, when I was preparing for this, I saw that a number of these SEZs have been around for some time. And therefore, I wanted to ask a genuine question on how you measure progress and how you measure success, and whether the current economic picture, excluding COVID, because the economy was on a shaky position even before the pandemic, and unemployment was horrific even before the pandemic, and business confidence and inequality was also very low before the pandemic, whether that picture is testament to the fact that perhaps progress hasn't been great, or whether you use other tools to measure the impact of SEZs so far.
I think let me start by this. It's my own comment and observation based on the different interactions that we've had with global players in the SEZ space and others who have sought to say to us, the SEZ program as we apply it, it's got no value. We hold a different view. And there are those who have seen value on the SEZ itself. Now, one thing that's important to note is that South Africa's construct of SEZ, it has got a certain context. We come from a situation where industrially or infrastructure here has always been, there's been groupings that are at an advantage or regions that are at an advantage, and others are at a disadvantage. And we find the migration, whether it's urbanization, how do we address that? We cannot address that simply by a single program. So there have been various other tools that government has used before even the special economic zones. The very same one, which used to be called industrial zones, located along or having access to the ports, was a different feature to this one. So, and we cannot measure it on the 5 years in which now we have started and say, no, it created an impact or not. But we can tell you of the very important thing that it has achieved. The very same 149 plus investors companies, in terms of head count that we have located in these, it's significant to us. It has provided more than 19,000 of jobs there. It's important to us. Sure. Sometimes numbers fluctuate between 16,000 and 19,000, depend. Some are construction companies, post-COVID has been affected. And some companies, of course, their value chains or global value chains have been impacted, shutting down some of the jobs. But we have seen a quite stable income. If you then note that some and most of these SEZ are located in areas which were previously marginalized, if you take that one person, give jobs to 6 or support to 6 family members. So that's significant, if you use those numbers. But you then look at the investments that has been made. We're sitting at about 20 billion rands that has been invested by these companies over the years. And we note, like I'm saying, the context is we're coming from a situation where all the areas where there was whatever companies, they were being ignored. They were not supported efficiently by tools of government so that they could trade, build capable infrastructure. It was, and the private was stronger. So, and they were only pulling it at a certain direction. Now, when government intervenes in terms of providing infrastructure, it takes a long time. I mean, there have been people who look at government as competing with private when it provides those kind of things. So it's that narrative that as well need to be measured. Okay. For us, We transform, we seek to transform, but we want to build new opportunities for new industries, but we want to provide jobs, we want to provide new skills, we want to put our youth and women in particular, those two groupings, into a new way of doing things. That will be my closing remark.
All right. I'd say that you need to provide those things, the jobs, and bring more young people and more women. Because if you don't, this economy will be a disaster. But just closing remarks from the Kashifa as well as Charles. Kashifa, just your parting message to everyone who is joining us here at the proudly South African by local summit and expo.
For us, I mean, our view is that we want to be an agent of change within the program at large, and companies not just regionally competitive but internationally competitive, because it is a globalizing world, and I would want to look for the opportunities and work with partners to ensure that, you know, as said, 25 years from now, West Coast corrosion protection has evolved and got into bigger and better things and is still around. You know, that's what we're investing in, and that's what our priority and our priority of the IEZ. I look forward to engaging with partners in sharing our value and building our strengths to be more resilient as we go forward.
All right, thanks so much. And Charles, a final closing remarks from yourself, sir?
To all the hustlers out there, entrepreneurs, we got the opportunity to do things differently and create a legacy. We haven't had the opportunity in the past, like Tommy mentioned. We got the opportunity to do it now, because I know from my experience, government is there to support. The IDZ is there to support. We have to go out and seek opportunities. That's the way to grow the economy. That's the way to actually build something that have never been done before. And that's the way that we can actually help our local people, whether it's in Joburg, in Saldanha, Richards Bay, it doesn't matter. Empowering our local people, that everybody can grow.
All right. Okay, thanks so much, Charles. Just speaking to the view and the position that you take, either to look at the glass half empty or half full, and Charles looking to seize the opportunity, encouraging all the other hustlers to do the same, and in the words and the strong emphasis coming, of course, from Tammy throughout the discussion, to innovate and to do something that is not necessarily being done at this stage. But ladies and gentlemen in the room, can I just ask you to help me thank our panelists for leading the discussion so far. Once again, for myself, thanks to Tammy Klaasen and Kashifa Bucas, as well as Charles Arendse, and to the wonderful audience for your engagement with us so far. We're going to take another brief comfort break, a really, really short. Do stay where you are. We've got a fantastic ad up in store for you, and we'll be continuing in just a short while. See you soon.
Hubby wanted to clean the garden and at least paint one wall with Olympic paint. I wonder if we could still do all that today. By the way, that X-Tree is also made locally. He also promised to go window shopping for those amazing DeFi products I want for our new home. I need to book my boss's flights for that garden route tour he wants to take his clients on. Can't wait to cook hubby's favorite meal when I get home. Some chicken and veggies it is. We'll down that with wine and beer. Yummy. I can hardly wait. And of course, my favorite part of the day, a nightcap, as I watch my favorite content on television.
Come on, Mzansi. Living lekker locally is a lifestyle.
Good night, South Africa. Buy local to create jobs.
The second half is about to begin. We need to change the scoreboard. It's time for all of us to pause and rethink the game plan in order to save the future. I call on all of us to be game changers because greatness isn't reserved only for some people. By buying local, we're choosing to create jobs and sustain the ones we have. Time and time again, South Africans have taken destiny into their own hands, creating products that the rest of the world wanted to buy. See, the world remembers about us what we sometimes forget. But it's time for change. Let's all buy local. It's game time. Mzansi.
Local is lekker.
Your everyday decisions shape our future.
And so welcome back. Welcome back to part 2 of the Proudly South Africa Buy Local Summit and Expo, the 10th annual one that has been happening. For those of you who are also just joining us, thanks so much for giving us your time to be with us here today. Yeah, it's been quite an informative and interesting morning thus far, and we've heard from quite a number of speakers. And just for the virtual audiences specifically, we haven't asked from you. You would have seen the platform is quite dynamic, and there's a number of rooms that you can enter, including the Expo, where I hope you are going to meet potential new buyers and new sellers in a potential new metaverse maybe. But also you will see a feature on the platform for you to just rate the speakers that you have heard from. The purpose of this really is just for us to really receive your feedback and ensure that when we do this again, we're able to give you an improved experience just based on that. So please do find the time to go into the section in which you can rate the speakers. And of course, also remember there is a competition. So we do appreciate your time, and your time will not be completely wasted. It will also be rewarded. There'll be a competition for you to potentially win that weekend drive in the new Nissan Navara SD. And as I said, the question is, where is the Nissan South Africa plant here in South Africa? So just keep that in mind towards in the next hour or so at around 1:30, where we will be giving you the various options to that, and you can answer in the poll, and fortunately you can stand yourself a chance to win that weekend drive. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like for us to prepare to hear a little bit about the Gauteng province and what the Gauteng province is doing to develop the local content framework, as it were. And I'd like to, at this point, welcome the MEC for Economic Development in the province, MEC Parks Tau. As you are aware, MEC Tau did serve as the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs until he was appointed to the Gauteng provincial legislature in December 2020. And he has also been the Mayor of the city of Johannesburg in the province from 2011 to 2016. But sir, can you kindly come up on stage, and can we kindly welcome him warmly?
Thank you very much to our program director, Ms. Fifi Peters, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both on the virtual platform and those here physically. So you're actually getting two for the price of one. My colleague Zweli Dladla will do the actual detailing of the localization framework, the local content framework that we've developed as the province of Gauteng. So I thought that rather than us doing the tech team by saying the same things, I will lay the foundation and he will elaborate on the content of the local content framework that's been developed by the provincial government of Gauteng. And in laying this framework, I thought it would be important to create context to what we're doing as the province of Gauteng as we intervene to accelerate our industrialization and reindustrialization initiatives as the Gauteng provincial government and its partners. The Premier would have announced the presentation will be later. So when Zweli comes, he'll do the clicking and the presentation and the more complicated parts. So I was saying that the Gauteng provincial government, as announced by the Premier in the State of the Province address, has established an economic development war room to respond to the significant, if not in fact, crisis level challenges that we have in our economy, ranging from the lackluster economic growth prior to COVID-19 and the impact that COVID-19 had in exacerbating our challenges as a province, indeed as a country, but admittedly as part of the world economy. This war room is intended to drive programs of accelerated economic growth and development and drive an acceleration process of our industrialization and reindustrialization initiatives. These are anchored on a number of interventions, and I'll talk to a few so that I lay a firm platform for Zweli to come into the detail. The first, picking up from the previous panel discussion, is about a new economic geography in the province of Gauteng defined by our multi-tier special economic zone initiative. And when we talk multi-tier special economic zones, we're talking about them accepting that, in fact, Gauteng continues to play a critical role in the South African economy and continues to pivot the South African economy. Therefore, our intervention is a multi-sector and multi-tier approach, looking at a number of interrelated special economic zones that would look at the different niches in which they would operate. This starting, of course, with the OR Tambo Industrial Development Zone that was established some time ago, and I think as Tammy reflected, is the center from which we're driving the jewelry manufacturing precinct, but also accelerating into areas such as beneficiation of minerals in our country. The second, which is our current flagship special economic zone, is the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, which is currently under development, with development taking place at what can reasonably be described as breakneck speeds. If you think about this, the time from which we started construction and the anticipation that the new facilities would be available not only to Ford but also to their tier one suppliers fully by June this year, but parts of these have already been made available for manufacturing of various components and parts, including the current Ford production capabilities that are there. We're also in the process of finalizing the master plan for the establishment of the Vaal Special Economic Zone, and are initiating a process to develop a master plan for the Western Special Economic Zone, and have identified Lanseria as the anchor of a high-tech special economic zone that would springboard the presidential announcement on the creation of the Lanseria Smart City. Over and above these, we are intervening through the Township Economic Development Act by introducing new economic geographies into historically black townships that were designed to be dormitories of labor reserves. Through the Township Economic Development Act, we would be able to introduce township enterprise zones and dedicated nodes for industrial and commercial development in the townships, supported through benefit stacking, where as government would identify various forms of benefits, including incentives that would concentrate in these township enterprise zones. But of course, we accept that critical to the success of these industrial parks and commercial zones is the need to ensure that we're able to provide the necessary utilities through the appropriate infrastructure to support these zones. So every time we talk about the Vaal Special Economic Zone, what comes to mind immediately would be, but we still have the Vaal wastewater management system challenges. Or when we talk about the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, what would come to mind to many would be the supply side challenges with regards to electricity in Tshwane. But overall in the country, if you look at the load shedding environment, but specifically our capacity to extend the necessary bulk infrastructure to the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, in particular, electricity infrastructure. In this regard, we have developed a program anchored by special purpose vehicles that we would create to invest in bulk infrastructure, leveraging of future revenue, both of provincial government and, of course, of our local government partners. Whereas local government has been able to do this over the years, given the provisions of the fiscal framework, Minister Kotongwana announced in his budget speech this year that as of this year, he would make provision for provincial governments to leverage off their grants to capitalize infrastructure in our respective provinces. This in many ways is a breakthrough because whilst we are not suppliers of bulk infrastructure, technologies have evolved such that it should be possible to provide modular systems in these special economic zones and township enterprise zones. In this regard, we have identified Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone as a focus area for our microgrid initiative, because these microgrids are intended to ensure that we can create an industrial base load in terms of energy supply to strategic industrial parks in the country. So we have said that Tshwane is one of our prototype areas. We are conscious not to use the word pilot, but we're saying it's one of the prototype areas where we would drive such an initiative. And of course, we're looking at the N12 corridor closely linked to the to the Western Special Economic Zone as the second of those prototype areas where we would have access to energy driven through microgrids to supply the base load energy that would be required in these special economic zones. We're also looking at modular sanitation systems or wastewater treatment systems to be able to support initiatives that could otherwise be delayed as a result of the need to wait for large investments into bulk infrastructure. So we're looking at modular systems that would enable us to create the necessary infrastructure to spur on our economic development initiatives. In this regard, we're also driving, and this is as I get to handing over the baton to my colleague, we're looking at a number of programs around the inclusive economies broadly, but local content creation in particular for the purpose of this discussion this morning. Here we're driving programs such as a compliance initiative that would ensure that firstly, as the provincial government and our departments, we do comply to those products and goods that have been designated and identify additional areas of designation of products for the Gauteng provincial economy in particular and Gauteng-based enterprises. We also, parallel to this, driving a further compliance initiative closely linked to the local content framework, which is looking at broad-based Black economic empowerment and looking at ourselves not just as regulators, but also as a measured entity, and therefore the need to develop more comprehensive enterprise and supplier development initiatives, skills development initiatives, and a whole suite of other interventions that would enable, including procurement, that would enable us to accelerate broad-based Black economic empowerment. We are talking to industry and particular sectors around the role that they can play with regards to accelerating local content. We had a set of roundtables in the past month with industry leads, and I'm only going to choose one as I hand over, about where the opportunities could be with regards to local content creation and promotion. We have had engagements with the automotive sector, NAMSA, and the OEMs in particular, about the challenges that they have confronted in the global value chains as a result of the impact of COVID to supply chains internationally. And we have identified an opportunity to work together to ensure, and we accept, of course, that we're not the only automotive manufacturing area in the country, so we're collaborating very closely with our colleagues in the Eastern Cape and KZN. But we're saying, working with the sector, it is possible that, in fact, we can change the situation around where they are reliant on imports of components for the majority of the components that they use to produce the Nissan Navara, the Ford Ranger, and so on, the BMW X3 and 3 Series that are being produced locally, at least in the context of Gauteng. And we're saying there's a great opportunity to intervene collectively to ensure that we can introduce programs around import substitution and creating a local base for the South African economy to be able to leverage off these products that are manufactured on our shore. So that, as I said, was a platform from which I can hand over to Zweli, who in many ways colleagues in the department call Mr. Triple BEE. So I'm sure as he presents the local content framework, he is likely to make reference to broad-based Black economic empowerment. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues observing all the protocols in the room and also on different platforms that are listening to us. I'm just going to build on the foundation that has already been laid by the MEC, very quick. So we're launching today the Gauteng Triple BE and Local Content and Production Framework. The reason it is a Triple BE and Local Content and Production Framework is because it is the implementation of the Triple BE policy and the Local Content and Production Compliance Regulation of the Triple PFMA Regulation 2017. So basically, these are the topics that we'll be covering quickly. Under the overview, the Gauteng Department, as you know, we are also faced with a number of challenges based on our situation. And then in developing the framework, we use the policies that are already existing. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel, but we've got the policies that are already existing nationally and also provincially. And we also look at the strategies that are already existing in the province and also nationally. The strategies like your Growing Gauteng Together, your Industrial Policy Action Plan. So the value proposition is really to grow the economy of the province, to create the jobs that we need in the province, and also to close the inequality gap that is so huge. So what is it that we are envisaging to achieve with this, the implementation of the GPG, Triple P, and Local Content and Production Framework? The first thing that we are attempting to achieve is to reduce the level of business informality by 15%. So basically, all the businesses that we'll be targeting that are not formal, we are going to formalize them so that they participate in the mainstream. We are going to improve the procurement participation of township enterprises. Since you're also aware that we've developed the township bill, we are really making an effort in terms of ensuring that the township enterprises, they are also playing in the mainstream of our economy. We also want to increase the survival rate of SMMEs. We don't want to develop SMMEs and then within a year or two and then they are no longer existing. We also want to reduce the unemployment rate from 35% to 15%. We also want to ensure that as a provincial government, we source 75% of our goods and services from locally manufactured enterprises. And then the other thing is to increase the firm birth by 500,000 by 2024. Township economy contribution to contribute 30% of the provincial GDP. So what is it that is contained in our implementation plan? As I've indicated earlier, the target. We're targeting the budget that the province have, especially the public institutions. So from April 2021 to January 2022, this is how much we have spent as a province on goods and services. And then the departments that I've highlighted in red are the departments that have sampled, and then I'm going to indicate what is it that I got from them. So, but the next slide, it will be talking to only the departments that are in red. So, when we look at the spend of those departments that have highlighted by red, the pharmaceutical, the goods that falls under pharmaceutical, we have spent around about 5 billion. That is from April 2021 up to January 2022. And then for construction, we have spent around about 3 billion. For energy, transport, and automotive, we've spent around about 2 billion. So basically, these kind of like give us an indication as to where are we spending our budget for goods and services as the province. So that automatically indicate to us the township enterprise zones that we need to establish in the province, because already we have a market for those goods and services, and we can able to facilitate support to those targeted enterprises. So basically, we can establish the pharmaceutical enterprise zone, we can establish the construction enterprise zone, we can establish the energy, transport, and automotive, because already we've got a budget that there's a clear demonstration that we are spending on those sectors. So now, when we establish these enterprises, especially from the township enterprise zone, we're not only targeting the Gauteng market. So the intention is to ensure that these enterprises, they will be able to supply the Gauteng market, the South African market, and the African market, and the global market. So as our process of monitoring them, during their first year of existence, we know that they will almost be dependent on our Gauteng market. But over the years, we just want to see them reducing the dependence on the Gauteng market and increasing their dependence on the global market. That's what we will also be monitoring as we develop them. Coming to the support that is available. In terms of providing the support, we're using the BBBE policy. Based on the BBBE policy, we've got a skills development element that demands that each and every public institution need to allocate 6% of its total budget for salaries. When we do the calculation, especially from April up to February 2022, so that is the budget that we are targeting. So basically, that's a minimum. So which means in the next financial year, we are going to have more than this budget for skills development. So all the enterprises that we'll be targeting, especially in our enterprise zones, this is the budget that we'll be using in terms of providing the skills that is needed. And then coming to enterprise and supply development, we also know that the BBBE policy also provides us with this opportunity to get a budget for supply development, enterprise development, and socioeconomic development. When we look at the allocation is just the budget that has been spent on salaries and the budget that has been spent on goods and services. And then the total, it comes to around about 108 billion. So the BBBE policy prescribed that 0.2% of that budget we need to provide to make it available for supply development. And then when you do the calculation, this is the budget that we'll be having in terms of supporting the enterprises that will be procuring from them, 217 million. For enterprise development, it's around about 108 million, and then for socioeconomic development, it's also 108 million. Maybe the other thing that is important that I also need to highlight is to say, this only talks to the department's budget spend, not the transfer. We know that some of our departments, they've got subsidiaries or agencies. So it doesn't cover the budget that has been transferred to subsidiaries and the agencies. And then when we conclude, the Gauteng province is really taking advantage of what the policies are providing to us, and also the budget and the institutions that are already existing in the province and also in the country. By implementing the GPG, BBBE, and local content and production framework, we really want to reindustrialize the township economy to make sure that we get maximum benefit out of it. The provincial municipalities and private sector are targeted starting from 2023 up to 2024. So basically, based on what we're targeting in terms of market and also the support, and then you can see how much impact can we make if all of us, especially the provincial departments, our agencies, the municipalities, and the private sector, all of us, if we can work together. So the effective and efficient implementation of the framework will also ensure that all public institutions in the province achieve the 75% local procurement target, of which is prescribed in the local procurement accord that was signed by government, labor, business, and all the stakeholders. And also to comply with the BBBE policy. We know that most of the government institutions, they are not BBBE compliant. So basically in Gauteng, we'll ensure that most of our public institutions, they are also complying with the BBBE policy. That brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think that MEC, I remember when I started at CNBC for the second time, you were still mayor, and I remember engaging you a few conversations around your plans for the township economy. We know what happened in 2016. We won't go down that part of history, but I think that the mainstreaming it is important, and I'm looking forward to seeing progress on that part. And I think there's our next conversation, which will have to really look at how township businesses can also be brought in the fourth industrial revolution boom that is with us as a result of COVID, and also speak broadly towards how such entities, as well as other SMEs that were operating in other parts of the world, can, other parts of the country rather, can certainly localize a lot more to grow and to fulfill their objectives as job creators. But before we get onto that panel discussion, I would like to welcome back on stage the CEO of Proudly South Africa, Mr. Eustace, as well as the MEC for Economic Development, MEC Parkstown.
So this is just a token of appreciation. There is a unique invention, MEC, that we want to share with you. A value kit showcasing the South African wine, locally made, and we thought it's something you can take with and can actively promote within the province, within your programs.
Thank you.
Yes. But maybe we need to be in the middle.
Yes, and so to get on to the disruptive conversation then on harnessing the power of the fourth industrial revolution for job creation, localization, as well as growing SMMEs. And I'd like to welcome my fellow colleague in the media industry. If I could just ask for your patience, just slight program change for a little moment further. Thank you. All right, I am clear with the point of direction from this juncture. So we're going to have another ad break for you to just stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee if you are at home or in the office. Don't be gone for too long, just a couple of minutes while we do prepare the stage to welcome the panelists for the next session. Thank you.
The second half is about to begin. We need to change the scoreboard. It's time for all of us to pause and rethink the game plan in order to save the future. I call on all of us to be game changers because greatness isn't reserved only for some people. By buying local, we're choosing to create jobs and sustain the ones we have. Time and time again, South Africans have taken destiny into their own hands, creating products that the rest of the world wanted to buy. See, the world remembers about us what we sometimes forget. But it's time for change. Let's all buy local. It's game time. Zanzi.
Local is lekker.
Your everyday decisions shape our future.
It's morning already. Let's do this live thing. Forgot to unpack my new Sheet Street fleece last night. Can't wait to use it tonight. Every time I step into the bathroom, it lightens up my morning because everything is locally made. Now for the hard part. choosing what to wear. Will it be an outfit from Plus Fab today? Or maybe an outfit from Chepa with drip sneakers? Tsepo needs to start polishing his own shoes now. I mean, he's in grade 3. Okay, 15 minutes left. Now for a good cup of coffee to get me ready for the day.
Make your choice. Buy local to create jobs.
In the room, could I just kindly ask everyone to settle down as we do prepare for the next part of the program. Thank you, which looks at all things technology. With a man who probably eats, sleeps, drinks, breathes technology. He's so on top of the game in terms of the space. I respect him so much as a fellow colleague in the media industry. Mr. Aki Anastasio probably know, stranger to most of us here. He's also a presenter at Tech Hub at ENCA. Aki, the stage yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fifi, and good morning to you. And good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to be here this morning, and I think it's such a fantastic discussion we're having at this proudly South African Buy Local Summit and Expo. I would like to invite on stage some of my panelists that will be joining me in this particular discussion, and this discussion is a very, very important one. We're talking about how do we harness the power of the fourth industrial revolution. And you know, we're constantly talking about this fourth industrial revolution and how technology is just changing everything around us. We need to, as a country, look at ourselves and saying, what role is this country playing? What role are we playing in the continent to enhance and drive forward this 4IR? You just heard the MEC earlier just talking about the importance of these automotive factories and how automation and how robotics are changing everything. All of those things form part of this fourth industrial revolution that we're talking about. So it's a warm welcome to Tshegofatso Dludla, the founder of RoboSteam Train, who's joining me on the stage at the moment. And also Miles Kubeka, entrepreneur, author, celebrity chef, founder at Wakanda Food Accelerator, joining me as well on stage. Joining us remotely this morning is going to be Annette Muller, who's the founder of Flexi. I think she will appear up behind me magically. Well, I hope so. Stephen Ambrose, who is the business editor for Business Brief and managing director of Advanced Intellect. He's joining us on the line from Amsterdam. So a warm welcome to all of you and joining us in this discussion. And I think that what I would love from the audience and those of you who are watching remotely is we really want your input in this, because this is such an important discussion that we're going to have, because this is what is going to drive what is driving every country to this next phase of this industrial revolution. We've had the first, the second, the third, and of course the fourth one, where we have technology being the massive driver. And we've seen tremendous changes happening, even with COVID-19. Even though we had so many plans ahead for this to reach certain targets, it's been accelerated as most organizations have digitized. So as a country, what are we doing with this fourth industrial revolution? Where are we? Are we lagging behind? And I just want to share with you some thoughts on this. Just being in Dubai last year at the GITEX conference and sitting on panels with, the ministers from Egypt on telecommunications, Nigeria and Kenya, for example, and Ghana, and the emphasis that they're playing on their fourth industrial revolution and technology and how much potential income it's going to bring into their organizations, and what an important part it's playing in the modern industrialization of these countries. So there is Stephen Ambrose in Amsterdam. There is Annette Muller in a car. This is
Welcome
what I
to the fourth industrial revolution.
Exactly, this is what I'm talking about, the fourth industrial revolution. Whereabout are you?
I am just outside Port Elizabeth.
Port Elizabeth. And Mr. Ambrose,
Yes.
whereabout are you?
I'm currently sitting right here in Amsterdam.
In Amsterdam. It must be pretty cold in Europe at the moment.
No, it's been positively tropical. The last few days have been 13, 14, and 15. And everyone's running around with their shirts off. So crazy time.
Okay, so let me position this and get all of your opinions on this. Is when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, the importance of this revolution, and when you hear about that, automatically people say, "Oh, we're going to lose jobs." The fourth industrial revolution means that robots are going to come and take away jobs. Yes, there are robots. Yes, there's automation. But yes, there are so many opportunities. So when I talk about the fourth industrial revolution, let me start off by asking you, Tsegofatso Tlutla, who, by the way, is an entrepreneur in the edutech space, founding RoboStream Train, and also, developing an edutech product for African markets. Tsego was also one of the top 25 Mrs. South Africa finalists for 2021. So, Tsegofatso, when I talk about 4IR, what is it that comes to mind, and why is the fourth industrial revolution so important?
The first thing that comes to my mind is the fact that the misconception just needs to be moved over to the side a little bit in terms of people being scared that robots, or rather 4IR is what's bringing robots. Robotics is a 3IR thing.
Yes.
We're now talking automation. We are now talking less, manhandling of stuff. And I think it's a great place for us to be going, because it opens up so much more to us and to the children and to the world.
Fantastic. I'm looking ahead behind me, Annette Muller, you're behind me on the stage, literally behind me. When I say fourth industrial revolution, how would you frame that in the context of our country?
So I think there's many ways that we can look at the fourth industrial revolution, and perhaps a slightly different perspective that's not often spoken about, but certainly very prevalent in the millennial generation, is the individualization of what this means. Often we think that we're still reliant on organizations and countries for the opportunities that this revolution brings, but really it's about the individual. And if you look deeper into it, it's everything around individuals empowering and enabling themselves with skills, with job opportunities, with entrepreneurial opportunities. So for me, the I is really the I of the individual that I think is really important, and that countries must bear in mind when they think of how they're going to tackle this.
Okay, very, very interesting one. I'm looking across at Miles Kubeka, who, by the way, I think you've got the coolest name, Miles Kubeka. I mean, Miles is an entrepreneur, he's an author, as I mentioned. He's also a chef, by the way, a fully trained chef. I hope you're going to be cooking something for us today. I saw the meat being fried outside. great, typically South African meal. But, you've been employed, the technology revolution, aside from your cooking skills, you've been at Microsoft, you founded Vuyo's franchise in 2012, a chain of pharmacies which you rolled out to Spa, IT software solutions. You've been in this game for a very long time. You understand technology, it runs through your blood. When I say fourth industrial revolution, and the context of South Africa, why is it so important in this country and across the world for that matter?
Yeah, I think it's a hugely important thing. I look at it specifically from the food space as well. What's happening? I just also got back from Dubai at Expo 2020, and you're seeing robotics, and I know that's 3IR, but you're starting to see 3IR being more prevalent, where robotics are making the food and coffees and stuff like that, and obviously the implications thereof. But I think for me, the part that excites me the most is fifth IR, so the fifth industrial revolution space. I think, especially with food, we need to now conceptualize how we're going to feed people who live in multi-planets. And I think from a 4IR point of view, I'm a little bit worried that we kind of missed the boat because, once we start talking about it now, the people who are defining it and what it will look like, they were sitting at the table 10, 15 years ago, and I know this because I used to work for Microsoft and tech space. So we were already writing 4IR 15 years ago. So now people are actually working on 5IR. And if you're not there at the table to define what that's going to look like, you'll always be behind the 8 ball. So for South Africa, I think we need to look at how do we leapfrog? How do we focus on the next so that we are ahead of the game by the time.
Are you saying that 4IR is so 2020?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think to a large extent, I think people who've benefited from 4IR are countries like India and China, where a lot of, I would even add to that from an African perspective, I would add Kenya. I think those are the guys who caught on to it very quickly. But I think for us, maybe we kind of missed the boat a little bit.
Well, I want to come back to you in just a second, because I don't know if I agree with everything that you say. Sure. I do agree with most of what you guys are saying. But let me also go to Stephen and welcome Stephen Ambrose, who is joining us from Amsterdam. And as I mentioned, Stephen is been around for 15 years, also traveled on many conferences with Stephen Ambrose. He's a writer, he's a consultant, and he's the Business Brief magazine editor, which has the largest circulation of business thought leadership in the country. Stephen, when I say fourth industrial revolution, it's such an important statement to make and position our country going forward. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to us in the context of South Africa? You're on mute. That's my favorite line to use when you're on a virtual call.
On mute.
You're
always
on mute
with Zoom.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me be very clear. I believe that 4IR is a misnomer. There is no such thing as the fourth industrial revolution. It has been used by government and many people as sort of a catch-all phrase for anything technology. The truth is, it's multi-layered, it's multi-dimensional, and it incorporates everything that's been going on in the technological space over the last 10 to 15 years. And right now, it's culminated in a fully integrated, hugely competitive space that many, many players in the world are very, very busy with. And I actually agree. I believe we're way past the 4IR. We've been having it for years. It's been part of our infrastructure. It's been part of our reality in South Africa, because South Africa is the most industrialized country in Africa. Our technology back end, our mobile networks, our fiber networks now, and even before that, the ADSL network was well developed. And there was tons and tons of opportunity to connect, to do certain things. But essentially, the 4IR or any technologically based platform can only work in conjunction with a whole host of other sort of adjacencies that make certain things possible. Nothing in this new space works entirely in isolation. Okay. So you need the AWSs, you need the Microsofts, you need all these various platforms to make all these amazing things possible, because to redevelop them and to rebuild them and to leapfrog the current existing technologies is actually not possible. What you can do is innovate like mad based on local challenges that need local solutions, but utilizing all the adjacencies and all the technologies that are available globally. So there's a lot happening. I believe it's a dynamic and incredibly exciting space.
Okay.
And I think people need to understand that you have to get certain basics right in order to make sure that the necessary adjacencies are there for people to really take advantage of what's available.
Right. Now, that brings me forward to my next point, because Miles, you raised a very interesting point. Stephen, you've raised some very interesting points as well. But when you look at the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution that came out in October 2020, it says, invest in human capital development, establish an artificial intelligence institute, establish a platform for advanced manufacturing, secure and avail data to enable innovation, for IR infrastructure. And of course, the base of all of this is, of course, having that connectivity. And now when you look at the country and where we are, and it's fine when you look at, you know, small and medium-sized enterprises, the businesses that are in townships that are evolving and creating incredible opportunities, but have they had the right tools to work with and establish and be part of the fourth industrial revolution? Yeah. So I do understand what you're saying, Miles, is that yes, maybe the horse is bolted, but we need to get the basics right. We need to get the basics right when it comes to training and having the necessary skills to get into this fourth industrial revolution, which will take us to the fifth industrial revolution. And I think that when you look at this, the situation that we have at the moment, where you still have outrageously expensive data costs in the country, you have technology that is still prohibitive to the majority of people in this country. How do you unlock the value of the fourth industrial revolution when you don't have skills? Do you all believe that the right skills and the right foundation has been laid for all of these things? Miles?
Yeah, again, I don't want to be, I'm always a glass is a glass, not half full, half empty. Right. It's just sometimes it is what glass. It is. It's just a glass, just right? A glass. You know,
you're not seeing anything in the glass.
Yeah. Okay. Or sometimes the water is just there. It's halfway. Yeah, it's not full or empty. So I think where the horse has bolted for me is education. We talk about data and all of that stuff, but the reason why these countries that I mentioned, China, India, or even Kenya, have taken advantage is because some basis of the education system would have allowed for that. The STEM subjects were prevalent, and you know, this. I mean, my son codes. He's been coding since he was 8, right? And the big basis of that is because you have to be able to talk their language, yes, first and foremost, to understand the new languages that come with technology, right? So if you look at what you said in the preamble, we're saying that the President's Commission is to establish X, Y, Z. That was in 2020. We're still talking about establishing. Other countries did that in 15 years ago already. So, and that's where I think I'm a little bit concerned, is that it could be just maybe a little bit after the fact.
Okay, but we still got to establish those things that the President has said.
But for what cause?
Well, I guess to get people interested in the fourth industrial revolution, to get people to partake in it. But
my previous point, if your education system is not...
Yes, but I'm saying it must go hand in hand with an education system that supports these things. And I know that some schools, for example, offer coding, but I bet you most schools that are in the broader scheme of things across the country don't do coding because they don't have the necessary technology to offer that as a subject.
As somebody who is in the education space myself,
yes,
I deal a lot with schools, both private and public, and you find that a lot of public schools don't have equipment, they don't have expertise, and most important, they don't even have the right attitude, because when you bring it, all they see is it's going to take our jobs. But for me, maybe what draws at my heartstrings, as I saw at a conference last week, is that you've got teachers from foundation phase, that's your grade R's, 1 and 2s and 3s, who have been teaching for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And you're saying to this old lady, she now needs to teach coding and robotics. She herself is struggling with WhatsApp, for argument's sake.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, and she's sitting...
Are you saying that old people can't use WhatsApp?
No, I'm giving you a specific example of somebody who was actually struggling.
I'm kidding, but it's true. You raise a valid point. You know,
so
it's a different generation. I mean, I look at my parents, for example. But you're quite right. We do have a long way to go. And I mean, what other observations have you made in this regard?
Like I started off, the thinking around it, the fear. You know, when you're afraid of something, it kind of cripples you. You can't learn about it. You can't get into it. And to start going into that space and go right down to, you know, foundation level and teach the teachers how to teach it, but to also accept it. See, why do we need it? Because we've got people who don't even get why we should go there. What we've got is working. What's your problem? Right. So we've got to start working on mindsets first, long before we start teaching that thing. And then and that's also taking time.
Yeah.
We are already so far behind. He was saying his son was teaching,
yes,
at a young age. Was coding at a young age.
But look at the dad. I mean, the dad's
Hello.
like a super whiz kid.
He had no choice.
He had no choice.
My son is 8. He's also got no choice. He's got to code. Yeah. But now, what about the child in Kofinval?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
In Alex.
In Alex.
Annette, what is your take on
I want to
on
add
the
on to
skills?
it. Oh, sorry, go for it.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of just add on to that. I mean, in the beginning, you mentioned sort of what I feel is two different things. One is infrastructure and the other one is skills development. And I think infrastructure is something the government and the country definitely has a really important role to play in terms of bringing connectivity to everyone. And then I think just to add on to the skills and education development, you know, we talk about the youngsters. I think trying to get the older generation to teach the youngsters, we're missing an opportunity. And this is what I was alluding to. I think a lot in the fourth industrial revolution is about self-learning. It's about peer-to-peer learning. It's about enabling and empowering with the right devices and opportunities, but giving this generation the opportunity to play and to learn. And we're seeing this, you know, in households where parents are not completely technology literate or in completely old school jobs, the kids are driving the way of the technology revolution. And I think if there's a way for us to empower that and enable that, we're going to have a bottom-up approach as well as then the top-down approach. But that bottom-up approach is also what we're seeing in other countries that are succeeding in this field, is having the younger generations come in from the bottom up. I'm not sure if that makes sense, and I don't have a solution to how that would work in the schools, but from where I'm sitting, it's very much about people enabling themselves, kids enabling themselves, university students, school level. You know, gaming is something that not everyone has access to, but certainly a proportion of society do, and these kids are phenomenal with what they learn on YouTube. And it presents a massive opportunity for self-learning. You know, if you can figure out certain games by watching YouTube tutorials from peers, you definitely can learn how to code and how to participate in entrepreneurial opportunities as well. So It's perhaps the way we teach that we have to definitely pay some better attention to.
Okay. Stephen Ambrose, when it comes to education and skills, would you say that we are really lagging behind to unlock this value that we're talking about today in the fourth industrial revolution?
Absolutely. There's just no question that we are churning out many matriculants and even standard nines and young people who really don't have the necessary skills to enter a highly connected, highly technological environment. Yep. And there's no question that it's important that their teachers and their parents have some understanding of the environment. But I think peer learning, as Annette said, is actually the key way that these young people get to do it. They code on them by themselves, they play games on their mobiles, they play games on computers should they get them. And with that, they understand the types of dynamics that are necessary with regard to the technological environment. I actually went into a very interesting chat by a talk from Stephen Wolfram from the scientific Wolfram Alpha website. And I mean, that's just any scientist would know what Wolfram Alpha is. But he said the key thing is we're teaching people times tables. And times tables can be done by machines far better than any human could ever do it. So what we should be teaching is how to solve problems and how to look at things in the correct manner, rather than the mechanics of adding 1 and 1 or 1 times 2 or 10 times 2 for that matter. So we're definitely sitting, and that's where I refer to the adjacencies. We're definitely sitting in South Africa with an economy that is not doing really well. It's not creating opportunities. It's not creating the possibilities that young people need. We've got massive youth unemployment. We've got a lack of skill within that environment that is pretty significant. And you look at Korea, you look at countries that 50 years ago were war-torn messes. They've come a long way and done a huge amount in their training, in their basic education, in their consistent application of new thinking in this space, which we lack. So it's one thing to say we, the 4IR and all that, and throughout we must have artificial intelligence centers, et cetera, but you cannot compete as South Africa with Google, with Microsoft, with a ton of highly functional Western economies, any economies, even China for that matter, where they've spent years, decades, getting their people to a level where this stuff has become part of the fabric of what they do and how they work.
But when you
and
look
that,
at
I think, is the huge challenge.
Well, when you look at the continent, Stephen, at the moment, we're a continent of 1.4 billion people. We're going to get to 2.5 billion people by 2050. It's just around the corner. We're going to add almost 1 billion people to the population. Right now, there are 650 innovation hubs across the continent. Countries like Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa are where the most of the concentration of these developers are sitting. And you look at the kind of investments that have been made, the undersea cables, Google, Facebook investing $1 billion, the amount of data centers that are being invested. So the infrastructure is certainly happening and going in. But what do we need to do, Miles, to unlock this? Because at the end of the day, yes, we may have missed a few loops going into this fourth industrial revolution, but as you correctly say, we need to look at the fifth industrial revolution and even the sixth one, whatever it's going to look like. But if you were like the minister of fourth industrial revolution, what would you change right now? What would you do to spark an innovation frenzy and get us into this spirit of these industrial revolutions that we're talking about?
Exciting question. So I think the parts that we mentioned earlier about the infrastructure, that's awesome because, no matter what we're going to do going forward, you need the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure to be in place. And we do have that.
Yes.
So I think what we should be focusing on is not writing code and all of that because, you can call an Indian developer, they'll charge you like less than 50 cents to write you the code. So that ship, in my opinion, like I said earlier, has sailed. But the upside of that is that we now don't need to figure out how to actually come up with the actual technical expertise to do that. What we need is the ability to come up with understanding of problems that we need to solve. And then we also have another amazing opportunity. We've got most of that billion people that are coming online are youth. So we've got the youngest continent.
The youngest, under 35 in the world. There's no other continent like
and
this.
everyone else is decrepit and old and dying. So
Don't
this
look at
is
me like that.
so this is a huge opportunity for Africa.
Yeah.
We've got the infrastructure and we've got the youth.
Yes.
So, and because if you apply the two together, you have young people and the technology, it means we could actually be like a breadbasket of tech for the rest of the world, where we can actually apply the solutions that the technology can essentially make available using our youth. So I think we've got the pool of resources that can actually do the hard graft that the world needs.
But how do we actually unlock those people? How do you say to someone who's in an informal settlement or someone who's got hardly any connectivity, you want to bring them into this fourth industrial revolution? You were saying something about the youth in Alex, for example, completely disenfranchised.
100%.
Literally 5 kilometers across from wherever they are, there are so many private schools in the area. Do those private schools need to play a role in, bridging this educational divide? How do you take those young people in Alex, for example, and bring them into this industrial revolution?
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Damn, the hard questions.
They're coming around, but it's a valid question.
The one example of this that I've seen work, and it takes into account my two previous points about infrastructure, so the tech infrastructure being available, as well as the human resources being available, but low-skilled human resources, which is what we have currently, is, for example, when you sign up on Google or Facebook and it asks you, are you a robot? Right, and it shows you those things.
Yes.
Kenya, for example, has these big warehouses, for lack of a better word, or rooms where people go, uneducated or unskilled, even older people. All they do is recognize traffic lights, and all that information gets fed into machine learning because there's certain things machines in 4IR can't natively learn for themselves. They need to be, or they can learn over time, but they need to be fed in some inputs. So all they do is show and teach essentially machine learning or robotics how to recognize certain images. But over time, what that does is it sucks in people to be comfortable with technology, that there's always going to be things that technology can't do. And over time, because it becomes prevalent, now your son, your daughter, wherever, everybody gets familiar with technology, and you start bringing people into the fold.
So there are elements of bringing all those people into this industrial revolution. And by the way, to our audience that are watching us this morning and being part of the audience here live at the IDC auditorium, please, we welcome your comments on the chat if you are watching us virtually. In fact, what we're just talking about now is Marco Sazana mentioned this, exactly what we're talking about. What has really happened in the rural areas? These have been completely left behind with the access to 4IR, exactly what we were talking about. But I make you the minister of 4IR or 5IR. You can add whatever number you want in that industrial revolution. What would you change? What would you do?
I think my focus would start firstly on education, and not education as in teaching people to code, but educating people about what it is, what it takes, destigmatizing, and then putting energy into getting to those rural areas, those outskirts areas, because the exposure there is so little that, like I said, people see we are fine without it. We've been doing without it. Why should we? And show them why they should. Put resources into then, empowering them, and without reinventing the wheel, because I realize a lot of people do say, but we can get a lot of things from India, China, and things like that, but that still makes us so dependent.
Yes.
And that's one of my pain points. We are so dependent. Lockdown struck in 2020. I had robots for my kids that were supposed to come in from China, and they were stuck. And I had to make a plan and teach without equipment. And so this dependency, so if we can start educating people to see that we can here for Africa, in Africa, and so that we can push towards a point where we do. First we can, and then we do, so that we are dependent on each other, by ourselves, and get that information going everywhere, even in your rural areas, or rather especially in your rural areas.
Okay. Annette, the founder of Flexi, what do you say? I mean, if I had to make you the minister of the Industrial Revolution, what would you do?
So one thing that I've learned in the last couple of years, which is an important part to all of this, is that we are all still human and sometimes we need connection, and that is closely linked to spaces. So I think what I would really experiment with if I was the minister is opening up actual physical spaces, and not necessarily these innovation hubs that just targets entrepreneurs who comes with their startup ideas and all the corporates or the banks or other institutions are funding their ideas, but physical centers. And I know in South Africa we have a particular problem with safety, so that's something we're going to have to figure out. But that allows people to come in to use technology, to be exposed to it. Like if you don't have that opportunity at home, where are you meant to learn? At school, you're also in your school mind frame, and it's not always able to play. But these hubs and what I've seen happen in these kind of environments where you have, I would say it's a rural version of a co-working space, will really open up opportunities, ability to come and develop CVs, ability to learn how different technologies work, learning to code, learning to just watch others play or see. And I think there's a massive opportunity in South Africa for something like that. We just have to figure out the safety, but I'm sure we can.
Stephen?
Well, super complicated. My bottom line really of this whole thing is this. The government should get out of the way of its people making things happen, because I do believe the people have got the necessary wherewithal to make things happen. Centres, like Annette mentioned, make a lot of sense. There's just so many. You cannot control the fourth industrial revolution or any revolution whatsoever. It will happen despite all your best efforts to try and manage it and control it. So setting up centres are important, but making the enabling environment conducive to the types of activities and the types of things that you need to do within that regard. As I said, Google are spending a lot of money in Africa setting up training centers and possibilities, but you need people to grab them and to create things. Amazon are doing big things in South Africa. So all the guys who are well versed in the latest and the cutting edge and the most dynamic technologies are making resources available. All we need to do as South Africans is grab them, work with them, do the sort of things that we need to do. But you need a commercial environment, you need a lot of other things to make it really possible. You cannot create anything in a vacuum. And that is the challenge. Government always tries to control, they always try to manage, they always try to handle the narrative around this. Simply put, I believe our people, the young people, could flourish if they simply were given the opportunity to make a living, make money, make an opportunity. Many have done it, but many more have just been sort of held back by the various things that have been going on around them. And even those in deep rural areas, ultimately, they come to the big cities, they need the ability to connect and to start using technologies and start contributing, even at a very low level. So tax advantages for companies that employ it would be a huge thing.
Okay.
These type of centers can be supported but not controlled by the various governments.
Yeah.
So if I was the minister, I would get out of the way of the young people wanting to make things really happen. And they will, given that opportunity. The economy grows and there's opportunity and there's commercial interest and a commonality of commercial interest with growth, because you can't grow without people and you need the people.
Yeah. Okay, no, some very interesting points. You know, when you look at some of the innovations that are coming out of the continent, I mean, the stuff that I'm seeing coming out of Nigeria, Kenya, even in South Africa. I mean, some of you guys, entrepreneurs in this kind of space, we certainly are as a continent very innovative, and we do come up with some amazing solutions to problems. And I mean, I was just listening to the MEC earlier when he was talking about you know, these vehicle manufacturing plants that are popping up. We should be talking about how are we going to open up vehicle manufacturing plants that are doing electric cars, because ultimately most of the stuff that we're manufacturing here is being exported abroad. And already you're seeing this electric vehicle revolution happening. I mean, in Finland, 95% of cars are all electric. You're seeing it across, you know, most parts of Europe, many parts of the world, and we know that in the next decade, electric vehicles are going to surpass the, you know, fuel-driven vehicles. So we should be looking at those kind of technologies, right?
I actually have a contrarian point of view on that. I think even with electric cars, I think, you know, I need to be careful about this, but I think we could do so much more as a continent in things like carbon capture, because we do have carbon. Yes. The rest of the world industrialized on the back of Africa's mineral resources and carbon. And now that they've industrialized, they're saying, no, hold up, you can't use the same resources to do what they did, right? So that just seems a little bit, okay. So I'm gonna leave that one at that. But coming back in general to electric cars, I have an opinion that the rest of Africa essentially doesn't have necessarily readily available electricity. So we should actually be looking at those plants that we're busy growing and building here. Why are we not using some of that IP, even old IP? If I was minister of that, I would say every time Ford or Mercedes or whoever manufactures cars here, all the previous gen cars, that IP we keep, and we are allowed to replicate it to build cars for the rest of the continent.
Take those production lines and put them out there.
Because if I'm sitting in Congo or even in a rural part of South Africa, I probably don't want the latest version of X. I just want one that moves, right? And why can't we be using that IP to replicate that? And that, to me, is where we could actually be changing the landscape.
Okay.
I think, you know, they're getting a free ride. We should be able to, and that's what China did. They said, we'll build you iPhones, but we'll also make Chinese original iPhones. Yeah. So if you don't, and they didn't respect IP to begin with, but what happened over time, once they started understanding and employing a lot of people to work on those factories, guess who manufactures and guess who respects IP now? China.
The Chinese, absolutely. Let's look at the 4IR. Here's a question that's come through from a member of the audience, and I think it's a very valid question. We haven't really touched on this enough, but when you think about robotics and you think about automation and you think of artificial intelligence doing so many of the functions. I mean, I was reading a scary statistic, and they were saying that 46% of the stuff that we do now manually will be done by some sort of automation in the next 3 to 4 years. So that takes a lot of things out of the equation. But I guess that if you look at technology and you look at how you send emails or, you know, virtual conference, I guess that's all part of that. But the reality is that technology is replacing a lot of the monotonous tasks that we're doing every single day. But coming back to the technology and the worry that people have And you can see it. You know, when you see a production plant and you see robots making cars, that has replaced so many different jobs. What do you say to those people that say that there are going to be fewer opportunities for your average person and that technology is going to be taking away jobs in this industrial revolution? Or on the other hand, that it has been proven, is it creating enough jobs to offset the jobs that have been lost by the revolution? How do you counter the argument that this revolution, this technology, is taking away people's jobs?
Is that to me?
Yeah, whoever wants to take it, because it's a valid one, you know.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, let's start off with you, Annette.
Cool. So I think there's two ways of looking at it. One is that technology is going to take over my job. I think the other one is technology is going to save the company that I'm working for to enable me to even have a job, because it's inevitable and it's actually crucial that companies innovate and adopt new technologies in order to remain competitive, in order to stay alive. So if an organization right now decides to halt technology development or application, then it could be possible that that company is going to close completely and offer no jobs. So I think we can add on to the question, will it kill my job, or will it save my company and open new jobs? And then I think a second part to that is, like I mentioned in the beginning, a lot of the responsibility shifts to the individual to make sure that they go and upskill themselves. Go onto YouTube, go onto different learning platforms, speak to your colleagues, and learn new skills that will enable you as the individual to flourish in this new environment. That's something that I strongly feel and would advocate for to people asking that question.
Okay.
I'd like to take a shot at this one as well. As a teacher, I like to go from what we know and then add in what we don't. So if we look at the previous industrial revolutions, at some point there were horse-drawn carts, and that's how transport was happening. And when that was now coming to an end and new things were coming in, there was fear then too. What's going to happen to the guy who was who owned the horse? But that now brought on, factories and cars and things, and that opened new opportunities. So if we look at it that way and say, yes, in the previous revolutions, it was exactly the same. Things did end. Some things, some jobs, some careers and paths became obsolete, but new ones were added. And the same thing will definitely happen here. Spaces for creativity, more creativity will be opened up because the mundane jobs will be done. But we also can't forget that little issue of exposure. Not everybody will, or not everybody has access to then upskill themselves. And so that fear then needs to be displaced to say, okay, as a government or as whoever, we are here to say that fear that you've got, yes, jobs will be lost, but so many more will be added that you will be fine.
Okay.
You will find your space, you will find your niche. Food people at some point thought machines wouldn't take over because they have to mix it. Now there's pots and pans that mix the food itself.
Yeah.
Then we will always, we are creative beings. We were created to be able to find ourselves in the new space. We've been doing it for 3 revolutions. Now we're going to the 5th. We'll be fine.
We'll be okay. But I mean, I look at the 2020 Future of Jobs report from the World Economic Forum, and they're saying that they estimate on average organizations will require 40% of workers to reskill. And I'm not seeing that happening as much in organizations in this country, where organizations are spending money on their current staff to reskill them, to add more skills for them for this revolution. Are you seeing this trend?
Yeah, I think what the cool thing about technology is that, we used to say this at Microsoft, that it's gradual until it's sudden. So most people don't see the impact until they have to, right? We saw it with COVID. I mean, the tech to do conferencing remotely has always been there, and we just didn't use it because there was no really compelling need. But once it happens, and it becomes the norm. I just think from the previous point, one of the things we could look at is that, firstly, the jobs that, say, machines or technology takes over is probably jobs we didn't want anyway, to be brutally honest, right? So if a robot or a machine can do the job 10 times faster, or it's not living heavy stuff, let the robot or machine do that. The one thing I would probably add to that is that maybe we should look at taxing robots or machines. I think if something does a job, it should pay taxes, right? So, because then you could replicate or use those taxable funds to repurpose and re-educate human capital.
Okay.
I'd
how
like
much would you tax robots?
More than humans.
I'd like to jump in there.
Imagine robots have to fill in tax returns.
They can.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to jump in there because I think we are able to speak from a point of privilege.
Yes.
When we speak about upskilling ourselves. I agree with the idea that, they're going to be doing the jobs, like I said, mundane. You don't have to do the times tables, like Stephen said. There's a machine that can do it. But there's somebody out there who says, I can't get access to that education. So all I can do is my times tables. At least that will feed my children.
Yeah.
We find ourselves in a position where most of us speak from a point where we can Google, we can get on YouTube and have our peer-to-peer learning. But you find such a large percentage of our country doesn't have that.
Well, this
They
is a
don't
point
have
that
that
Claiborne makes on the comment, and thanks for the comment, Claiborne, saying that a vast majority of the people, there's no inclusivity, there's not enough communications, and most people don't have access to any of these kind of technologies. So what chance do you have? So it's a very valid point that you raise. Stephen, when you talk about jobs taking people's jobs, and I know you're a CA as well. What do you feel about Miles's comment that robots should be taxed in future?
They are taxed. The company that uses the robots pays all sorts of taxes.
But he's saying more tax. He says add more tax.
Current employees is something called SDL, Skills Development Levy. So money is being made available to the government to facilitate training across the board. So that's not the problem. The challenge really is the environment in which you operate. If the environment is conducive to growth, it's light on the regulation, it keeps things organized from the point of view that companies can grow with the minimal overhead and hassle. Doing business in South Africa right now is incredibly difficult for small businesses. There's something between 17 and 20 statutory forms you have to fill in every month, depending on what you do and who you are. There's regulations for absolutely everything. The latest indication is that unregulated businesses that are not trading according to whatever rules are going to be shut down. So there has to be an environment, as I said, the adjacencies that make things possible. You cannot grow in a vacuum. You cannot grow without the necessary building blocks of growth. And South Africa has been dismal. Places like Kenya, Egypt, many other places in Africa, maybe off a low base, but they've been growing substantially. China has been growing at ridiculous speed over the last couple of years. Now, they're a different organization, but many places, Korea, so many Eastern countries have grown enormously. And that growth brings the necessary to train. It brings the necessary to employ. It brings the necessary that companies can grow and innovate and invest back into their people and the society in which they work. So I know I sound like an old capitalist, and I may well be, but the simple fact is you cannot grow an economy by trying to control the horizontal, the vertical, and every other aspect of that economy. And the technologies, as I said, the current set of technologies, without the Ericssons and the other massive people, the Huawei's, these guys, you couldn't build the mobile networks in this country that we need to do the things that we need. So you have to work with them. Yes, they do transfer certain skills, but there are so many opportunities to really get our economy back on track and to grow in the way that makes sense. There's no quick fix.
Yeah.
Nothing anyone does can fix where we sit right now. You cannot fix education overnight. You cannot fix unemployment overnight. You cannot legislate your way into anything overnight. It's going to take time, but there has to be a clear vision of where you're going and what you're doing and what you need in order to be able to grow in a way that adds value to everybody, to my life, to the young people in rural areas' lives, everyone.
Okay.
And the technologies exist, they're there, and we can really take advantage of them. But currently, I believe that the hassle we've got is that they don't seem to understand that the levers that drive growth, that drive innovation, that drive the youth to take control of their futures are really not being pulled. And there's so many issues around that. So that's not a technical issue. It's not a technological issue. It's simply an environment in which technology can flourish.
Mako Sazana says, creativity and solving problems. This is what our youth can do. Outsource the rest, just to your point in what you said earlier. And those of you watching us online, even inside this auditorium over here, please do forward your questions. Type them into your screen, whether you're watching this virtually or whether you're here as well. We're getting some great feedback. Another question coming in. This is from, no, I mentioned the Claiborne's question, but there was another one over here. Okay, we've covered that. Where was this? Here we go. This is from Nobuzwe, who says government really needs to work with private organizations that have shown their capability towards the fourth industrial revolution. Technology assist in the fast delivery and skills to upscale operators. So keep those questions coming in and we'll get those comments. This is a fabulous, fabulous conversation, and I'm really enjoying talking to all of you and hearing your thoughts on this. Are we on the right track, though? Are we doing the right things as a country to drive this next revolution and really maximize it? I mean, especially when you look at in the backdrop, and I looked at this number, and it's probably a lot higher, but the time frame when we talk about 4IR, but Accenture recently had a survey that they did, and there are so many surveys around, but they say that by 2026, the fourth industrial revolution can unlock 1.4 trillion rands worth of value in South Africa, looking at agriculture, infrastructure, manufacturing, financial services. Are we on the right track to achieve these kind of targets and unlock the value of this industrial revolution?
I think the biggest thing that you can do to solve systemic and hard problems is to be consistent, is to say, this is what we're going to do, and we stick to it. And it doesn't change depending on whatever the temperature, you just stick to it. Because as an entrepreneur, I've learned one thing: things take 3 times longer than you think they are going to take and cost 3 times as much. Yeah. And what typically happens is that knee-jerk reactions, depending on the mood, almost always move you from the right trajectory, because you are now dealing with this thing that's just come up. But if you stay the course, and it takes time. All the countries that were mentioned, they've done it in 3 or 4 decades, right? Yes. So the problem is we could have probably done it, but we course corrected so many times along the way because of real pressures like unemployment, and these are real. And if you're government, you have to look at these pressures. But the challenge is, because you are diverting your resources and focusing, you're never going to hit the target line that you are looking to do. So for me, if we can pick a side and stick to it. Even with provinces, I just think there's some provinces that should be just focal areas of X, right? And what that does, I mean, now if you go to Stanford or the Bay Area in the US, it attracts like-minded people. Right. So if you know that province is biotech, people stay in Joburg or Cape Town because it's cool, all the resources are there. But if that's the only place you can go to be the preeminent thought leader in biotech and you have to go to the Northwest, guess what happens? Over time, you build the ecosystem, the universities push up, the students in the lower schools, your base education has to focus on those things to feed that ecosystem.
That is such a fantastic point you make. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just thinking about, when you look at the continent, and I mean, we're going to be the breadbasket of the world. We're going to supply the world with food, right? And I mean, we should have a world-class university that only deals with agriculture, for example, that will attract students from all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, Baragwanath, ironically, sorry, maybe...
No, it's fine. Guys, just interrupt when you want. We're having a conversation. Yeah. We're sitting around the dinner table. This is family time. Yeah. Not the family time with the president. It's a different family time.
So if you look at Baragwanath Hospital, it was world-renowned as an academic hospital because it's not a positive thing, but the amount of stabbings and bullet wounds, you don't see that elsewhere. So you attract all the world's... students, medical students, to come and learn because they don't normally see that stuff. I mean, I don't want to be known for that as a country, but my point remains.
Point, yeah.
And I think, for example, I mean, to add on to that, our mobile usage and our mobile technology has always been miles ahead, even looking at mobile banking solutions at a world level. South Africa really should be the leader in mobile development when it comes to certain applications in certain industries. We've had a clear opportunity right in front of us And I don't know if there was always enough infrastructure or push in that direction to make that happen. But to add on to your point, not just hospitals, but certainly the mobile industry.
Yeah. And I even think, guys, like things like logistics, right? I mean, you know, Amazon went into Nigeria and they couldn't figure out how the local development teams had worked out how quickly to get packages across, you know, a city like Lagos. I mean, we understand logistics like no other place in the world, right? And sure, technology will figure out a lot of things, but there are so many different aspects that we should be looking at ourselves and being known as the global leaders for these kind of things. Agriculture, and you just mentioned another one.
I like the point of the consistency. You know, we plan. I think we're really good at planning and announcing that we are going to do something.
And workshops, don't forget workshops.
Oh, we do those so wonderfully. We have conferences, we have workshops. We've got so many amazing things. And then we announce it on a big public platform that such and such a thing is coming. I will always speak on the side of education because that's where I spend most of my days. And then we wait. You know, if we could just sit there and do it. We in our space are still sitting with the draft curriculum of the coding and robotics. Draft curriculum from...
Just repeat that, please, because you got me in shock.
Yeah. We've been promised. I think the first time, was it 2017, if I'm not mistaken, 2017, 2018, when it was announced that we're going to be having coding and robotics in schools from grade R. It's 2022. We're sitting with the draft curriculum. Let's stick to it. Let's do it. Let's go there. And I think I like to agree with Stephen to say some of these things, some of the red tape kind of needs to move over and get the people who need to do what they need to do it. I mean, we cannot still be sitting and hoping for certain things. We've got the expertise. We've got the hands. We don't really need to be bringing in engineers from another country. They're here.
Okay, so let me go one step further. I mean, Stephen, how did Kenya get this right? Miles, how did Kenya get this right? How did China get it right? How did South Korea get it right? What did they do?
Oh, that's huge. Am I not muted? No, I'm not. That's a huge scope of a question. China did it in a very different way. They're a centrally managed economy, and they controlled absolutely every element of what they did. And they were very loose with their demands around Western IP, which is a whole nother story. But today they sit as technological leaders. The Western world has done it in a very different way. Mostly they've done it in a semi-managed, you take Sweden, you take most of Europe, for example. They've done it in a semi-managed, socialist-based free market economy. So they do look after their poorest. They have got the benefit of deep pockets, which makes a huge difference. But essentially, they've allowed the various technologies and adjacencies to develop and to flourish without tremendous heavy-handedness. And as was mentioned earlier, consistent change in policy. 1 minute you're on to this, next minute you're on to that. So the consistency is key. But the truth is that we need an environment that is conducive to private companies. Private companies create jobs and opportunity. Government never does. No matter how many people work for government, all they're doing is using tax money. So it doesn't really add any value. It's extractive for the most part.
Yeah.
The money should go into positive growth-related environments, and mostly those are generated by a well-regulated and well-formulated policy around how business operates and where it goes. Business will always try to find the most efficient, least cost-effective way of developing everything. So if it's agriculture, how do you grow the most with the least inputs? How do you know what's going on? Technology has a massive benefit in that regard. If you're making cars, how do you make more cars for lower cost? What technologies do you need to do it in a way that makes sense? And once those environments can flourish and they start growing at 10, 15, 20% per annum, they will need people to do stuff. They will need people to be trained in certain areas. They will be desperate to collect the best and the greatest minds from around the world and locally. But now we've got situations where they're going to stop people coming in and reserve jobs for certain things. I know it's not aimed at the technology space, but that's the effect of what's going on. So it just makes no sense about the amount of craziness with regard to the lack of consistency of policy. And you cannot grow an economy when you when you just actually can't operate in a way that makes any sense.
Great.
So growth, having businesses that pay tons of tax because they make tons of money should be the goal of government, not controlling every aspect of our lives down to the last thing. Though that being said, it worked for China, but we're not Chinese, we're African, and that's a huge difference.
What about Kenya, Miles? I mean, you wanted to come in over there. Is it all about policy? Did they get their policies right to be where they are?
Well, I'm not sure if I agree with everything Stephen said. I don't think government is all bad. In fact, I think most of it, and I've seen it in my accelerator, we've been assisted greatly by including the organization whose room we are in today, as well as CEDA and so forth. So I think government does play a role, a hugely important role. And I'm not even convinced that private sector or big corporates are doing their part. If anything, if you've seen in the last 2 years, the people who retrench the most are big business, right? So I think consistency, though, is something that is important. I think I've articulated that. But if I was to add something that would add value in terms of moving us forward, would be the part I'm not convinced on is whether we should formalize the informal sectors. I think I spend a lot of time in townships in what we do. And what you see, the thing works. Informal sector works. That's a fundamental issue. I think what is the natural knee-jerk reaction is to try and westernize and formalize it into a bigger ecosystem that we understand top-down. But I think what we should actually be doing is not westernize, but modernize. So let it work the way it works, but maybe look at technology to try and assist. But I fundamentally think if you try and try and corporatize it to what it isn't, you're going to destroy something that employs a ton of people. But more importantly, because it's an ecosystem, it not only employs people, it services people. It disseminates information. And I think there's something that's genuinely beautiful about that.
Yes. Well, I mean, and I think it's a great point that you raise. And it comes to the next issue. I mean, somebody's just sent a question around this. And I think it's, when you talk about entrepreneurship and you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and so many people are saying, how do we become part of this revolution? What do we do to get on this fourth industrial evolution highway, whatever it is? And somebody says over here that Temba, in fact, says that government needs to provide access routes to finance and allow us as youth to run with our own ideal businesses. And I guess that perhaps goes against the spirit of entrepreneurship, because you shouldn't need the money to make your business grow, right? I mean, you should start at some point, and at some point you are going to need capital, but it's a very complex issue. But I guess that you do need money to grow a business and to be part of this fourth industrial revolution. I mean, what is your take on finance and taking these entrepreneurs in the townships that you talk about, not westernize it, but modernize it? How do we go about doing this?
Can I just jump in there quickly and say the following? One, I totally agree. You cannot modernize and westernize and change the informal economy that grows and allows our economy to grow. And I don't want to give the impression that I'm entirely anti-government. I'm aware of many, many, many of their initiatives that have done really good work. But I'm saying, if you look at them from a macro point of view, they don't seem to have a clear objective. They don't seem to stick to their guns. And it's very simple to see. I'm not saying that corporates are the devil or not, but the fact is the small businesses in this country are struggling to get a foothold. They're struggling despite the fact that they've embraced all the technological tricks and tools. They are really struggling massively to just stay in touch and to make profits and employ people. Okay. So honestly, the access to finance is not a huge challenge, but finance, unfortunately, will always follow profit. And you cannot just throw money at a problem. You need to make sure that that money is used in a way that makes sense.
So, okay, no.
That's my point on that.
Okay, point taken. Tshepo, as an entrepreneur yourself, what do you make on the point about the government needs to provide the necessary finances for people to get onto this fourth industrial revolution route?
So I agree and disagree, both. The challenge with just providing finances to somebody who is maybe not trained or is not seasoned is that you could provide a fish, and they will eat it and it will be gone. On the other hand, it is not easy to actually access, finances in terms of whether it be equity or debt or in that space, because the information is not that easily accessible. You've gotten assistance from CEDA and different others. How many other entrepreneurs don't know about it? So I've been in different incubators, and it was because I was part of the incubator that somebody says, listen, but why don't you go there for money to do this? So it's not that easy to access, but also if you just give it, you might be putting it in a dangerous place. So incubators will teach, mentor, and things like that, so that the finances can be used properly. So I think we just need to find a good space, a good middle ground or a sweet spot where we've got people who are empowered to be able to use those finances. And I think with the fourth industrial revolution, technology, or whatever you want to put it as, we've now learned that you can start with nothing and show the potential to do something to make something from nothing, and then I can assist you and say, okay, so you've gotten yourself from 0 to 1. Let's go from 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Or move on in whichever way. And I don't know if that's how your incubator
Actually, it's what my mom always says.
How does your incubator work?
In fact, just to pick up the point, my mom says it best. She says, if you're stuck on the side of the road, no one will stop to help you. But if you're stuck on the side of the road, you get out of your own car and you start pushing, you'll be surprised to see how many people stop to help.
I love that
and I think for me, that's the ethos of entrepreneurship, right? You have to start. You have to have version 0.1. Even if it's dodgy, people are likely to support and help. And the dissemination of information happens when people start seeing something that you put forward. And I think funding does become readily available when there's something to show. Sure, it's not easy, and I'm not in any way, but I always say cream also rises, right? The people, there's a reason why the ones who do rise, right? It's because they've put their shoulder to the wheel. So, and we see that even in our accelerator, is that the businesses that already are doing some amazing stuff tend to attract the capital. And the most amazing part about it is also that capital is global now. So funders are sitting wherever, and they're putting real money. And I think Africa is actually the next frontier in real money, dollar-based funding for startups. But we gotta show, right? You gotta show that it's
I love that. I love that analogy that you used.
I'm going with it.
I'm going to use it. There's no copyright to that one over there. And thank you for your questions that are coming in. Fantastic questions. We're going to get to them with some more of them in just a second. But I love what you just said. Don't sit next to your car if you're stuck. Show the initiative that you're pushing and you need some help. I mean, Stephen, you come from a finance background, and I guess that when you talk about finance, it's always difficult to raise finance as an entrepreneur where you might not have a track record to show, but you might have a good idea.
Look, finance has always been a challenge, and a lot of incubators, a lot of the government-supported and even the commercially supported incubators tend to take chances. But we don't have a very well-developed venture capital set up in South Africa. If you try to go to the banks, they want collateral, they want your folks' house. There's always something in the traditional finance space which makes things difficult. There have been some crowdfunding. Technology has made a lot of funding a lot more democratic. So there are ways that you can bootstrap and manage a lot of startups. But I think the key point made earlier was that you don't really, in the technology space, it's a knowledge space. There's so much you can create with so little, that you can actually get to beta 1 or some sort of idea very quickly for very low input, as long as you have the basics, like a computer, access to the internet, whatever it is that you need. So finance is always critical, but often it's only critical when you need to scale or grow to the next level. And I do believe a little bit more work needs to be done in South Africa in the venture capital space, but there is opportunity to do that if you've got the necessary wherewithal to even present a case to obtain finance. And that, I think, is ongoing. So again, I don't think access to finance is a challenge. I think that the sheer number of opportunities that are being presented right now to every incubator, every financier, shows that there are a lot of people out there with ideas. But I just think that the environment needs to be a little bit more conducive to growing these ideas in a sustainable way.
Morne is asking if there's a centralized pool of expertise, example that one can access if wanting to launch an online platform, website or app. I'm asking this as I agree that we do not have the necessary skills in the IT sector, but I often see tech startups giving up because the funds run out, but tried other avenues like finding help from other IT individuals. Is there like a, I don't know, and I guess you can Google all your stuff, right? But is there an entrepreneurship corner for startups or people that want to launch online platforms, like that people assist each other? Is there something like that?
There are a few. I think, so like we've been saying, once you just knock on a particular door, once you start pushing that car, suddenly all these other people that you've seen
You've got to ask Miles if you want to use that line. He's got copyright on that.
He's late now.
My mother does, not me.
We've all borrowed it. Tell her we say thank you. Thank you. You know, but that ability to just get started. So for me, when I got started, I then started speaking to other entrepreneurs, and somebody would say, are you on this particular group? No, I'm not. Okay, let's add you. You know, there is a group called Darkies in Tech. There's like almost 200 people on that group. And whenever, as a newbie, I came in and I was like, my goodness, I know nothing about VCs. How do I access funding? And they're like, oh, okay, no, we'll walk you through the process since you're new. And so that you can avoid, I mean, there's people who will then give away 25% of equity for tiny bits of money because you didn't know, now you're in trouble. So I think there are places where you can come together, but you have to put your toe in the water.
Yeah. What's your advice to Reggie? And Reggie's got a great question. How can government provide effective grant assistance for inventors with a South African patent for a health and safety device, including for COVID-19? This invention has global opportunity. I have a working prototype. I've approached the TIA in Pretoria, CEDA, DTI. None of them can give me any clear direction. What do you say to an entrepreneur like that?
Oh, you can call me 0832763.
There's an entrepreneur. No, I mean, if somebody, I mean, it sounds like he's got something really hot.
No, I'm being serious.
Right?
You can call me.
So, Reggie, 5%, and you speak to this man over here. On a serious note, there must be so many of these people in this country that have got something that is like, wow, mind-blowing. I'm sure you see it every day. What's the wowest thing, if there's such a word, that you've seen from an inventor or an entrepreneur?
Actually, we've got an amazing lady. She's a medical doctor by training, Dr. Tracy. And after the birth of her first son, she had weight issues. She was just struggling with her weight. And being a medical doctor, she obviously looked at the Western medicine types of approach. Eventually, she went back home in Limpopo, and her grandmom said, no, man, just crush some baobab seeds and amarula seeds, make it into a paste, and Bob is your uncle or dictator. And that's what she did.
Wow.
And it worked. So now she's making plant-based desserts. So it turns out a lot of Africans, black South Africans particularly, are lactose intolerant, and they don't know. So, and it presents in all these health side effects, weight gain, or communicable diseases. And so we've just managed to launch a product in 70 Pick n Pay stores. And that's an amazing story because we are at a Buy Local Summit, and here's a local product with indigenous knowledge. And we had to have it tested with CSIR and all these things to verify and showcase that indigenous knowledge stacks up against Western medicine. So she's now about to go to the Far East. So we're looking to export the product because it's a superfood. So these stories are many, and I think that's the part maybe that gets lost in the, you know, because positive stories don't make headlines to a large extent, right? But I can assure you there's amazing positive stories that are happening below the surface. So
that's just using amarula berries, eh?
Amarula seeds. They crushed them.
Imagine taking that and making some kind of alcoholic beverage with it. That's a good idea.
There's already one. I see where you're going.
Original one. Stop smiling away.
Lactose-free.
Lactose-free.
Lactose-free amarula. Oh my gosh, no, let's not do that, please.
Look, essentially, I think the whole discussion around 4IR and the technological space we work in centers on one thing. We need growth, we need fast growth, we need all the various adjacencies to help us develop some of these brilliant young minds that are floating around and to do the things that they need to do. So opportunity is out there. It's never that easy. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. And I think you've got to just keep pushing.
Yeah.
But the technology does make it possible. There are many, many groups on various social media. There are many, many opportunities if you do a little bit of searching for various government-led and private-led think tanks and development tanks. So you've got to work it. It's simply, you've got to keep pushing that car. There's no short circuit.
Yeah. Well,
let me jump in there. I think that the challenge that is faced by a lot of us innovators, especially in tech, is that tech development is so expensive. So you find that somebody will give you 100,000 Rand grant, and that doesn't even get you past, seed level. You're still stuck in pre-seed, and now you want to go through to seed or Series A or whatnot. And that 100,000 that is available, that has been made available, because tech becomes so expensive to develop, to get, what's this MVP, minimum viable product, you've got to actually make it, to a certain quality. And to get that quality that you want users to be able to use it. I'm hearing this guy says he's got a working prototype. And my thought is, and you didn't get something from TIA and that's just so sad. But the issue is that maybe the funds that become available still make sense in the pre-tech times. Tech then requires you to have this and this and that, and it costs you $500,000 just to get your minimum viable product. Who is going to give you $500,000 to try it out?
Actually, I think maybe just to add on to, that's where, if I had the resources, where I would spend most of my time in South Africa as a stopgap measure. And I think government is kind of playing that role, or the incubators with government are sort of playing that role.
Yes.
The issue you have currently is that we don't have enough angel funding in South Africa. So most people don't need big check sizes. They need the 500K, million Rand check to get them, giving them the runway and get it to the MVP.
Yes.
But the problem is big funders only start at 5 bar, 10 bar, because it's just too much of a headache to manage a lot of 500K investments than it does to manage one 10 million Rand one. So, but it's an ecosystem challenge, because what happens is typically you have a lot of successful businesses, startups that become successful and sell out, and they use that capital to become angel investors, because I now know how to do it. I've exited my business, I've sold, I've got some money, and now I'm looking to speculate. But more importantly, I also want to pay it forward. And also, it's not just about the money I'm putting in your startup. It's because I can also call HP or Apple or the other people who bought my business to help you into the supply chain. Because it's not often just the capital, it's the fact that you can sell your product to somebody, right?
Right.
So once we get that, once we get a lot of successful businesses who exit and have their own capital, those people are likely to take risks much better than a bank or financial services organization can, because they've been there themselves as entrepreneurs, and secondly, they can see an entrepreneur walking a mile away. The biggest challenge with not having angel investors in South Africa is you've got financial services having to decide whether they should fund you or not, and yet they've never started anything themselves, right? So
I'm looking at the time, guys, and I don't want to upset Fifi today, because I know if you go over time with Fifi, it's not a good thing. And I just can't believe how the time has passed. I've really, really enjoyed having this conversation with everybody. I think Annette has dropped off, possibly getting to a meeting, but just to wrap up, and I'd love to hear your thoughts from each of you in terms of this industrial revolution and harnessing the true potential, because we've really established there's tremendous potential out there. What is the thing that excites you the most about this industrial revolution that we're in, whether it's the fourth or the fifth one or the sixth one for that matter? And what advice do you give to people watching this, that are in this room over here, that might be entrepreneurs, that might be stuck in a rut, that might be thinking, how do I get onto this industrial revolution highway? So what is the most exciting, what excites you the most about this industrial revolution? And what advice can you impart to people watching this conversation? Let's start off with you.
What excites me the most, and because I deal with children every day, you can't not get excited. But what excites me is seeing a child that was so used to consuming and just playing a game that somebody made to creating a game that somebody else can play. And even say, can I charge people, teacher? Can I charge people to play my game? And I say, yes. So seeing their thinking process change from just being a consumer to a creator, not just of tech, but also being able to think and fix and solve problems in that way from such a young age,
Yes.
literally lights up my life. And if I was to now give advice to somebody to say, come on and be part of it, I would say start off by dispelling the fear. The fear that we started off with by saying people are afraid they're going to lose their jobs and all of that. Dispel that fear, try it out, start with what is easy for you, what you know, and then move on to what you don't know so that you can be part of it, enjoy it, and thrive.
Stephen, what excites you the most? What advice can you give?
My best advice is that we live in a world where information is so readily available. There's so much available online. There are so many universities making courses available online for free. There's just, at no point in humankind has so much information, so much resources been available to those that really want to get stuck in. And even if you live in a place without too much connectivity, mobile phones can do a great job. You can go to a local library. Just educate yourself. Spend as much time as you can learning and reading and going to websites, using YouTube, whatever it is that it takes to learn as much as possible about what's going on in an area of interest, even an area you're not interested in. Look for solutions globally, see how they work locally for your own problems. So we live in an incredible time where there's just tons of information. Educate yourself. Take the opportunity to learn as much as you can. And from that will come all sorts of possibilities, no question.
Miles, what excites you the most? What advice can you give?
I think the advice I would give is it's about going forward, right? So it's about the future. So you don't look at the present. You need your eye on the ball must be where the ball is going. I really think the 4IR aspect, I think we missed the boat. That was decided 15, 20 years ago, and the beneficiaries we've seen benefit from that. I think if you look up and see how many rockets are going to space, where's our space program as Africa? My biggest thing is that if an asteroid was coming towards Africa, everybody else has got a ship, or at least an idea of a ship. I mean, these are the things that keep me up at night, right? Yeah. And even if we don't have ships, we might have things that the rest of the world needs. So who's going to feed the people on an alternative planet, right? We've got a young population. Let's build our own IR strategy that is not dictated by everybody else's strategy. What do we have as resources? What are our own advantages? And how can we build something that suits us to have a ticket to the game?
Love it. I love it. Stephen Ambrose, who is the CEO of Advanced Intellect and the Business Brief editor, joining us on the line from Amsterdam. Annette Muller has dropped off, founder of Flexi. Tshegot Ludla, founder of RoboSteam Train. And Miles Kubeka, entrepreneur, author, celebrity chef, founder of Wakanda Food Accelerator. What is your signature dish, Mr. Chef?
I make the most amazing oxtail net dombolo.
Hello.
Oxtail and dombolo. Who wants an invitation? Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my panel. Really great thoughts are coming through. So thank you very much. And thank you, the audience, for joining us online and for your fabulous questions. And I think this is something that is going to be debated for a long time. Such an important conversation. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, don't be shy to give the panel an applause. Wow, Miles, I'm not too sure how I feel about you, just awakening my stomach there, making reference to that oxtail and dombolo dumpling right now at this point of the program. But thanks so much to the fantastic panel, Aki, that you facilitated, as well as the speakers for your insights. I don't know what stood out for everyone else, but personally for me, what I have got stuck in my head is that analogy that Miles did share from his wise mother. Aren't women always wise? All right, and so amen. But nonetheless, just of that, the car that has broken down, and that if you want to really get it moving forward, and if you want assistance, you get outside, you roll up your sleeves, you take off your high heels if needs be, and you push, and you're more likely to get help in that way than you just standing in one place. And I think that it speaks to so much around entrepreneurs and startups and those hustlers really who are trying to get into the game. Get in the game, start going, people will notice you. I think Miles also made reference to the fact that cream always rises to the top. But ladies and gentlemen, to our guests that are joining us virtually, thanks so much for your time thus far. I just want to remind you of the poll section. We're just trying to ask you to engage with us a little bit more. The engagement so far has been fantastic, so thank you. So for those of you who are not aware, on your screen, it's around the right-hand side of your screen, there is an icon that does say a poll. If you just click on there, that's where you'll see all the questions. If some of you are not too sure what questions I'm talking about, that's where you'll see all the questions. There's a number of options for each question. Submit your, or select the option and submit your answer. Would really love to hear more of your feedback. So next we're moving on to the focus and putting the spotlight on the automotive sector here in South Africa, and we've got a wonderful insights video that is lined up for you, being brought to you in partnership with Nissan South Africa. And the answer to the competition I did announce a little earlier when the program did start, the competition that can stand you a chance to win a weekend drive in the new Nissan Navara, is in that video. So you need to watch it if you want to experience that weekend drive. Also, a reminder of the question, if some of you didn't catch it or who are just joining us now, the question is, where is Nissan South Africa's plant based? And as I say, the answer will be in the video that we're about to present to you. With that said, I would like to encourage those of us who are joining virtually, as well as those of us who are in the room, to go and test drive the Nissan Navara anyway. Feel free, when you do have time, to walk into a Nissan dealer, tell them I sent you, and test drive away. And for the audience who is joining us here at the IDC's headquarters in Sandton, you would have seen a couple of Nissan Navaras parked on the grass outside. You can't have missed it, but if you did, it's outside on the grass. Feel free throughout the course of the program to go and take a look, get inside, get a sense of the look and feel. But with that said, let's push on with the program, and here is the Automotive Insights video.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to the 10th Annual Buy Local Summit and Expo, brought to you by Proudly South African, a platform where it's a go-to place for you, irrespective of where you are, which industry you're in, whether you're in the private sector, public sector, or consumer. It's a go-to place for you to come and see all the many locally manufactured products and services that we as Proudly South African, and we as a people, as South Africans, are very proud of. Welcome to this, our flagship event, and we are hoping that you'll have a great time with us throughout the program. My name is Happy Ngidi, and I am the Chief Marketing Officer, Proudly South African. And today I wear two hats. I'm going to be facilitating a very lively chat, showcasing the automotive industry and highlighting its importance for the betterment of our economy, highlighting the job creation element in the industry, and highlighting how it contributes positively to the economy of our country. And so here's an overview of what the industry looks like. South Africa's automotive industry represents the largest manufacturing sector in the country's economy. Its multiply effect through the manufacture, distribution, servicing, and maintenance of motor vehicles and components makes it an industry that supports approximately 457,000 jobs. So the South African Automotive Master Plan 2021 to 2035 could see the automotive industry growing from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. Therefore, massive potential through the entire value chain. The sector represents approximately 33% of overall manufacturing output, and there are 55 vehicle brands manufacturing 3,458 car models in South Africa. So, in the context of localization, we're looking at the value chain, we're looking at the industry, and we're looking at how important it is for multinationals such as Nissan South Africa to invest in the country. Nissan makes their new Navara model in South Africa, and hence we are here today at their dealership to have this lovely chat about this industry. And we're hoping that at the end of the discussion, South Africans who are watching us today will have an appreciation of what the industry is all about, the jobs that are created in the industry, the households that are being taken care of by the industry. And I'm very excited that I'm sitting in the dealership, in our makeshift studio, if you like, with a car enthusiast and broadcaster, renowned broadcaster, Sasha Martinengo, who needs no introduction, honestly. We've invited Sasha to join us today. We all know that he is crazy about cars, so therefore we thought his opinion matters. Welcome, Sasha.
Happy, so good to be here. Yeah, I do love cars, but I must go and say that South Africans love cars. It doesn't matter if it's a 40-year-old car and it might not have a lot of paint in it, but it is somebody's pride and joy. And we are car crazy in South Africa.
And it is that in that spirit that we thought, let's chat to you then about, I mean, you've driven many cars. Today we want to have a look at the Nissan Navara that is made here locally. And a little birdie tells me you've driven around in this car. And what are your initial thoughts? Does it evoke a sense of pride when you drive this car and you suddenly, have an appreciation of the fact that, listen, this was assembled by one of us, by us.
It's wonderful to see Nissan embarking on manufacturing, assembling a vehicle like the Navara in South Africa, because we always refer to them as buckies.
Yes, they're
but
buckies.
These are no longer buckies.
No.
These are cars. These are luxury vehicles.
They're luxury cars.
They're fabulous to drive.
Yeah.
People love them. You feel safer in them. And that's why they take so much of the market in South Africa. And I think, Nissan are just sitting and going, we know that this car is brilliant and we know it's going to be here for a long run.
Yeah.
So let's invest in it. I think what they're doing is fantastic and it's great for the sector.
I'm not too sure if you've been to the plant in Roslyn. It's a different world completely. There's many South Africans who actually make this car. We understand that there's components of the car that are brought into the country because we do not have some of these things that we need. But ultimately, it is made by South Africans, for South Africans.
Totally. And for South Africans, I think is so important. It's wonderful that, we can get into a vehicle like this and say, man, look at the craftsmanship, look at the way it's made. And yes, I agree with you, there are components that are brought in and it's assembly, but somebody's still got to do it.
Somebody has to do it.
And when you get into the vehicle and you realize, wow.
You know what I mean? Because like you say, somebody needs to do it, but they've then come into the country, and not only do they bring the brand, but the skills as well. So this is what I want to say to our audience and to you, Sasha. Let's not let anybody tell us local is not lekker.
No, totally agree. You know, and there are going to be people who sit there and say, well, you know, I support local is lekker, but you know, I actually prefer that brand. I prefer that. Everyone's entitled to a choice.
Which is fine.
We're all entitled to a
Absolutely,
choice.
we are.
But if you do have an opportunity and you do see something that is produced and manufactured here, you know, give it a go at least once.
Yes, yeah. As we kind of like conclude our discussion, which is fantastic, I want to go on and on and on and ask you all sorts of things. But my parting shot is this. I want to quickly chat to you about, so there's a campaign we're currently running. It's called Living Lekker Locally. Living Lekker Locally, and the long and short of it is that the intention is to showcase to South Africans that you can consume local products from dusk to dawn. And so I want to ask you this in the context of what I've said now. Your favorite local meal?
I mean, listen, it's got to do anything with our meats.
Yeah, meats.
You know,
steaks.
Yeah, I got you know. I mean, I think we've got the best steaks in the world.
Yes.
So you know, I'm not going to ever stop that. That's
Okay.
for sure.
Beer, wine, local.
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Well,
I'd love to.
not at the same time.
Yeah.
First beer, then the wine.
And then the same
but
day.
Always drink local products.
Favorite soccer team?
Well, I've always been Sundowns man. Funnily enough, yeah.
Listen, you just made my boss the happiest guy.
Oh, really? Well, okay.
He's from Pretoria and he is a Sundowns fan. But I also love Sundowns because you know what? Their soccer jersey is made.
Ah, there we go.
Very intentional.
Wonderful. Okay. Well done, Mr. Motsepi. Lovely.
Thank you so much for your time. We don't take it for granted. And it was just so refreshing to not only speak to you about what your other passion, which is, you know, motoring, but to also hear your localization views as a prominent South African. So thank you so much. We hope to catch up with you very soon.
That's very kind, and thank you very much. Happy, lovely to chat to you.
Fantastic. Everybody, that was Sasha, well-known broadcaster extraordinaire who has spent some time with us here at the Nissan dealership, talking about the motoring industry, talking about the sector, talking about the job creation element, sustaining jobs, the economy, and his personal views on localization. And now we're going to cross over to the Nissan plant in Roslyn to go see how the car actually gets made, how the assembly of the car happens, to see the hands that build, the hands that put it all together. Can't wait to see all of that. It's where the jobs are. It's where the skill is. It's where the thought process is at the plant in Roslyn. Looking forward to that, and we'll chat to you again later, shortly after we've seen what happens at the plant.
The Navarra Local Production Project presented an investment opportunity on a number of fronts, including facility upgrades. One of the biggest investments thus far has been the new press machine in stamping plant. The new press will give Nissan South Africa over 50 years of capability. This is an automated machine which has increased the plant's ability to press large and complex metal parts, increasing our competitiveness. Another big investment is the electrodeposition or ED coating facility, which has allowed us to drive continuous improvement and also enabled NSA Monozukuri to insource the ED coating application, which was previously done by an external supplier. Insourcing is not only cost-effective over time, but will improve our chassis quality, cutting down delivery lead times and giving us additional flexibility and future competitiveness. Additionally, the upgraded GOM NIMS line in Body Shop has seen an increase in our automation level to 25%. Working to enhance the work done by the operators, these new additions to the Body Shop will drive further quality improvement and bolster our ability to deliver a good quality build consistently and efficiently. NSA also boasts a multi-model trimline that can accommodate any type of vehicle, from a passenger vehicle to an LCV, which is a frame-based vehicle. This is critical to building a sustainable future for our plant, as the plant is now flexible to react to customer demands. The Navara also targets a different kind of customer and comes in a range of bold metallic colors. Our paint shop has therefore been enhanced, and our team is ready to deliver on this new requirement of top quality paint application as per our new customer expectations. The Navara Local Production Project has also presented our engineers with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for learning. Many of these engineers have benefited from the training and development opportunities, such as mentoring and other formalized ways of knowledge sharing through working side by side with Nissan's global experts in different areas and processes, both locally and abroad. Although the COVID-19 pandemic presented some challenges, it afforded our engineers the opportunity to demonstrate their learnings and lead in delivering engineering trial vehicles with limited remote support from global expertise. The new Nissan Navara boasts a number of Nissan Intelligent Mobility features. This is by far the most technologically spec'd vehicle we have assembled at our current facility. Our engineers have learned a great deal from working on aspects like installing the around view monitor and upgrading our road test facility to ensure that the dynamic vehicle specifications are functioning as designed. Navara Yorona has exposed our engineers to a range of new skills. This will set them apart for decades to come. My name is David Chedina, and I'm proud to be one of the hands that built the Navara.
And so we continue with our discussion today, looking into the automotive industry and the job creation element in the industry, sustaining the many, many jobs. But we're also looking specifically at the making of the Navara brand by Nissan South Africa. We are still at their dealership. We ain't going nowhere until we've had a proper discussion about this amazing brand that they make, that Nissan makes in South Africa. So to continue with our discussion, I'm joined now by Clinton here in the dealership. Clinton is a sales manager, and alongside Clinton is a beautiful lady. Her name is Isabel, and Isabel is a dealer principal. And I'm going to chat to them about, in the context of what we're talking about today, about what this whole jigsaw puzzle, if you like, means to them as a business here. So I'll kick off with you, Clinton. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for your time. Is South Africa vehicle manufacturing keeping up with new technologies to match the global trends in your view?
Yeah, definitely. You can see it in the new products that's been launched for the Navara itself. Yeah. It's got all the features, worldwide features in it, and it's called the Nissan Intelligent Mobility.
And do you believe that you understand your client, your customer? Do you believe that Navara is made with the customer in mind?
We as a dealership working with customers every day, we're the ones experience it every day. So you'll have so many customers from different brands walking in, test driving the vehicles, and the total mind shift has changed. It's a vehicle that they're not used to sometimes because they all grew up with certain brands in life. Yes. From our grandfathers, our parents, only believe in certain brands. Yeah. Although Nissan has been around many years, but it's a brand to experience. And once you've experienced it, your mind shift changes. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. And Isabel, so this kind of car, from a South African mindset perspective, it's always been a bakkie. It's a bakkie, but Nissan South Africa has gone in and really complicated it in a good way. It's beautiful, it's visually attractive, it looks very comfortable. I haven't driven it yet.
I do think Nissan did their homework very well when they were thinking of the new Navara. It's the comfortable drive, the soft drive, the space, the rugged look of the Navara. Sure. It's absolutely a vehicle to take in consideration when you do buy a bakkie range or you're considering buying a bakkie range.
Isabel, you know, we all know that the pandemic has done the world a blow, has done local businesses a blow. Some of the businesses are struggling to get up, you know, and continue. How does it feel as a dealer principal when people walk into the dealership and you're about to, there's a potential deal that's about to happen? I mean, there's a car, that I'm looking at now with a ribbon on it, which clearly demonstrates that somebody's about to walk in and come and claim their car, right? How does it feel when business seems to be picking up again?
When this pandemic started in 2020, all of us felt that the world is stopping, you know, we're from here. You know, a lot of people did unfortunately lose their jobs. I mean, even in our industry, there was, retrenchments and so forth. Production of the Navara, you know, locally built now, Nissan alone, Nissan South Africa, it created 1,200 jobs. You're not looking only at the staff of 1,200, you look at the families around the staff, dealers. So while locally built, it's price competitive. I think it's creating a lot of opportunities for small businesses, so forth, going forward.
And I couldn't agree with you more. It's not only 1,200 jobs, or staff members rather, it is 1,200 households.
Correct.
Because some of the people that work, that staff complement, you'll find that there's breadwinners who are taking care of 4 or 5 people or even more.
Or families.
Families, so it is absolutely critical that consumers walk through your doors to support this business, for you to be able to sustain the jobs here, and ultimately then that translates into those households that are being taken care of. So Clinton, tell us about the special features.
Your mirrors has got cameras in. You can see all around your vehicle, so you can see movement on the left or right side, front and rear. Where cameras started on vehicles, it only used to be a rear camera. That's it.
Yes.
And now sitting inside a vehicle, and you can see your whole vehicle from the inside, 360 degrees. While driving, the vehicle will warn you if you're crossing the line. You've got your brake assist. The vehicle actually picks up that you are not reacting to what's in front of you. The vehicle will actually stop for you.
Wow.
And it will warn you.
Yeah.
The whole dash light will light up.
Yeah.
It warns you that
you're about to
not reacting
make a mess
of what's happening in front of you. So when it comes to technology, with the Navara, we're right up there. And when you drive it, you'll experience it. It's definitely so many features. You've got your navigation systems all on screen. You've got all your touch buttons, your cruise control, your computers, everything on the steering wheel, which helps so that you don't take your eyes off the road.
Of course.
That's a feature, a massive feature actually, because you've got everything on the steering wheel. And that's a safety feature as well, part of the vehicle.
So as we conclude, I want to quickly talk to you about a campaign we have. It's called Living Lekker Locally, that we run at Proudly South African. And basically what it seeks to achieve is to showcase to any South African, because ultimately, even when you leave your workplace, Clinton and Isabel, you are also consumers. You have to go buy something else somewhere. You know what I mean? So Living Lekker Locally, it's about showcasing to South Africans that we can all consume South African products on a daily basis, whether it's the bed that we sleep on, the linen, the skincare products you use when you get ready, the products that you use in the kitchen, coffees and cremoras and rice and poultry products, and
some pop.
Some pop. There we go. And the car that you drive to come to work is assembled locally. So I want to ask you this. You've just said pop. So is it pop or rice for you?
Pop.
Pop. Pop or rice. Isabel, is it Castle Lager or wine?
Wine.
Wine, okay. And for you? Castle Lager, there we go. It's also local, it's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine. Is it Oma Rusk or Mari Biscuits? Mari Biscuits. When you see, we can, all of these products, all of those products. Is it boerewors for you or is it fish?
Boerewors.
Boerewors, yes. You see what I mean? Here's a classical example that, I mean, we've mentioned like 8, 10 products, and those are local products that we should be proud of. Guys, thank you so much for your time. It was great chatting to you, but thank you so much also for allowing Proudly South African and those of South Africans who are watching us, allowing us into your personal space and letting us in on what it is that you do, exposing your great, grand product, Navara, made locally. Thank you so much for allowing us into your space. We greatly appreciate it. Yeah? Local is lekker, right? Always lekker.
Localization basically means an increase of purchasing of components and subsystems that are used in the assembly of a vehicle. So the more of those components and subsystems that are purchased in South Africa, the more the opportunities are for job creation, new venture creation, especially as we start thinking about in terms of South Africa's drive for new venture creation and transformation and driving diversity of ownership of the sector. So localization is probably one of the key reasons why any country looks to host and support an autos manufacturing sector. South Africa is no different, and I think those of us in the sector who've been working in it for a long time know that the potential to support the economic development goals of the country exists quite significantly. We're looking to move the country up to a level of at least 60% locally sourced components going into vehicle builds across the country. That on its own is I think it's a kind of benchmark where we can demonstrate competitiveness of the South African value chain as a whole, and at the same time unlock some of the benefits that come with localization. Outside of just employment and new venture creation and support, I think some of the other benefits that come with increased localization includes things like skills development, new technology infiltration into the country, some of the cross-sector or cross-cutting sector benefits where development within the auto space tends to find its way into allied manufacturing sector. I think one must understand autos manufacturing globally by being such a highly integrated value chain. Typically advanced manufacturing as we move into the 4IR domain. These are the kind of things that happen with autos manufacturing, typically permeating within the value chain, within component manufacturing, and then the ability to move across into other sectors. So I think if you ask me, localization is probably the key reason why any country would want to host autos production.
We've had a very busy day. We've been to the factory, we've seen the work behind the making of the Navara, we've seen many jobs at the factory. We've seen, it's been so enlightening and it's been incredibly heartwarming. We've spoken to the dealership. We had a chat with Sasha, who is crazy about cars, and he had amazing things to say about the industry, about the value chain, about the sector. It was incredibly fantastic. But now, all of that culminates into the big reveal. We're about to see the car, and I have with me Spelele, who's the sales executive here, Nissan Woodmead, who's about to do the details. Pelele.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Fantastic. So the audience has walked the journey with us.
All right.
Since we started talking about this sector, and they're looking forward, just like me, to see the actual car, the reveal. We're about to reveal this. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this thing.
Let's clap it.
Woohoo! Ooh, look at this.
Look at the beauty.
This is amazing. There's nothing like a brand new car, and the smell of a brand new car is something else. What does that mean, Pro 2X?
Pro 2X, it's when now you're saying this is our flagship
Right.
car.
Yeah.
You get Pro 2X, you get Pro 4X.
Right.
Immediately when you say 2X,
Yeah.
you're talking about 4x2.
Okay. Yeah.
4X, 4x4.
Right. But this is top notch.
This is
levels.
That's your high there.
My level.
You're different on this one.
Listen.
You're different.
Okay, you've got to work hard to be able to
yes,
afford, but it's affordable, right?
Well priced.
Well priced.
Well priced.
Yeah,
I agree. This is the backing that give easy access to it.
Right.
Makes things easy for you. You go off-roading, you've got eyes here
Yes.
on each side, you've
Yes.
got eyes in front,
Yeah.
you've got the eyes at the back.
Yeah.
Makes it easy for you to park, to read all your surroundings by these little eyes.
It smells divine. Most of us know what a new car smells like. This is it. Leather seats.
Leather seats, standard? Easy. No hassles.
Yeah.
Just adjust
Just
your
press buttons. Later, I'm going to hop into this car and drive off and really just let it all sink in. Take a moment to really appreciate it. But it looks amazing. Cutting short, tell us something that we need to know about this car in particular, Navara Pro 2X. What do we need to know? What is the one thing that you want us to know?
One thing interesting, great innovation from Nissan.
Yeah.
It's gonna be outside. Leave the door open.
Yeah.
You will go to any parking. You can
Yes.
go to any parking.
Yeah.
If you look down there,
Yeah.
you will see call it leaf springs.
Okay.
That bounces and bounces. Here, you won't see anything like that.
Yes.
You've got coil spring.
Okay.
What does it do then?
Yeah.
It gives a soft, nice ride that you normally get on your SUVs.
Right.
There's no other Paki that has got that.
Yeah.
It's the Navara.
Listen, guys, I am educated. It is amazing. What an eye-opener. And I'm hoping that that you feel the same. Thank you. This has been amazing.
I thank you.
All of this would not have been possible without the assistance of our our partners. Our gratitude goes to Nissan South Africa head office. Thank you so much for allowing us to invade your space all the way to your factory, and Nissan South Africa Woodmead dealership. Thank you so much for your hospitality. It was great, and also just for participating and being part of this buy local movement. And thank you to Sasha Martinengo, who is just, I feel that we have a new friend for our campaign. He was amazing. Thank you so much. Everybody in the dealership who helped us to organize all of this, we really truly appreciate it. We are local, Mosne, today, and thank you so much to member company TFG for dressing me today. This is dressed by TFG, and sneakers from Grip, local is lekker. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you that logged on today for this session. We are hoping that you have absorbed as much as you possibly can, and you're taking with you so much. I have a newfound respect for the industry and the people that make this beauty over here, the Nissan Navara. Enjoy the rest of the summit. We will see you again soon. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
It's the thrill of the drive. When last did you feel this alive? New Nissan Navara, made for your journey, rugged, redefined.
Hubby wanted to clean the garden and at least paint one wall with Olympic paint. I wonder if we could still do all that today. Ah, by the way, that X-Tree is also made locally. He also promised to go window shopping for those amazing DeFi products I want for our new home. I need to book my boss's flights for that garden route tour he wants to take his clients on. Can't wait to cook hubby's favorite meal when I get home. Some chicken and veggies it is. We'll down that with wine and beer. Yummy. I can hardly wait. And of course, my favorite part of the day, a nightcap, as I watch my favorite content on television.
Come on, Mzansi. Living lekker locally is a lifestyle.
Good night, South Africa. Buy local to create jobs.
The second half is about to begin. We need to change the scoreboard. It's time for all of us to pause and rethink the game plan in order to save the future. I call on all of us to be game changers because greatness isn't reserved only for some people. By buying local, we're choosing to create jobs and sustain the ones we have. Time and time again, South Africans have taken destiny into their own hands, creating products that the rest of the world wanted to buy. See, the world remembers about us what we sometimes forget. But it's time for change. Let's all buy local. It's game time. Zanzi.
Local is lekker.
Your everyday decisions shape our future.
All right. Welcome back to everyone. For those of you who are just joining us, thanks so much for giving us your time this afternoon. And of course, you are at the proudly South African Buy Local Summit and Expo for 2022. And my name is Fifi Peters. Quite excited to be joining you on day one of the program. It has been an interesting program so far and a lot still to get through for the rest of the day as well as tomorrow. So our next session, we will be hearing from one of the partners that has helped to put the summit together this year. South African breweries will be speaking to the importance of championing responsibility in South Africa. We can all remember, probably will never forget, particularly those of us who love the products produced by South African breweries, the alcohol bans that were introduced to us for the very first time in most of our living histories throughout the pandemic. In fact, it was our total 161 days of lost trading that the industry had to experience as a result of the bans that were put in place. Then government's response to try and tackle the spread of COVID-19. We're glad that those days are certainly over. But what is not over is the fact that South Africa, like other parts of the world, does have a challenge when it does come to responsible drinking, and it's a challenge that does need to be addressed because of the knock-on effects on other things, most notably the level of crime, the level of violence, and more specifically, the level of gender-based violence that we have seen come as a result. And so to speak more closely about what South African breweries is doing to tackle the challenge of alcohol abuse in this country heads-on, I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Barbara Kopalovici, who is the Entrepreneurship Director at SAB's Sharp program, and she will be addressing this issue with us right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen. I am very thrilled to be once again in this very critical event. Today, as mentioned, I will not focus so much on our entrepreneurship program, but more as our responsibility as a homegrown company to tackle some of the social ills that South Africa is facing. And because it's close to our product, the first issue we need to tackle is responsible consumption. So, you know, I think those bans days gave us also an opportunity to reflect on how do we accelerate the transformation when it comes to consumption of alcohol in South Africa. And we've decided to go one step further than what we used to do. And we created our own vehicle, SAB Sharp, which really aims to create a real transformation for the country so that we become best in class and not worst in class. So I'll do a brief intro of our program. So basically, we're looking at 4 pillars. First, our Live Sharp pillar. That's a very important pillar because it's looking at, you know, if you want to really address the issue of alcohol abuse in community, you need to look at root causes. And those root causes include unemployment and family structures, dysfunctional family structure, vulnerability of women in communities, etc. And so the first pillar is something that's very close to us. It's really the catalyst of our entrepreneurial program and women empowerment program. So we are looking by 2025 to empower 50,000 businesses in South Africa and to show a real tangible improvement in the safety and empowerment of our women in South Africa. Our second pillar is really looking at responsible driving and how do we reduce road incidents and road fatalities by 10% by 2025. Then our third pillar is Talk Sharp. It's looking at how do we use the marketing power of brands to change consumer behavior to the better, make them make the right choices and not choices of abuse. And finally, looking at our channel of influence, our retailer, how do we make them change agents in our communities? And we're looking at having 30,000 outlets that will be accredited a responsible trader by 2025. These are ambitious goals, and I just want to quickly unpack some of the program we'll be running. I'm unpacking it also so that the community, the broadly South African community and stakeholder can really keep us accountable for what we commit on today. So in terms of Live Sharp, I mentioned our entrepreneurship pillar. We will really focus on women and youth, people living with disability, and the support will come in the form of skills, funding, infrastructure, and access to market. Then in terms of women's safety, we will focus primarily on gender-based violence, as mentioned by yourself, Ifi, making sure that we provide places of safety for victims, but also that we prevent gender-based violence wherever possible. Then in terms of the drive shop, we will help enable law enforcement to make sure that you know that if you drink and you drive, you have high chances of being in real trouble with the authorities. So we want people to think, to think a little bit like when the speed camera is fixed and you slow down. We want to enable that for drink driving roadblocks. Then in terms of talk shop, we want to change the concept that being drunk is cool. We want people to know that being drunk is not societally acceptable. And that's something that we will be working actively through campaigns this year in targeted communities. And finally, in Cell Shop, I think the biggest thing that you'll be seeing coming out of our communication will be around the responsible trading program. If you are trading with us, if you are our customer and you're not a responsible trader, you will not have a good time working with us, because we are not going to continue making any type of sales with outlets that are not showing proactive responsibility in our communities. And finally, we'll also support our outlets that have not been able to access licenses to formalize, because we've seen that when they are not formalized, it's very difficult to regulate and therefore to manage harm in those communities. So really, we're looking at a real transformation. And we count on all of you really to keep us honest. You will have an impact report that South African breweries will publish beginning of May on our first year. And we're really gonna take the opportunity to get the insights from other stakeholders, consult, and make sure our dream of transforming this landscape happen. So thank you for the platform, and always a big supporter of our partner, Proudly SA.
And thanks so much to you, Barbara. Really insightful plans that SAB has and is acting on, just speaking to spreading the responsibility of responsible drinking across the entire value chain, not only at consumption level, but also looking at the suppliers and traders who are found wanting. So that is really encouraging to hear that you're looking at addressing the challenge that we do have here at such large scale. So thanks so much to you. And so comes the point where we announce to you the winner of the weekend drive experience of the Nissan Navara. Thanks so much for all the participation so far, but we know how this goes at the stage. There can be only one winner. And so therefore, I would like to congratulate Charity Dioka from Sweet Something. You have won that exclusive experience. Congratulations to you. The team will get in touch with you to get your contact details and to facilitate that experience that you have to get in the beast, beautiful beast that we saw in form of the Nissan Navara. And so on to the next part of the program, where we will just continue hearing a message, and a couple of messages at that, from some of the sponsors that have certainly made this summit possible and that are supporting the local initiative to add value to a lot of our products, to increase the manufacturing base and the distribution base, as well as the export capacity of South African goods taken across the world. Thank you.
My name is Ricardo Green. This is my dad, Malcolm. So this guy is in charge of the marketing and advertising. He does all the talking. I'm the guy that's behind the scenes.
We started business in 1979. And the company was called Green's Bottle Recyclers. We supplied services to the wine industry, so we would buy and sell bottles as well as provide a service of washing bottles.
When I used to go out and meet the winemakers, meet the estates, And you know what, I thought in my mind, if they can do it, I can do it.
So the two brands that we have the Lyric Mel Supreme and then we have the Lerato. So those that want to enjoy a special vintage wine, we provide the Lyric Mel Supreme. And also those that are just starting to enjoy wines, we find that they like the more blended wines. And that is where Lerato now suits that market.
Looking back now, sourcing the product and the dry goods was more of the easy part. The most difficult part now was to find somebody that could take it to market and give us the platform to share our vision and our product.
I mean, there were days where we never sold a bottle of wine for the whole day.
Yeah.
There were hair-raising moments. I mean, will you ever make it?
This is not going to work.
That ain't going to work.
This is not going to work. So ShopRite was a no-brainer for us to go because the product we felt matched the market. We did start with the cold calling, but we were denied. Then I made an appointment. My appointment was honored, and we sat and we did our presentation. And I'll never forget the buyer said to us,
yes,
you need to crawl before you start walking. So I will give you Western Cape only, 5 boxes at that store, 6 boxes at that store, 8 boxes at that store.
Sometimes 1 box at a store.
Sometimes 1 box at a store.
1 box.
But it gave us an opportunity to also see how retail works.
We're proud to say today we've grown nationally to over 700 ShopRite stores.
It's not only important for us to focus on building smaller business, but also to support agriculture in South Africa. We embarked on a strong focus exporting wines onto the rest of the continent.
The Lyric Mel brand's growth exploded when we moved into Africa through ShopRite.
On average, we're selling roughly 1,700 bottles of one particular varietal per week, with annual growth of plus minus 20%.
So if you look at internally and externally, we're looking at about 7 to 80 more people that we now can give jobs to. The ShopRite opportunity that we are given now helps us to transform the industry. So the success of Lyric Mel will bring about the success of transformation.
Hello guys, my name is Chef David. Welcome to the Breadbox Studio for our Proudly South African We Cook Challenge. South Africa is one of the most diverse culinary cultures in the world, and we are literally the melting pot of influence and ingredients. From Potjies to braai, Cape Malay to Indian, and as well as our own traditional cuisine. But one of the items that is staple for just about all of us is the humble chicken. We once had a thriving poultry sector in South Africa, producing millions of chickens. And then came the important products from Brazil, the US, and Europe, and killing our domestic industry. Thanks to a lot of lobbying by stakeholders, the sector is now recovering and needs to conscious effort to ensure that we buy local products and to protect thousands of jobs in this valuable sector. Another reason to buy local is that all our chickens be properly labeled where the chickens are slaughtered. And then show labels, but comparison, look at the CU from other countries. Local chicken is lekker and safer.
My name is Yolanda Dlamini. I am from Pietermaritzburg. That's where I grew up, and I currently reside in Johannesburg.
So I'm Kabelo Kalebe from Mafikeng. I reside in Hartbees and Pretoria East.
My name is Tero Ramatebele, originally from Botswana, and now I'm here in South Africa.
And the order of the day today is chicken. Everything that we're doing with our local produced chicken. think my excitement about all this product is, for the fact that they are locally produced and they are proudly South African products.
Man, I need everything in this box to make the perfect chicken dish, so it should be fun.
We have such a diverse mystery box, and then the guys have an option to use, variety of ingredients, and and I looking forward to what is going to come out of the dishes.
Yeah, so I had to cook with spices, so yeah, I'll see what I'll do.
All right.
I'll get the best out of it.
Chef Yolanda?
It's a lot. So I'm excited. It's nice. It looks nice.
I think knowing them individually, I think some exciting dishes are going to, very exciting dishes are going to come out of this product. And we're looking forward to that. And I think they must just bring their A game, and then just make sure that they use, especially the chicken. There's a lot that you can do out of the chicken. And let's look at what dishes will come out of that. And I can't wait to taste the products as well, the end product. Chefs, are we ready? Yeah. Your time starts now.
Okay.
The timer is on, guys. 1 hour to cook.
Go on top of me.
So I'm from a family that cooks. So my late mother taught me how to cook at a very tender age.
Well, for me, funnily, it was about surviving. I went to Australia when I was 19. I needed to make cash to pay for my rent. So I took up a job as a scholar. And boom, one day the cook didn't show up. And the chef said, man, jump in the line, you're gonna make pizza. That's how it's all started. Pasta from scratch. So we'll see how that goes.
I had a baby. And I really didn't want to create the whole environment of serving him shop-bought food, so I kind of got into cooking through that. I'm not a qualified chef. I literally do my own research. I wing it. And now I'm here. So I'm gonna make a sage lemongrass butternut puree with a basmati, spinach, coleslaw rice, and I'm gonna make a chicken roulade.
My first encounter with food was breakfast. So my first attempt to something really cuisine type was making a French omelette. And yeah, it was terrible. It was more like scrambled eggs everywhere.
What are you making, chef?
So I'm gonna do a chicken trio. Right?
Trio of chicken?
Yeah, trio of chicken. One is gonna go with the spaghetti. And I'm gonna make some traditional beer wings.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do a stuffed beer chicken.
Wow, interesting.
My mom spanked me for cooking raw pap. So from there on, I realized that I need to be great behind the pot. And that day forth, I've become the pap queen. Are you making pasta from scratch?
Yes.
Good for you. Pasta from scratch.
I think Chef Tero is very brave.
He is beyond brave at this point.
Hey, it's me again. I'm not sure where to start. Everything happened so quickly. One moment you were there, the next thing you were gone. And it felt like I'd never see you again. I took you for granted. Now that we're back together again, let's ease into things, take our time and enjoy this moment. Because I don't ever want to lose you again.
Now I just need to think of someone I despise. I was intimidated. I think I was amongst qualified chefs. As I said earlier, I'm more of a cook. I'm more of a home-style cook. That's why my catering business is very home-style type of food.
So what I want to do now, I want to blanch my spinach.
Okay.
Just so I can get some chlorophyll from there.
All right.
Then mix that into my dough, my pasta dough.
Okay.
So I can make green pasta.
Oh.
Look, in this case, it's time. time was the biggest issue. So I needed to make sure everything is done within the time frame we're given. I wanted to go all out in terms of technique, but of course, time was limiting. The ingredients, I loved that chicken. It's nice and groomed.
So what are you making now, chef?
So I just melted the butter with some thyme, salt and pepper and garlic, just to keep the chicken moist. It's a butter marinade.
Okay.
Initially I was supposed to apply it when it's cold, but with time I'm just taking a shortcut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chef?
So with the chicken, I'll be going with the thigh.
Okay.
The thigh is more juicier, it has more fat.
Okay.
It doesn't dry out that easy. So for me, that will be best, and I like the skin on the thigh. So I'm gonna stuff my thigh.
Alrighty.
And then we'll see from there.
Yeah, so what I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna take the chicken.
Yes, sir.
And pop it in. So what happens here is that the chicken cooks with the steam of the beer from the inside.
Oh.
As it gets color from the outside. So you must just like pop it nicely and let it stand on its own. Oh. So that it doesn't fall.
So the chicken goes into the oven.
Chicken goes into the oven.
So how is it going?
It will go well.
Okay.
Once I add a bit more flour to this, then it will hold.
Are you still comfortable with maybe, or you want to change and take spaghetti?
To be fooled by my calmness.
Are you still comfortable, chef?
I'm still fine.
Okay.
I think we got this.
You got it.
I hope this pays off. It's taking all my time.
I was thinking that I just hope my flavors come through. That's really all I was thinking. The flavors for me are always important.
So then it sort of opens your chef mind. Now you have to think like a chef. When you think that, okay, this chicken is not going to be cooked, how can I speed up the process? So now you put your chef hat on. Not that it wasn't on, but now you really have to think. So I would say for me, it wasn't stress. It was just, what can I do? You know, like, so my brain started thinking of ideas.
30 minutes.
Yeah, just thinking fast is the solution to all the stresses I had. But other than that, it wasn't stress per se. It was just, boom, time is moving.
The beer chicken, I was not sure if it was fully cooked.
The pressure was great. It wasn't great, but it was great, if you know what I mean.
Chefs, are we okay? Are we? I'm stressed for you guys.
You should be.
I'm stuffing the leg quarter with just spinach and feta.
I think they're going to be under pressure, but yeah, I think they'll finish on time. Looking forward to that, the last minute rush to get the plates out and chopping some fingers on the way.
There's how many minutes left?
30 minutes to go.
Nah, it's not working. Just quick.
Check your pot is burning, chef.
Thank you. I wanted to deglaze with that beer and the sauce.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with the pan first.
Alrighty.
Then finish it off in the oven.
Are you still okay?
I hope so. It just needs 20 minutes of cooking.
Pleasure.
But better.
Better than. So what is the sauce, chef?
Thyme, garlic, onion, salt and pepper, and the beer.
Okay.
So I'm just going to let it juice and be thick, add a bit of cream to it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add a bit of...
I'm getting very nervous. Chef, chicken.
Chicken is going in now.
Yeah?
I'm gonna baste it just now.
Time, 15 minutes to go.
Cannot be true.
15, 1-5.
No way, chef.
Yes way. And remember, guys, we're judging on the cooking techniques. 13 minutes to go.
I just want this chicken to cook.
Okay.
Tiro did a great dish, and Yolandi did a great dish too, you know? And I mean, it's not really about who wins at the end of the day, it's about the union and us really using the products that we were given.
Let's wait and see what's happening. Watch.
Okay. How far am I? I have no clue at this point, but we're gonna get there regardless.
This is called basting. So what we do, we melt the butter, then we toss it on top over the protein. It actually cooks it because the butter is hot. Looking at all the dishes, everybody did well. If it's really judged on technique, flavor, all those other things, I pushed my boundaries a bit, making my own pasta, filleting, deboning a whole leg quarter. That's a lot of skill. Even the ravioli, having a stuffing that is chicken as well. So look, I put all different types of techniques on that plate. It might look simple, but not very simple to execute.
You're still good. Yolanda?
Yes, chef.
Still excited?
Yeah, of course. Cooking is always exciting.
Victory, number one.
I know I'm lost. And I'm okay with that. But I'm just happy to have been here.
Guys, 3 minutes to go.
How many?
3.
Sure. Yeah, there's still a lot didn't it?
About mission.
Is this smoking chocolate?
What time is up, brother? The beer chicken, I was not sure it was fully cooked, but I think I pulled it out too early. If it doesn't rest properly, it's gonna obviously bleed on the plate. But I was a bit scared that after cutting it, all the flavorful juices are gonna stay on the chopping board, and then the drumstick is just gonna bleed out.
Are you counting down a minute?
I'm counting down, guys. Let's go.
Oh my God, this is just not what I envisioned.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Move away.
The plating was stressful. I feel like we should have had plating time. There's a cooking for an hour, and then there must be another 10 minutes to plate, I think.
Hewlett's,
South African sugar.
Chef Yolanda,
Hi, chef.
how was the experience?
It's not fair. That was not fair.
It's not fair.
Yes. I think he is going to enjoy the balance. That's what I think. And I think food is about balance.
Honestly, the chicken is nice and moist and soft, and
the puree.
The puree might be a bit overpowering, but the coleslaw is nice.
The rice.
The slow rice, it balances all the three dishes together.
Thank you, chef.
Thank you.
Because I've known him for so many years, I think he knows that I can do better. Yeah, that's the number one point. He's just gonna say like, you've been international, you've been cooking for so long, I taught you this and that. So
take us through the whole...
So this is a beer chicken with some roasted vegetables. Traditionally, you would do it in the braai stand, but because we are indoors today, I just chose to use the oven.
Okay.
So I just kept it simple. Yeah, as you can see, the chicken is well cooked.
Is it well cooked?
Yes. It's well cooked.
It's not. Let me go and test the other.
So the sauce is been made by some onion, some garlic, some beer, salt and pepper. I just keep it simple.
The potato, butternut, and the sauce.
And the beer,
very nice. Impressive.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Something for a drunk night or
yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chef. Chef Tero?
Yes, Chef. How's it?
Good. How are you, man?
I know. Great.
What have you done?
I decided to keep it simple but with technique. Here I have a stuffed leg quarter. I have a homemade ravioli. And that ravioli as well, there's chicken. And nicely cooked.
So are you confident with your chicken?
Yes. It's something I nicely pan-seared and toss some butter on it. So it should be done. The sauce you have there, it has the castle beer. So I had some onion, thyme, a bit of that chicken Portuguese spice as well. Yeah. I don't know. It's my first interaction with Dave. We spoke earlier in the morning. The reaction I got from him while he was tasting didn't give out much. He's a judge. He's very professional with that. So I don't know what he's going to say. And I mean, I've been doing competitions as well. And for me, it's all up to the judge, really. It'll be those small little things that'll either make me victorious or just under.
Interesting flavors.
Stuck with technique more than production.
Interesting flavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys, thank you for this moment. And what happened today was you guys pulled out very interesting dishes, very exciting dishes. The techniques were there. I mean, I scored you on the flavor, the presentation, the use of ingredients, and the technique of using the main product. Chef Tero, I think from your end, you used all the flavors together. There was nice flavors that blended together in the dish, and for that, I mean, I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Chef KB, you went to town. You used the whole chicken. I think that was also very impressive with the time that you had. It was very critical. Chef Aya, it was amazing. I mean, going through the technique, the poaching, the puree, the use of ingredients, the slow rice. I think for me, that flavor was good. It was good. Nice flavor, subtle flavor in the citrus, very good taste overall. And, it was not easy. And you realize the scores are very, 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 it was close. But, at the end of the day, one has to make a decision. And making the decision is not always easy, but let me reveal the score as we go along.
Good luck.
And then our second place, Chef Tero. Okay. And first place. First place is Chef Kabza. And like I said, the reason for that, he used the main ingredients to, the wing, the thigh, the breast, and everything. And with the amount of time that we had, I think I commend him for that.
Thank you. Ladies first.
All right.
Cheers, Chef.
Salute.
Congratulations. Well, Chef, you're just lucky to get excited.
Welcome to our 20 years of South African Music Showcase, brought to you by Proudly South African. I am Melanie Bala, and I'm a radio news anchor, but once upon a time, in another lifetime, I was a music TV presenter. Now, in all fairness, we're never going to cover everyone and everything in the next hour, but we're certainly going to try our best. Music has always been a great unifier in South Africa, from our struggle songs to the anthems that we sing on sports fields, from the creation of our own unique sounds to some of the global successes that we're seeing today. South African music is unique and has produced some of the most iconic and memorable performances and tracks. Now, 2021 marks Proudly South Africa's 20-year anniversary. So it's only fitting that we turn our focus to some of the music that has shaped our journey as a country and the artists that were responsible for that, as well as the influence they're having on an entirely new generation of musicians. So without any further ado, let's get started. We're going to introduce you to our esteemed panel joining us today to discuss the South African music industry. And we're going to kick off with singer, songwriter, multi-instrumentalist, and the 2014 SAMA winner for Male Artist of the Year, Matthew Mole.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, good,
Thanks for joining us
Thanks
today.
for having me.
I want to jump
Awesome.
straight in and say you are the first South African artist to enter the iTunes chart, the album chart, at #1.
Yeah.
What was that like for you?
That was amazing. I mean, so I still consider myself to be very new to the South African music industry, but at that time, I was like I had just been introduced to
Yeah.
the music industry, and I just recorded my first album. So I didn't really have any expectations, and I didn't really know what could happen. I just thought, oh, I'm doing what I love.
Right.
And then the day that the album was released, I found out, it was #1, and I didn't even realize that meant it was the first South African album in South Africa at the time. So yeah, it was massive. It was amazing. I mean, all these things just started happening at once around that, and I was kind of like, wow, I just was happy to be releasing an album. So yeah, I was super grateful for all
How
of
did you
that.
find out?
I woke up, and the guy that was the head of the label I was with at the time, his name's Carl Anderson. He's amazing. He was trying to, there you go. He's a genius. I had a couple of missed calls from him, and then because I slept well that night. Not now, I wouldn't be sleeping very well knowing there's an album coming out the next day. And I woke up with a bunch of missed calls, and he sent me some messages. I called him, and he was like, oh, just so you know, your album is #1, and that means it's the first South African album to go #1. So yeah, it was a cool, I had a good relationship with him at the time, and still do.
Yeah.
And it was really cool to go through that as like a new artist and a new relationship with the label. And yeah,
And I think it's always very cool when you go into something with zero expectations.
Yeah,
and
that's
to
I
be
love
so
that.
pleasantly surprised.
Totally.
Right?
I think it's a good way to live.
Well, thank you for joining me today. All right, let's move on to the second guest joining me today. You might recognize the name Boskasi from the huge, massive, super ginormous hit that was Casper Nyovest's Move For Me in 2019. She featured on that track, but she's super talented. She's a singer, songwriter, instrumentalist as well, a hip-hop dancer, and she has a degree in psychology and anthropology. Please help me welcome Boskasi. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming through today.
I'm honored to be here.
It's
How are you
awesome.
doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Hey, Matthew.
How's it going?
Good.
Have you guys met?
Yes, we did.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to jump into, your name is Nicole Davey.
Correct.
The stage name you use is Boskasi.
Yes.
And tell me about that. What does it mean to you, and why do you use it?
So the word, so I use it as a name. Of course, it's my stage name, but the word Boskasi actually means bushy hair in Afrikaans. So I'm from Cape Town, and my grandma always used to be like, "Kom, ek wil die hare kam, die Boskasi," right? So she used to refer to my hair as Boskasi. And as a colored woman growing up, girl growing up, I wasn't always secure in my identity. There were always things that were wrong, or especially when it comes to hair.
Yeah,
and
huge
I thought,
issue in the colored community. Huge.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So when I, took to music and to the stage, I was thinking of a artist name, and I was like, I want something that's going to represent me fully, and other colored girls that can look at me and be like, she also has hair like mine.
That they see you.
And it's okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that was all in all, that was the sort of motivation behind having a name rooted in my roots, if that makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense. And I think on the panel, I'll introduce everyone else in a moment, but I guess you're the newest to the music space.
For sure.
What has your journey been like so far?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I before I got catapulted into the commercial music scene through the song with Casper Nyovest, I was doing open mics religiously in Johannesburg around Braamfontein, because I was studying at the time, and that's when the passion was really ignited, and I was like, this is something I want to take further and do full time once I complete my studies. So before I was in this huge music industry now, I was just a little girl playing the guitar at open mics and being like a resident artist playing the guitar at bars and restaurants where people are clinging their plates, but you're just there fulfilling your
You're
passion.
just there at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but coming into the industry has been eye-opening to say the least. I'm so grateful to be here and have been accepted in this way now after having released my own solo project. Yeah. So there's still so much to come, so I'm really excited.
We'll talk about those eye-opening moments in a bit.
Absolutely.
Because I'm sure everyone has a story.
For sure.
Let's move on to my third guest today. I don't even know where to begin with her, because she's literally a legend in the South African music industry. Her debut album came out in 2011. And if there was a record that existed, she broke it, like all of them, with the album Loliwe. I want to welcome Zahara to the stage. Hello, honey. Hi. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank
It's good to see you.
It's so great to see you. It's
Can
always
you give us
wonderful.
a little bit, though? How do you stay beautiful? Can you give us a chance?
Tune into my YouTube channel, hit like and subscribe, and I'll tell you how that works. But really, it's so good to see you. Like I say, your debut album came out 2011. You won 8 Sama Awards in one night off of a debut album. 8.
Correction, 9.
Was it 9 that night?
Because it was Friday.
Yes.
1,
right.
The remix of Lengome, and then 8 that night.
Even on a remix on your debut album, babe?
Yep.
That's incredible. How have you been? What have you been up to? You know, you've been a bit quiet. Your last album we were chatting was 5 years ago.
With Godi.
Yeah.
We'll be going to 5 years. I've been good. You know how it is here in the music industry. Like I was listening to Matthew when he was talking. Sometimes when I came, I wrote Loli a long time ago. I wrote Destiny, all my songs, and Twalo. My whole album, I wrote it when I was still at home, when I passed my matric.
Yeah.
They found me playing busking. And I was listening to you saying, playing in the clubs. And I was like, that's my girl.
I know that.
I know that. Because I used to busk.
Yeah.
So I was playing my songs, and they discovered me.
Yeah.
And then I came. You know, when you have a passion and you have a dream for something, you don't know, you don't ask for anything else.
Sure.
Because for me, it was to come here and inspire. Not only to come to Joburg. I didn't even know about Joburg.
Yeah.
I thought Joburg was for the TV people. About the TV people. For me, it was just people to hear my voice.
Yeah.
And to inspire people, give hope. They must know. I'm a village girl. That's why I'm proudly a country girl.
Sure.
Because I am.
Sure. And you own that. That's you.
Yes, that's me. I'm a village girl. Dintombi yaselalini.
Yes.
Ayizujika lonto le. So ndiyazinga ngalonto. So when I came, and how have I been? There've been so much up, downs and ups.
Yeah.
Obviously, because I had to learn, because they were part of the industry that I did not understand.
Sure.
When it comes, more especially when it comes to business. But still, when it comes to that, I still stood up because my mother, I remember 2014 when I was like, Mama, I'm coming home.
Yeah, you'd had enough.
Yeah, because it's like, now, you should judge me by my music. You should not judge me, but what are you eating?
Yeah.
Is she eating Weet-Bix now? She shouldn't.
Yeah.
She be eat what not.
Yeah, the pressure is a lot.
I know. So they started judging me because they knew. I don't have to prove that I can break records. I've been breaking records. I'm still have to break my own record. When it comes to record sales, when it comes to winning awards, when it comes to everything, singing, I don't have to break records. So now they have to find something.
Yeah.
So I was like, Mama, it's like now I'm not judged by what I came for. Can they judge me what I came for? And my mother reminded me one thing.
Yeah.
And she said, you're giving up on your dream. I'm like, I'm not giving up. I can still go and inspire people all around the world. You see what I mean? I don't have to be belonging to somebody.
Sure.
I don't have to be, I can be at home with her. So she said, what did I say? This is what my mother always said. A child is born with their hands like this.
Yeah.
Well, you should know.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. They're born with their hands like this. No child is born with their hands. Their hands, they're open. So it's up to you. When you find what you were holding, it's up to you to let it go.
Yeah.
Or you'll be like Tata Mandela. And you'll be like, I'm going to walk towards this. I have found what I was born for. I'll walk towards it.
Yeah.
And then I will find my destiny.
Yeah, to hold on to it tightly.
Tightly.
Yeah.
Like I said. Like Zahara said, that's me. Zahara did the song. This is what kept me going.
Yeah.
Destiny. Everything may be rushing on me. Everything may be too slow on me. But I'll be here holding it down. I know where I'm going. I know.
Wow.
Where
That voice, babe, that voice is incredible. Wow. On that note, let us introduce the last member of our panel. He is a pop culture commentator. He's been on radio, he's been on television, he got his start in journalism, he's been a Sama judge, and now, in fact, is spokesperson for the Samas. Please help me welcome Leslie Mofokeng. Hi, Les. Hey, Les, how are you doing?
I'm great.
That's
how are you doing?
Awesome.
Yes,
Good,
I'm not going to
welcome.
make me sing like...
No. We one just three singers and you me. The two who
you
can't
can call
sing.
me an honorary member of Mikasa.
Really?
The 4th member, yeah.
Did that happen?
Well, not really.
I'm going to need receipts.
It's just my dream.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And I think your role on the panel today is important because in as much as it's the singers, the songwriters that make up the music industry, they're also part of a bigger machine. And that machine is around media and other players in the space. What was it for you? Because you started off court reporting, right?
Yeah.
You were a court reporter. Yeah. And then in 99 you said, then let me try something different, and you landed up in the entertainment space. What was it for you that said, I like this, I want to be here, I want to stay here, I want to cover this?
Was it not Studio Mix? Was it not the music from the 90s? Was it not the energy of Kwaito music and the new sounds that were coming up and the new celebrity that we were witnessing as South Africans at that time? I mean, democracy was about, 5 years old, less than that. And so it was an interesting space, and there was a shift. Yeah. And I really wanted to be in that space. I covered courts. I mean, there were cases about neighbors fighting over goats or somebody's house. and I thought there must be another space that will set my soul on fire, and that was music, because I realized that obviously as South Africans we love music. We are soulful people. And the shifts that were happening in that space were just too great to ignore.
Yeah. So, who were the artists who shaped you as a young man? Who did you listen to?
Whoa, as a young man, my father's LPs of the Commodores, and locally, I'd like to think that Brenda Fassie played a big role in terms. There you go.
That's it.
There you go. There's Brenda Fassie over there. And obviously Mama Miriam Makeba. By the way, it's her birthday today as we record this today.
Yeah, it is.
Should
have been 89.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, and I got to meet her, by the way, but anyway, later. I loved the music that was coming out of the townships. I mean, Steve Kekana was quite huge when we were growing up.
Massive.
And obviously then came TKZ and came Bongo Muffin and came the great era of groups. Where we had even Abashante. Those were great days.
Crowded Crew, Crowded Crew, Alaska, like, come on.
Crowded Crew from
Muffin, all those guys. Yeah.
That's the energy I'm talking about, of the early or the late 1990s and early 2000s, when young people were expressing themselves, black voices were coming through, and finally saying, our part and claiming our space and taking up space. So
like
it was
said,
a great time.
Reclaiming it.
Claim the space, take up space. Those are great times.
I want to jump to your musical influences, Boskasi, because you actually grew up in the Netherlands. You left South Africa when you were 11.
Yeah.
Both your parents are musicians, yes?
They're musically inclined. No. My dad would be like, I'm the musician. No, my mom played the trumpet. My dad was a singer,
Okay, awesome. So obviously there's music at home, and a lot of it. What were you listening to here? What were you listening to there in Amsterdam? And how did you keep a connection to South Africa while you were away?
So when growing up, before we moved, pre-11, my parents, as you said, were musically inclined, my brother as well. So in the house, we were listening to a lot of Cape Townian music, which are the sounds of the streets. So in Cape Town, we have these sounds called Guma and Yard music. So the Klopse, people might be familiar with the Klopse, the Koen Carnival that happens on the 1st and 2nd of January every year. That was a ritual. We had to go there every year, and we are, like you said, we're so soulful as South African artists, and that connected to my soul. So an extension of that was Cape Jazz.
Yes.
And so we had Abdullah
so
Ibrahim,
unique. So,
absolutely. Abdullah Ibrahim, also known as Dollar Brand, Yuma Sikela, Jimmy Dludlu. We had Tony Schilder, a lot of Cape Town, and Abdullah, of course, is Cape Townian. So. Yeah. We were listening to that all the time. And then when we went overseas, I think my mom always wanted to play that specific music to keep the connection to home. So we would often just put on like Guma sounds on YouTube or listen to, LPs from back here. And that was a way for us to keep connected. And what being over there allowed me to grow closer to South African music in a way that I don't think I would have grown close in that way had I stayed here. And so when I was there, I was what, 11, 12, listening to.
Were your parents there?
Yeah.
Yes.
With you?
Yeah.
Didn't they want you to be a nurse or a doctor?
No, thankfully, because of their career,
choices.
Because of their choices, they were also they allowed me to be an artist, and they wanted me to explore, all the fields that you can, grow up into.
And I hear what you're saying, because I think being away from home does make you more nostalgic. Absolutely. It does, that absence makes the heart grow fonder thing, where you think, I need to find a way. Whereas here, you often take it for granted.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
Matthew, I want to jump to you. What were your influences growing up? Who did you listen to?
Yeah.
Your dad also plays an instrument, right?
Kind of similar, but also musically
Listen, your parents are sitting at home horrified that you guys are denying their musical abilities.
No.
Can I just say?
Not at all. No, the opposite. Yeah, my father, he played guitar and sang all the time.
Yeah.
And so me as a young kid, he was like this legend musician.
Oh.
But to him, it was just something he did for fun at home. So other than that, there wasn't a whole lot of music in my upbringing and at home.
Yeah.
Just because I think our family was super close. It's myself and my sister and our parents.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful for that. Super close, super supportive. And there wasn't a whole lot of music, though, outside of like the music you'd hear at church on a Sunday kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was exposed to, was that at like
so
every
how did you gravitate towards it?
music?
Yeah.
Was because of my dad. So seeing him every now and then just whip out a guitar and then he starts singing it, and he's genuinely good. I'm not just being biased. He's actually really good at singing and playing.
Yeah.
I would be exposed to that all the time, and that was kind of like I kind of like how limited like all the music was that I was exposed to was that, and then like other people maybe people playing music at church kind of thing. So it was really just seeing how much he enjoyed it and how much he enjoyed us enjoying it.
Yeah.
I said to him one day, I was like 10 or 11 years old, I was like, please teach me how to play this instrument because it looks amazing. And then he somehow got hold of an old classical guitar. And what I'm very grateful for is that he taught me, if I want to learn how to just kind of he didn't say it in these words, but he said, if I want to learn how to feel organic and natural when I play, I need to sing when I do that. And so I didn't think singing was anything I would enjoy. I just did that. And
because you wanted to learn the guitar.
Exactly. I wanted to learn the way he was doing it. And so, so I'm very grateful. It was all kind of, I've never had any theory training or any, I don't know any of that. I feel very intimidated by people that do know that stuff. But so I'm very grateful for the way it was all just kind of organic and natural. Even though I feel very undereducated,
not at all.
I'm very grateful.
But I think that's the beautiful thing about music is that you can have all the education in the world,
100%.
but it still has to come from somewhere within.
And
you.
I know that chord, I know a couple more as well.
No, I mean, you also picked up the guitar, was busking. Like you said, you were busking on the
still
streets.
don't know. Don't ask me about chords.
Do you know how to play an A? Can you play an A chord?
See, now you've lost me. It's
easier than anyone. No, I don't know either.
I wanted to say, Zahara, Les mentioned that Miriam Makeba's birthday. I know she was a huge influence for you. Huge. Tell me about that connection to Mama Africa.
Well, I'm a village girl, like I said, country girl. So at home, we grew up. The only thing that was playing that there was the only thing that we were listening to.
Sure.
And like you said, We didn't know church until we were forced to go to church, until we got to a certain stage where you decide for yourself to go to church.
That stage was normally 18, but yeah.
Already I was a Sunday school teacher when I was 9 years old.
Wow.
A leader of a worship team when I was 13 years old, until I came to Joburg. I was a youth pastor. And Mama Miramakeva, my father and my mother, they loved her.
Yeah.
At that stage where I was, when I was at, I couldn't understand, but I could connect. I didn't know why. So they used to play, like, she had a way of saying a message, but I don't know how, please tell me.
Effortless, classy.
But it's because of political and what, but she had a way of, you guys will understand what she's saying without...
Just relatable.
Yeah, to tell you a message. I'm not talking about you feel good, but to tell you how they
like Nanzindo Demnyama.
Nanzindo Demnyama, very good was not in Demnyama. But to convey a message, but to you guys who understand. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to inspire and send a message, even though, because I guess that's why I became a poet. Because I started being a poet before I sang. Because she had a way. I am telling you, you're thinking, so you dancing to that song, you don't know the message. You know what I mean? So it's always the appetite era. Because as we thinking of pata, which is somebody's touching you, it's not about that. It's like every time. There are those people there after you. She was conveying a message. That's what I wanted to do. That's why she's big. And the worst thing is, I'm born on the 9th of November, and she passed on the 9th of November.
Oh, wow.
For me, it was like a queen. She had to go so that the princess
so that you could step into that.
And you must remember, since Brenda Fassie is born in November too.
That's right. I actually want to talk about Brenda. We have to talk about Brenda, because I think, if we look at quintessentially the blueprint for a pop star in this country, it is Brenda Fassie. She was an unknown. She'd been in Joy.
Well, I mean, first with Tiny Tots
and then yes. But, she was technically an unknown, and she came in and literally redefined how South Africans looked at pop music and pop stars, because she was the one who sold out stadiums, caused pandemonium wherever she went, broke records in terms of the sales. The number of albums that she sold was unprecedented. And I know we've used unprecedented a lot during the pandemic, but really, it was unprecedented at the time. So let's start with you. Let's just touch on her significance, her impact on the trajectory of where South African music went to.
Well, Mel, when I started journalism or entertainment journalism in 1999, Brenda Fassie was kind of going through some sort of a dip. And I remember she released an album called Paparazzi that did not really sell. And she was not really, at her peak, so to speak. And then 2000 came along, and Vulindlela came.
And she said, I'm back.
And absolutely, she broke records, and she was back on top. And I mean, she didn't live long after that. After 4 years, she was gone. But her impact obviously dates back to Weekend Special in whatever, 83 or 82. And I like the descriptions the words that you chose about unprecedented and redefining or really defining what an African pop star is. She was very controversial. She loved the attention. She knew how to use the media.
Yes, very well.
The media also used her.
Yes, unfortunately.
Sold newspapers and all of that. But she had an energy that you could not match. You could not find words to really describe the tsunami that Brenda Fassie was. Whenever she released an album, it was an occasion, it was a moment. And newspapers, radio stations, television, everyone would be lining up to hear what Brenda's got to say. She would say the most outrageous things. I mean, she would do the most crazy things.
But also because she knew it would land her on the front page of the paper, which would get her the attention.
Mandela banana.
There you go. That's typical Brenda Fassie. But I think that above all, she really had a voice that that can never be replicated. I mean, people keep saying this is the next Brenda Fassie.
And I wish they'd stop saying that. Because, everyone's unique. Like,
everyone is
stop
unique.
saying that.
Everyone has something to offer.
Yeah.
I mean, people can reinterpret or can cover her music, but there can never be another Brenda Fassie. There'll always be, Brenda Fassie from Makana Square, I think. That's the address in Cape Town, in Langa. But yeah, Brenda Fassie really put South Africa on the map. She did take the sound across the continent and the world. And it's something, or her life story is what our musicians, I wish, could actually learn from.
Sure.
Not just the good, there's also the bad. We really have to be honest about her life and the choices that she made and the kind of mistakes that were made in terms of contracts, in terms of lifestyle choices, in terms of
made by her, made by others around her.
Exactly. So that's the blueprint you're talking about. I think everyone can take a page from her life and say, I want to avoid this, or I want to do this, or I really think the Brenda Fassie story still needs to be told.
I'm going to throw this out there, and there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. It's for you, okay? I want you to pick what you feel is your ultimate South African song. Like I say, there's no right or wrong answer. It's for you. And I'll throw mine out there. There's a song that I absolutely love that was done by Joy called Paradise Road.
Oh, yeah.
Way back in the day. But I think for me, that it's a song I listen to and I'll get goosebumps today. Like now, if we listen to it, right? Because it's beautiful, it's haunting, it's well written, the music, and it's timeless. For me, it's timeless. So that would be my song. So who would like to go? Because everyone's like, oh God, don't pick me. Who wants to go first? You can go, Matthew.
One. I mean,
okay.
The song always, even when someone just asks your favorite song, always comes to my mind. So especially favorite South African, Johnny Clegg, Great Heart. It's like obviously a classic.
Yes.
A lot of it's come up on social media a lot lately, and whenever I think of that song, I also get goosebumps. I mean, there's a few versions of that song, and obviously they're all amazing. But then when you listen to that original version, like from however long ago, it's amazing. I mean, I wasn't even born when the song was recorded. You don't want me to say
Yes.
I will ruin the memory of the song. But I love that song. I mean, a lot of people can agree that it's
definitely a classic. I think so, without a doubt.
It's amazing, man.
What's Cassie?
I think mine was Vulindlela. I know we've mentioned it a lot today, but it's such a classic. The auntie that used to look after me, Lucy, so dear to my heart when I was really young, used to sing it all the time. And I was like, Auntie Lucy, please teach me the words to the song, So when we used to go on walks or just walks around the area, she used to sing it, and I was always like, wow, this is a beautiful song. Weekend specials are so amazing.
Yeah.
That one I used to sing the top of my lungs.
I think we all sang that one.
It's the vibe. Yeah.
It definitely was. Sahara?
At least you say it too, so I can say it too.
You see now, guys.
You say it too, so I can say it too. Because for me, obviously, Vulindlela is the best.
Yes.
But Mama Makeba, because I was raised by that song. You know it's an African.
I'm not going to sing.
That's yours.
It's an African song called the African Sunset. Yes, African Sunset.
That's your
Mama
ultimate.
Yes.
Les?
I still haven't decided.
What?
But I'm surprised you didn't pick Loliwe because I think it's a great.
I know, that's the best. Honestly.
I don't understand why you didn't pick it. I think
giving
you're
other
being
people a
modest.
chance.
Loliwe is the best for me in South Africa.
Yeah.
I promise you.
I think Loliwe and Nomvula by Nati, those are
that's
kind
a
of
good one
classic.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go all the way back to Ndate Khafasimenya and Mela Dambulu. They really delivered great music. And my personal favorite, Mes Bongile Khumalo. I wanted to pick something from her, but I don't know which one. And there's also Vusinova. I love love songs.
Yes.
There's a song he has called Ndikuthandile. I cannot get over that song.
I should not sing.
Di tu tamde, di nalo.
I love that song.
I think it's weird. I think
can somebody pay me for singing on this?
Okay, we'll sort you out.
Good harmonies there. That's great.
I was going to say, I was going to use the word underrated, but that's wrong about Vusi Nova because he's not underrated. But I just feel he doesn't get as much attention as he should because he's a brilliant songwriter, as you said. Brilliant songwriter.
Absolutely stunning.
You know, and we don't pay enough attention to that. I think this is what makes it so difficult to have a discussion in a short amount of time about South African music, is that there are so many great artists in each generation, and we've seen it as the music has evolved. Like you said, from the jazz, you know, in the early 40s, 50s, 60s, to the swing, and then we had disco, then we had bubblegum, then we had kwaito, then it's house, now we're on amapiano. Like it literally, it just, you know, the alternative rock, Afrikaans, everything. It's just, there is so much music and it's so rich. And that's why I said right at the top of this that, you know, we're never going to get through the entire music spectrum. But let me bring it back a little bit to today. Who are you vibing with or to at the moment? What artists are you hear that on the radio, you're like, that's my song, or whatever. Who are you feeling? Matthew?
Give me some time.
I'll give you a sec. Zahara, who are you vibing to now?
Borderline by Brandy.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna borderline.
No, but wait. Did you say Brandy?
Brandy.
No, we don't want Brandy here. Okay.
The problem is so difficult, and because what has been
so much.
Besides, what's been thrown to you, now I'm gonna be honest. What's been thrown to your face and to your ear? It's only on a piano.
No, yeah.
There is a lot of that.
You're trying to think who.
But I do think, I mean, to a large degree, I get you, and I hear that in terms of programming and radio and television, a lot of that is put out there. But I personally, so I made an effort a couple of years ago to just start exploring a lot more South African music, my choice. So I will go on to whatever, iTunes, Spotify, and kind of see what's new, who has something new out. And I've come across some amazing South African artists that aren't getting necessarily the airplay they deserve, but are doing great things. You know, Amonga K, I love Elaine, I love, you know, all these different people that you kind of have to look for. And I think that's your responsibility as a consumer of music, is that you've got to say, what do I want to hear? And so if you're not hearing it on radio or wherever, switch it off.
Say something.
Also, but switch it off and find it. And find it.
There's also a whole lot of kids.
But the problem, even when you go even on iTunes, what you're going to find? You're going to find them.
No, there's new releases and things. You literally can.
What about people like us? I'm an old soul.
I'm going to plug you. I'm going to hook you up with like a playlist.
I'm an old soul.
I'm going to hook you up with a playlist.
If I hear when they play, I go and listen to Tracy Chapman.
Same. Lauren Hill, Erica, we stay there. Those are my staple albums.
It doesn't make sense for me. Anything, I go back there. Because I'm an old soul.
I'm going to send you a playlist with some hot new stuff. Trust me. Trust me. You're saying, Matthew?
I was going to say, there's also a whole lot of kids on social media. I mean, everyone, they're growing up with the social media, and they're some amazing songwriters. I've come across a few like young kids that don't have any music out. They just have their TikTok or Instagram account.
They're beats that they're putting out.
Yeah, but they're like amazing songs. That's a cool place to be.
I mean, let me stick to Tracy Chapman.
Who are you?
For me, I agree with Zara. You know, I have like 6 or 7 staple albums that I go back to. You know. Joel Scott, Tracy Chapman, etc., etc. But currently, for me, as a representative of Cape Town, Youngster is just like I feel so represented. You know, he speaks about the truth of growing up colored or growing up in Cape Town, growing up in the flats, and you know, having the Afrikaans, which I call it. You know, the lingo that we speak in Cape Town, Afrikaans. You know, just bringing that to the forefront. And we are South African as well, and we have our story to tell. And that's
and he highlights that.
100%, so very beautifully. Well. That's my favorite.
Current vibe.
Just to mention another one, Francois van Coke is also. He's done so much as well. And a lot of. I mean,
he's consistently,
consistently good. Never understood how he's kind of done so much.
Agreed.
He's a very inspiring guy.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's your jam. All right. Noted. Les?
I was hoping you won't come to me because
you got like 30.
I'm here. No, because I'm sitting here as the spokesperson for the summer.
Yes.
So it's gonna be like
that you're picking the favorites.
But by the way, in terms of processes, summers do not actually pick the winners. There's an independent panel of judges.
Yes.
We don't even get to know until the night.
So is there a group of persons, someone you're vibing to that you're thinking, I like this?
The song that I used to walk in, Mamela by Mikasa, I really love their vibe. I love where they're going. I also love gospel. I love Lebus Khobela. I love... Obviously, she's supposed to release sometime this year.
No pressure, we're just saying.
No, I am releasing. I'm done in
TikTok.
the studio.
TikTok.
Yeah. I know. Right? The whole world is waiting.
Yeah. So there's, and I want to say agree with what Matthew's saying about new music and TikTok and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And just this new energy from Amapiano and Gom and the new kind of kwaito. I don't know if it's the original kwaito from back
There's a lot
then.
of throwbacks that you're hearing in the music now.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. And I'm not so big on hip hop. I really need to up my game.
I love hip hop. I'm a hip hop head. Yeah. That's my stuff. But
I love Kulichan. I love Motswako music. I think the loss of WHP is still felt until now.
Huge. Absolutely.
But it's great music.
I was going to say with Kwaito though.
Yeah.
I'm not, maybe because I'm an old soul, right?
Yeah.
Can't we keep things the way they are? Like, now if we're going to put Kwaito in our new things and everything, we're going to lose what Kwaito was all about.
But isn't that part of the journey? It needs to evolve.
No, there's no journey there. Do your own thing. No, do your own thing.
That's brilliant. I love how you're just like, no. The music will not evolve.
Journey. We can't now. I have to hear, for example, let's say it's and now say fuck somewhere.
You don't want to hear that.
I want what I heard and I loved, and it actually made me grow to be the kind of person I am. I don't want to hear it somewhere else. Can it stay on its lane and
I will disagree with you.
Be inspired.
I will disagree with you. I think that's what music does. It evolves. It changes.
I mean,
if you want to make hits,
borrows from
but if you want to make hits,
Absolutely.
if you want to make hits, but if you are here to stay is because of what you love, then you stay on your lane. I will never take somebody's song and do. If I will have to do it, it will be a tribute. Sing it like it was. So that
I think there's a difference. I would say don't misuse it. Don't misuse it, but revise. You can go back and say, how has this inspired me? And it must be sincere.
Yes,
there must be sincerity and respect, and it can be revised in maybe a 2020, 2021 way, because the way music is being consumed now is so different,
Exactly.
There's no more albums.
Exactly.
We're not consuming albums. We're consuming, quick
But which is a 2021 way?
We still we in Feb only, so we'll find out.
It doesn't really matter. You do your own thing.
For sure.
You are 50. You're still walking on lane.
But
we can be inspired, right?
Exactly. I think they're two very different things. I think it's absolutely okay to do a tribute or a cover and cover it as
That's
is.
what I'm saying.
But then to do it in a 2021 way where you're sampling or you're using bits from the song that have inspired you, I think that's amazing. I mean, I'm hearing, funny enough, a lot of TKZ and a lot of the new stuff that's coming up. The lines, the samples, the hooks. And that's 20 years ago already.
And sampling's not a new thing.
Yes.
Sampling is, it dates back. It's the essence of a lot of how
Even TKZ sampled all
100%.
Yeah.
So, like I say,
I don't want to be sampled.
Disclaimer.
You're killing me, sis. You're killing me.
It's just the way, I think the way in which we do it, there needs to be a level of, deep respect for the song that was and how you're going to use it going forward.
Very quickly, I want to touch on this issue of sort of culture and globalization, because you made mention, Boskazi, of how the kids are consuming music, right? So if you look back in our history, a lot of the artists that got international recognition were because they put South African culture right at the forefront. So it was Johnny Clegg and Savuka, Ladysmith Black Mambazo, Soweto Gospel Choir winning Grammys. You know, these are the people who got the attention for honoring and revering South African culture. However, now we've got Nasty C on a track with Ari Lennox. We've got Elaine in LA doing big things. We've got Mikasa's on the new Coming to America soundtrack. So the world is right here. It's right here. And before, where you wouldn't, because you know, you guys won't remember this, but I remember there was this huge debate in the 90s around South African R&B and hip hop will never do well, because why would the Americans listen to it when they have their own, right?
Sure.
That was literally, it was written off. Hip hop and R&B was like, South African versions of it will never work because other people are doing it better. But here we are. So I want to look at how you navigate that space as a South African musician, honoring who you are, your culture, and where does that fit in the broader global space? Because you're about to head off on tour. Right?
Yeah.
You're going to Europe shortly.
Yeah, depending on how things go in the world. But I think luckily for us, because we are from here, this is home, it's like, it's in us, so that's hopefully going to come out naturally. If you, like what you're saying, if you stick to who you are, stay true to yourself, it's going to come out. And I think it's so amazing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're in South Africa. We don't really know how our music is affecting the rest of the world until you really hear about the big stuff happening. But it's amazing to hear, because South Africa is super diverse. I can't think of anywhere else in the world that's got as much of a diverse industry. So I think luckily, or I'm grateful for the fact that we are from here and that it's ingrained in us. So staying true to yourself, that's going to come out, and the rest of the world will be drawn to that because it's such a fresh thing. South Africa is like always bringing out something that's fresh and very South African that no one else in the world has been able to produce. So yeah, I don't know, I'm just grateful to be from
If I can touch on that, I think there's a big thing on the right way or the wrong way, you know, on how to do music and what should go forward internationally and what doesn't deserve to be at the forefront. If Nasty C grew up listening to hip-hop music and that's the way he tells his story, it's important for him to tell his story that way, you know. If I grew up listening to Klopse and Guma music, and I want to tell my story through that becomes my narrative and that's my truth. So, you know, your truth is important, and not the standard of which we should adhere to, or you know, the standard that's put out there for us. So we can get to LA by doing hip hop. We can also get there by doing you know, speaking from our culture or taking from our how we grew up, you know. So
because you're right, you know, your truth is never wrong.
Absolutely.
It's yours.
Absolutely.
It's never wrong.
Also, not everyone is meant to be in Hollywood. You know, not everyone is meant to be that. If you know, we don't know what our mission is in essence, you know, and if that is to tell your story here to South Africans because you don't know whose eyes you are opening here, then so be it, you know. I know we aspire to go there, but it's being content with the story you're telling and who receives that, I guess.
With your lane.
Me, I was going to say, when I grew up, everything, even when I came here in Joburg, what you know, it's like Africa is not fruitful enough for you. It's like you are working to actually go overseas. You know, working for Africa. You're working to actually go overseas. It's not about that. Because even the people that you see overseas, it's because of the connections they have. It might not be the talent too. It's not about going overseas. That's the reason why they come in here. Because we are fruitful here. This is the heart of the world, Africa. You don't have to go anywhere. I'm okay here. If I go there, go to Inspire and come back home.
Sure.
It's not like I'm enticed with, for example, people are thinking, when you win a Grammy, it's like you've
made it.
You've made it. No. Even those Grammys, they are orchestrated. Everything is orchestrated sometimes. It's about being content about who you are and where you are and what you do.
Absolutely.
I was born in Africa, and I've always been the daughter of the soul of Africa, and I'm proud to be one. I don't have to go and fight with Beyonce or say I must be in the chart with Beyonce. No, it's not about charts. It's about for me, it's about how many souls have I helped here at home. I'm not about competing with nobody. I'm here. About souls. So people would think every time, even if boxing people, we've got world champions here, even with boxing, never mind even, we've got world champions in everything. They come from this soil, but they'll be recognized when they go over, or like abroad.
I think in a way we're all agreeing, because what we're saying is do what you do, right? Do what you do. You're not doing it for the international recognition, but it's in the doing what you do and honoring your culture that sometimes there's external appreciation for it, but even if that doesn't come, that's also okay. I think we need to wrap it up, guys. We're running a little bit out of time, but something I do want to touch on, because I think it's a reality and it's something we can't ignore. I mentioned Europe about to go on tour, but your tour was postponed because of the pandemic. You recorded an album during lockdown. You were meant to have a residency that didn't happen.
Paris, and then I wasn't. I was gonna have a tour overseas. I was gonna start in Europe. They have everything. I was only gonna be back here in October.
Wow.
So think about it, from February till October last year. So
you would have been gone out of the country, like
out
8
of the
months.
country,
So my question is this: is the pandemic? How has it made you relook your music plans? Because the musicians have been the most brutally affected, I think, by lockdown, without a doubt. How has it made you relook your music plans? Or did you literally say, I'm just going to pause and wait it out, and then when things are better, I'll continue?
For me, like I always said, I do my music because I want to inspire and give hope, but I understand I need bread. But for me to just do it for the sake, I can't. For example, you said, I have a residency, and I'm the first one in Africa to have a residency in in Emperor's Palace. It's still there. We're still gonna start. Even my launch,
that's amazing.
Even my launch is gonna be there.
That's amazing news.
Yeah, it's still there. So it's about, don't just do things hasty. Because of the situation, that's how it's gonna go. For example, like I always say, let's say you're an artist, and then now because they're gonna tell you about the pandemic, and then they book you for 10,000 when you are charging 120,000, and then you take that to 10,000. Then we are off the pandemic. What's gonna happen? When
and
you
they
go
want to come back to you with the same.
They're going to be like, I booked you, remember? 10,000. How about 25,000? So this is what I did with the pandemic. If you did not save as an artist, you did not save. But this is what I did. I did not take those offers. I stayed in my lane. Yes. If they feel like, because if there's money there, they have money. They must give me, they can't take me from 120 and then put me to 10,000 because they're going to tell me there's pandemic. Then they must stay in the pandemic too. Let's all stay in the pandemic.
Just wait.
But it did change things. I promise you. People, they were forced to go do live in your room. You do
people doing Instagram lives,
live sessions in your room. Check now even the idols and everything. What's happening? Somebody. It doesn't have that effect that used to have when people they're in the audition and there are people. It changed a lot of things, and we did not have money in the pocket. But we had to survive the way we had to survive. Some of us. Think about not only musicians, everybody.
The entire, like I said, the entire industry was affected really horribly.
Affected. It doesn't really matter what you do. And I was thinking, if I'm affected like that as the biggest artist, how about those who are trying?
Still up and coming guys. Well, guys, tell me, it's like I said, you recorded an album during lockdown.
I recorded an album during lockdown. The first few months were rough. I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I can't make music like this. And there was a lot of negative talk to myself, you know, and luckily enough, I stopped that negative talk and I was like, actually, I can still create music. I can still do that, you know. And then I recorded the album when the restrictions dropped a little bit. Well, an EP, sorry, an EP. And that was beautiful. But the other end is the business side. You need to market your album. You need to be, normally you do shows. Normally you promote your album out there. So I had to use social media, which is, you know, we're not all well versed in that. So that was another lesson learned. So I've just been taking everything as lessons and skills and upskilling myself where I can to be more innovative and creative and use whatever resources I do have in the best way possible. I'm honestly, if I'm being honest right now, I'm working a job that doesn't have anything to do with music to keep, you know, the bread on the table.
But I think that's so important because you're keeping it real.
100%.
You know,
that's the reality.
You have to eat. You have to live somewhere. You have to do these things. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not giving up on my dream. You know, so I'll still be making music.
Not.
No.
Okay.
I'm still making music. I'm still pushing the EP. I'm still, you know, doing things related to music. So
that's awesome.
It's a balance.
Because as Zahara said, it will turn again. It has to turn again.
100%.
So I said, you're about to go off on tour.
Yeah.
What lessons did you learn out of the whole
I
experience?
learned a lot. I think like a lot of people, it seems like everyone took a lot, because everyone was just kind of forced into moments of quiet, which everyone realized how little of that they had in their lives, or at least I did, how much quiet I finally had, and how much I was kind of not stuck, but I was pretty much stuck with my thoughts and with everything going on in my head. I didn't have anything to distract me, and I loved that, actually. I mean, I hated it at first, but when I don't think anyone can fully learn how to deal with all of this stuff going on, but I've learned a lot about that and about myself, and I've put that into creativity, which has been flippin' amazing. I mean, it's been really cool to just kind of be real with myself and not let other people tell me what to do, and not let other people tell me what they think is going to work and all of that. So,
and all the other noise that usually would drown out your own voice was gone.
It's gone. All those distractions are gone. So, it's been at the end of it, or wherever we are now, and when we get to the end of it, it will have been a very positive experience. I know it's a very difficult thing. The world is dealing with it, and they're figuring it out. I mean, it seems like everyone's doing the best they can, but yeah. So the touring will happen. I mean, that'll come. I don't mind that stuff has to be postponed and all of that.
I think Les.
I want to talk about the Summer's experience, because
I was going to jump to you on that. Yes,
caught up in the mix, and you know, it was. The first lockdown happened in March.
And we were hard lockdown.
We were supposed to announce nominees in April and have the awards ceremony in May, end of May. And we just had to make plan B, plan C, and it didn't work out
all the letters.
until August. Until August is when we finally said, okay, we can roll the tape. And literally really roll the tape. It was virtual, and it was over 5 days. It was on a different broadcaster. And we had real great lessons that we learned about the audience that we're serving, about the industry that we're working in, and about having to make technology to work for you. It really has to work for you. Now we're going ahead this year. In April, we'll be announcing our nominees and having the virtual summers at the end of May, beginning of June. I think we're better prepared.
Yes.
We can handle it better.
We've had a year of experience.
Exactly. So, and we've got lessons from the last year when we're not really up there. Now we've had to become digital natives. Is that what they call them? Digital natives. And we had to be smart about it and make sure that we don't find ourselves not being able to communicate what we're trying to do. So we're very happy about, you know, what the lockdown has done. There are beautiful things that Matthew spoke about, you know, your time to yourself and all of those things. So there's always a silver lining.
Yeah.
And I think, for example, we've reached larger audiences by going virtual, these streaming services. And this year is not going to be different. We hope to attract a bigger audience and go on a bigger broadcast platform. So yeah, technology will have to work for us.
And I think just, you know, in closing, what you're saying is so relevant, because with this, everyone kind of has had to relook where they're at, what they're doing, how they're doing it. But I think as fans, it's given us a greater appreciation for musicians. And I think that is my position as we round off today, is to say every South African who's going to watch this, when the time comes and we can safely do so, to go out and to support South African musicians, to actually put our money where our mouths are, because now more than ever they need it, and not because they're South African, but because you guys are damn good. Like, you know, you're just damn
but
good.
Still, technology and stuff Me, I'm still struggling with my iPhone.
Okay, personally, I'm going to take Zahara for a tutorial after this webinar, and then I will give you an update. Stay tuned. Listen, Leslie, Boskasi, Matthew, Zahara, thank you so much for spending time with us today. We really appreciate it, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. That was certainly a fascinating. Panel discussion will be going into details on how to make it work better and how to ensure that these entities can play a stronger role in creating jobs and driving growth in this economy post-COVID-19. And so to facilitate the discussion, we are family and we mean business. I would like to invite Happy Ngidi. I was going to say back again, but we haven't had you in the physical, right? We had you in the virtual and in the video, but it's good to have you today in the physical. Happy Ngidi, the Chief Marketing Officer at Proudly South Africa, and I'm handing over to her for the grand finale discussion of the day. Thanks, Happy.
Thank you so much, Fifi.
A warm applause, please.
Thank you so much, Fifi, for that warm welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. As introduced, my name is Happy Ngidi from Proudly South African, and pleased to be facilitating this fantastic and very interesting discussion this afternoon. So just a bit of background regarding this discussion before I introduce our panelists for this afternoon. So we're discussing, we're family and we mean business. And so our reality as a country is that we simply do not have enough jobs in South Africa. And the private sector is unable to incorporate everybody seeking a job into their ecosystem because it is simply not possible. And so therefore, as a people, we are going to keep, it's a question, are we going to keep pointing at each other, or at the government for lack of jobs? Yes, the government is accountable to create an enabling environment that will result into jobs, and the rest of us are also required to play our part. And so, does South Africa have enough jobs? And the answer is no, we don't have enough jobs. So what are we going to do about it? Entrepreneurship has to work. The companies that we're about to chat to now are local businesses started and owned and run by family members. Hence, we are family and we mean business. They employ people, creating jobs, contributing to the value chain in their respective industries. They contribute to our economy, and ultimately, that translates to many households being taken care of. To hopefully, in that circle, start to deal with unemployment, inequality, and poverty, and most importantly, the social ills that we struggle with as a country. This, the thought process behind all of this, is influenced our decision, rather, as Proudly South African, to invite these incredible business people to unpack this reality that we are faced with as a country. They are families. They are all related, one way or another, mothers and sons, siblings, husbands and wives, fathers and sons. It's a local concoction that presents interesting dynamics we are about to unpack. But before we go into that, we have a competition that we're running because we're wanting our audiences to engage with us. This discussion is not only for us, it's for you, and we'd like you as an audience to engage with us. So we're running a competition because we feel like giving away something that is made locally. We all love to win something. So we're about to run a competition, and this is what you're about to win if you enter the competition. It's a Hisense flat screen that is made locally, and this could be yours by the end of this discussion. All you have to do is to listen attentively to the discussion, listen to everything that we're talking about with these incredible local businesses, and your question is at the end will be, how many businesses were introduced here today, and what are the names of these businesses? And so the question is twofold. The one part of it is how many businesses, what businesses were represented in this discussion today, and how old are we turning as Proudly South African this year? That's your question. I'll remind you, and that's what you stand to win. Without further ado, please help me welcome to the stage our panelists today, and I'm going to start with Brothers Beard, Vizole Kawanda, and his brother is Takura, and they own, welcome, come Vizole, come, fantastic. Do you want to sit on my far right? Left rather, there we go, welcome. What happens when two brothers start growing their beards? And then they want the beard to live its best life. I don't know if that's achievable, but we're about to find out. And so visiting a local pharmacy to see what they have in store didn't yield the results that you and your brother were hoping for, right?
Yes.
And so you were looking for a solution and you didn't find any. And that produced more questions for you than answers. And then you started your business. I like the fact that you faced a personal challenge where you couldn't find a solution to what you were looking for, and then you made a plan.
Yes.
Hence the business.
Yes.
Welcome. We can't wait to hear more from you. Sure. A round of applause, please. And great to meet you. And also, well, our second guest, rather, is a father and son business. They operate from Cape Town. The Green family, Malcolm Green, who is with us in the studio this afternoon. And Ricardo is online, connecting from Cape Town. Welcome, Malcolm. Please come sit next to me.
Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Welcome, Malcolm. So it's a father and son business. Malcolm and Ricardo Green are the driving force behind La Rikmal Wines, and they bring a combination of business experience and sound acumen, which has given La Rikmal brand a name in the industry. And in fact, today, here at the summit, they launch their incredible innovation. One of its kind, I'm told, Malcolm.
Yes, definitely.
Which is a wine kit.
Yes.
Listen, 6 bottles in one. I have a smile on my face. Problems are sorted. 6 bottles in one packet. And I'm told it's reasonably priced.
Yes.
It tastes amazing. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. Welcome,
Yes.
Malcolm. Is Ricardo on the line?
Yes, Ricardo's on.
Hello, Ricardo.
Hello, Happy.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you. Welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome, Ricardo.
Thanks for having us.
Alrighty. Your dad promises that he's going to take care of business today. But we're bringing you into the conversation.
No doubt.
No doubt. He will.
He'll do his best. No doubt.
He'll do a good job, right?
Definitely.
Alrighty. All right. So as we continue to introduce our guests, they are a married couple. Oh. We are about to find out if there's peace in the home. They are a married couple. They are executive producers of their own wedding a couple of years ago. Fantastic production, by the way. And they now co-own a local fashion line known as Pot of LNG, and they still look sane, rather. Relatively. They married, they produced their own wedding, and now they're in business together, and they still look okay. They look amazing, actually. And it is Dineo Langa and her hubby, Zotile Langa. Welcome, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Welcome.
Thank you
so much. Fantastic to have you here this afternoon. We can't wait to hear more. Alrighty, so we have a pot of, I told you it was a local concoction, right? I did warn you. So she's a former Miss South Africa. Her name is Bokang Mujane Shabalala, and her hubby is a football star husband. I refer to him as Shaba. Right? We all know Shaba. I can imagine that dribbling your skill on the soccer pitch. Spiwe Shabalala. And they created their own kiddies clothing range called SB Kids in 2018, created for young kids to embrace their Africanness and shine just as brightly as the heroes and princesses in other fairy tales. The brand is currently at retail stores. Please welcome, a warm welcome for Bokang and Spiwe. Welcome, guys. From wearing a throne that you still wear graciously years later, to dribbling and doing amashibobo on the soccer pitch, to manufacturing clothes. I know we're about to find out what's going on there. Fantastic to have you here, guys.
Thank you.
All righty. And then on the line, we have Vivian Kleinhans, who is one of the 7 siblings. Guys, I don't know what is going on in that house. And their business is called 7 Sisters. And Vivian, so great to see you. As usual, you always show up when you call up on you to come and talk to us. But Vivian is a co-owner of a business with her sisters 20 years later. I need to give you background. So it says that Vivian had a vision to change the destiny of her family after her father lost his job in the fishing factory when she was just a teenager. The family was consequently evicted from their home and dispersed amongst relatives outside of their hometown. 20 years later, the separated siblings, Brutus siblings, were reunited and began working towards realizing their vision of creating a business in the wine industry. What a heartwarming story, Vivian, but we're about to hear more about it. The 7 Sisters range is crafted to suit the personality of each of the sisters. And the business is a tribute to sisterhood and the celebration of a reunited family. Yeah.
Thank you, Happy.
I can't even begin to imagine dealing with 7 sisters. You need Jesus to show up and instill order, but we're about to find out. Welcome, Vivian.
Yeah, it's not easy. Thank you.
It's not
Thank
easy.
You, Happy.
I can imagine it's not easy. All right, so last but not least, we have now my favorite, Khemere. You know, I need water. Talk about Khemere, suddenly I'm thirsty. So most of us know that there's no typical local South African celebration without Gemere, right? Gemere le dikuku. Yeah. You can't say Gemere and cake. It doesn't quite match. Gemere le dikuku. Okay. And any sort of gathering really that has a sense of sharing, support, Ubuntu, and so on and so forth. We all know that. And Musibudi is the spirit of celebrating proudly South Africa's 21st birthday year. We hope, oh well, I'm asking you a question. Where's Musibudi? Please welcome, come. So she runs the business with her sister, who couldn't be with us today, but she's with us in spirit. Yes. And it's a family legacy. Yes. Took over from mom. And you're doing the things with the Gemer brand, right?
The most.
I'm hoping you brought Singwinyana for us.
I did.
In the spirit of celebrating our 21st birthday.
I did.
You did not?
I did.
Listen, let me tell you.
I did.
This guy on my left here brought a whole wine cellar. You brought nothing.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay,
it did.
All right, a warm welcome, round of applause for everybody, please, in the room with us today to welcome our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. So I want to encourage our audiences to send us questions, because this discussion really is for them. Send us questions in no particular order, and we will ask our panelists to answer those questions. But some of the questions I have for you now, for all of you, does it still feel like a good idea to be in business with family? Zotil, I'm starting with you because you're avoiding eye contact.
Strategy did not work out for me.
No.
Honestly, it's one of the best decisions I've probably ever made. To give you context, we got married in 2019, and a few months later, we were in a lockdown. And most people can attest to, being in one space with your loved ones for that long of a period of time, comes with its own challenges. For us, we didn't even get to honeymoon. We didn't get to, so this was it. This being in the space was essentially that, right? And, luckily for us, it came with such positivity, I think, for us, to the point where eventually it leads us on a path where we're starting a business together. Now, you need to be very strong as a couple to even, think of starting a business together. And I think 17 months later, we're learning as we go, but it's so rewarding.
You are a cute toddler. 17 months later.
Yeah.
You're still a toddler.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Dineo, you were not sure for a second.
No, I said, cute toddler. Did you see baby pictures? I just wanted to check.
You wanted just
because I was a cute toddler. I just wanted to make sure that you're talking about the business and not me.
Fair enough. And you agree?
I do agree. It's really been such a beautiful collaboration between us two, and I get to learn another layer, right? Because he's the person who says, after coffee, he's perfect. So he's made sure that he wakes up early, and I get the perfect version all the time.
Great.
So now when I get to encounter creative next to creative, it then speaks to our partnership, it then speaks to the vision that we've had for our lives, it speaks to the conversations that we've had for 10 years about what we envision going forward. So when we see this toddler living and walking and feeding itself, pretty much, it's amazing. You stop and you go, wow. When you really put your mind to it and you put your back into it, it can really stay alive.
Yeah.
Not just come to life, it will stay alive.
Okay. So Vivian, I'm hoping you're not the eldest, because let me tell you something. As an eldest sibling, it's a trap. You are co-mom, co-dad, co-everybody. So I'm hoping you're not the eldest sibling. But do you still think it's a good idea? to start a business with relatives?
Yes, I think so. I think it's safer. I am the fourth born of the family, of the sisters. And I was always the solution founder. So while we were growing up, everybody would just come to me with their problems. So, and being such a close-knit family, we do fight. We are strong-willed women, and we say what we have in our minds, but we get that over with and we continue building the business because it's a legacy. It's a long-term vision that we have, and it's not something that's just going to, make us money overnight or that's going to be standing overnight. We know that we have to put everything into it to grow us into a strong business, and that's why there's a lot of perseverance in it, and there's a lot of patience that we have to learn with each other. But I think if you are clear with a plan, and everybody has got his program, and stay in his lane, and report back on a regular basis, I think then it should be all fine.
Yeah. You're getting a lot of from the podium. You on to something, Vivian. On my right and left, that's all I'm hearing, which is fantastic. So what I want to find out is, so for the benefit of those who are just joining us online, the reason why we're having this discussion is to highlight to South Africans that family-run businesses do work. With its challenges and all of that, they do work, and they take care of a portion of the community who are actively looking for jobs and they're struggling to find jobs. And also we're highlighting the job creation element in these businesses, the value chain in these businesses, within, looking at the sectors that these businesses are operating within. And we're looking at the fact that, it's a combination of ordinary citizens. Some of the guests here are high-profile personalities. We're just wanting to see whether the high-profile personalities, by virtue of the fact that they are, is it easy for them to walk into a bank and come out with a deal because they have a name? Or do they have to work twice as hard to get the deal? Because that's a perception out there. And also, the other businesses that are represented here reminds us of, it speaks to township economy. We all know many townships around the corner. There's that spaza shop around the corner. There's a car wash around the corner. There's a tavern around the corner. There's a dry cleaning business. There's a mama who makes a magwinya, who's ready at 5 o'clock in the morning. People go via her house to buy, to take to work. All of those are businesses that have taken many people to school, and those cannot be undervalued. And this is why we're having this discussion today. So, to that corner over there, the dribblers of local business. So, Bogang, who came up with the idea? Who's that guy between the two who thought one day, okay, now I've done the ramp, I've got the crown, and then I've scored 50,000 goals on the pitch, but now we must create a clothing line. Who came up with that idea?
Sure. I think it was a collective thing because we had always been talking about creating a legacy and also just trying to do something really beautiful for the African child. So I think that we've spoken about it so many times to say, our purpose on this world is beyond the crown. Yeah. His purpose is beyond the soccer field. We wanted to create a story from our own personal stories to say you can be a girl who comes from a village and you can win the biggest crown in the country, the crown being a symbol of success. It could be education, it could be running a business, being a doctor, being anything, right? And that's the kind of story I wanted to sell to little girls who come from where I come from, who look just like me. And then with him as well, being somebody who plays football, and after the 2010 World Cup, everybody, he all of a sudden he's an African hero. And the whole idea behind it is to say to that little boy who comes from Soweto, if Spiwe could, in spite of all the circumstances in his life, be a success, you can as well. Yeah. So we've been talking about it and we've been trying to figure out what can we do. We started talking about books, and then we're like clothing. I said to him, when you walk into a store and you look at the kiddies area, you know, moms just rush in and they buy for those kids. But the biggest issue for me was, and I remember saying to him when we fell pregnant, if we are going to have a daughter, there is no way in hell I will be comfortable and okay and be able to live with myself if I have to walk in a store and buy a dress for my daughter of a character that has blue eyes and blonde hair, because that is the definition of beauty. That's what my daughter is going to think is the definition of beauty. And because we've been talking about it for so long, then we were like, no, we're going to do this for ourselves. Let us do it. You know, of course, we want the big corporate companies to do it, but if they are not, you know, for me, it started off with our own children. We're going to have kids of our own one day. You know, I want a black little boy to know that there's a Super Shaba out there. It's a story not created. It's not a fictional one. It's about a real person, a human being who overcame all the challenges and he became great. Sure. And so I think it was collective. It's just that, yeah, I think we started off with coming up with different ideas.
I think I know where it happens. It happened rather. So be careful what you put out on social media, because me, I follow you. I don't know where you're going, but I'll just get there. Right? And you said in many of your posts that you have a date twice a week or once a week. You take the children, you dump them with the grandmother. I don't know what you do with your children, but you just be with yourself. Yeah,
those moments.
That's what you.
Those moments.
It's so sharp. Is that where the idea came from? When you were together, looking each other in the eye, the children were not there, and you came up with this idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are not afraid to dream. You know, we are free when it comes to dreaming. We don't limit ourselves. Sure. And we always plan and brainstorm as well. Yeah. But it's not easy. We argue a lot. You know. But it's good. I think personally for me, you know, having got my fingers bent in business so many times before, I think the best decision that I made was to do business with my wife, someone that you know, sees my vision. You know, so there's an alignment, there's trust. We put, you know, heart and soul into everything, and we started this, you know, it started as an idea, and then from an idea to a plan to drawing, and then a plan, and then we booked our tickets off to China.
To do what?
That was the first time, our very first range, which is something we actually we want to talk about.
Yeah,
because
I mean, they'll tell you that everything in China is cheap.
Yeah,
you know. So we went to China.
Yeah. To go, there's that word in the Bible, Thomas. You call it
yeah, Thomas.
We did the whole thing. So we went to the
whole research and all that, and then
and I think after that, then that's when we decided our things have to be proudly SA, because it was
expensive.
It was so expensive.
It was an eye opener.
It was such an eye opener because when everybody says everything is cheaper in China, you actually think, you know, actually let's do that, right? Because now these South Africans are just so slow. You know, they're not. And it was such a great experience as well. Yeah, I think it was a very, very great experience for us.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Ricardo, I want to talk to Ricardo about how did you figure out who's best placed to do what in the business? Because, you know, we've worked with this old Dobby on my left-hand side. He can be a little stubborn. So how did you figure out whether he takes care of the finances or he takes care of the marketing of the business while you keep the fires burning back at the ranch? Which one do you think, you know, works best for you?
Happy, I must be honest with you. There's one definite thing that doesn't work in family business, and that's the basic conditions of employment. There's no clearly defined job description. There's no negotiating a package. There's no public holidays. It doesn't exist.
There's no increase.
And there's no annual increase. So everything is just trial and error between the two of us. But I think that's also something important in a family business, is that we can, you know, if his strong points, I leave Dad to do that, you know, and my strong points, I'm rather more focused on the operations side. So I think our roles and responsibilities are more trial and error, you know. So where he's sitting today, I think, you know, he's more comfortable in doing that, and where I am, riding a truck or a forklift, I mean, that's something that I enjoy doing, and I will do that for as long as I can, as long as Dad is around to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, to answer you, I don't know. You know, we take it as it comes along, but I think Dad's more focused and more strong on the marketing and promotions and the negotiation. That's his skill set.
He got
And
you
for
into
me,
retail
I'm
stores,
more
right?
involved in the operations.
He got you into retail stores. Dad.
Yes, he did. Of course, yeah.
Which ones? Mention them, please.
He's got the gift of the gab. So we listed in a few Pick and Pays locally in the Western Cape. We in the ShopRite group. As you know, the ShopRite group also owns OK Foods and the Carp Agri Liquors and the Jumbo Cash and Carry. So we in the ShopRite. We in ShopRite Africa as well. So throughout the stores in the African continent, and obviously in some local retailers, some delis. And yeah, we've got some export trade partners that we're working with and that we have been working with for a number of years now.
Fantastic. We are about to hear from Musubidi and from, I prefer to say the beard guy, because this guy has a French name. Now I must butcher the name. We'll be back. But Dad, do you agree with your son, or when you go back to Cape Town, there'll be some furniture moving in the house? Because he misrepresented you now, though.
Happy, yeah, thank you very much. And I think thanks to Proudly South Africa. And something I must mention, it's important to bring small business up and to speak to small business and to also share the powers of small business. And I think that goes to the whole country, all small businesses, because it's a struggle. Yeah, I've been in business for 43 years. And Ricardo has been in business with me for 23. But you learn, you grow on each other, you develop each other. And one thing we've learned is discipline, business discipline. So we try and practice discipline. He's good at what he does and I do what I can do. But together, we look at it long term because we're doing it for the children. And we're doing it for the country.
You mean for your grandchildren? You can't be doing it for the children.
Yeah.
He's the one who's
He's doing it now for his kids. Yeah. So, and I think business is a brand. We're building brands. It's not a product as a brand. You as a brand yourself. And that's something very important. Small businesses to look at a brand and discipline. So yes, I agree with Ricardo.
Yeah, you agree.
I have to agree, else I won't go home.
You're keeping the peace. Yeah, this formula works. You see, he's keeping the peace. I can assure you, Ricardo, there won't be any furniture moving when he comes back home. There's peace here.
Definitely not.
No, clearly not. But I know who's behind this movement. And none of you are mentioning her.
Yeah.
Oh, Cesar.
Yeah. The real boss.
The real boss of the home.
Yeah.
We know her. She's the one. But anyway. Vivian, I'm coming.
She's hiding here.
She's hiding there. Okay. Yeah. She's keeping the fires burning, is all I'm saying. Yeah, Mama Khemer. So the legacy goes on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what works for you? What's the formula that works for you and your sister?
I think because when we grew up in a very tight family. And my father used to say, don't start having friends outside the household, have friends, come on through, so that you have a level of respect, level of trust that you can't go seek outside. So it became a very easy decision for me to be in a business with my sister. We are two different characters. I'm more in the creative, she's more strategic, she's the IT, I'm the operation. So we balance each other very easily. Yeah. So there's no a point where we are clashing or we are in, well, if I'm disagreeing, it would be for the benefit of the business.
Yeah.
Because I have to, as a younger sister, I must speak up. You know, how older sisters...
No, as the younger sister, you think you know. Not that you must speak up.
I must speak up. So it's a beautiful combo. We even bore the family when we're doing family gatherings, because all we do is we're having our board meetings there. We talk about the business, everything. Okay, yeah, mama, this is yeah, mama. Yeah, mama. Everybody's like, okay, guys, can we talk about something else?
Yeah.
So yeah, we balance very well.
Okay, but it's a winning formula, is what is important. we talk about Injebe, the beard people.
Yeah.
So what complements you and your brother? And did you find your niche market? There was a need, clearly.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think our relationship was really cemented when we were in varsity. He was studying engineering, I was doing accounting. And as students, you know, we're always trying to do the best which we can, both from an academic point of view, and we loved things. He's a Liverpool fan, I'm an Arsenal fan, so that ensured that regardless of what's happening in our personal lives, whenever there are big games coming up, we'll just play catch up over there. So that helped us when we moved to Joburg, 2015, 2016. Funny thing is we both started developing beards. And because we had the space which we're working from, we used to look for part-time student jobs together. So our work ethic
as models.
We had a lot of different roles. Sometimes it's handing out flyers. Sometimes, yes, it could be modeling. But when we then moved to Johannesburg now, because of his skill set as well, he had more design element. He started dabbling into photography in his final year. I had an accounting background, so already the numbers were in check. And I had more of like the creative aspect. Even when we used to watch the soccer games, I'll be the one who's cooking in the background, whilst he's also the one doing the research to say, hey, this formula, I think this would work, this would do that. So I think it is a great match. Our skills were very complementary.
Yeah, wow. And and did you find that in your business, most of the products in the space are imported?
So it depends which distribution channel you're looking at it.
Okay.
But the first distribution channel, which my brother, the first local pharmacy he visited, you are right, there is a significant amount of imported products, but that was back in 2015, 2016. But slowly things are changing. You're finding, though would like to see it at a faster rate, you are finding local brands which are now retailing within mass market. And then there are other channels, for example, Beauty on Tap, where we retail on it. You find a significant amount of locally available products.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's good to hear that there's a shift 5-6 years later, and there's a broader, a supply of local product in your space of work. Where's your shop or your salon, or do you operate from somewhere?
So as it stands, our current business model is all e-commerce.
Right.
The reason why we went with e-commerce when we started was both me and my brother had full-time corporate jobs.
Yeah.
I then resigned 2019 to this full-time. My brother relocated. Now he's based in London. But what worked back then was, regardless what was happening within our professional lives, we set up a website. We had a warehouse where we stored our product, and then we integrated it with the local couriers. That means people were able to buy, and the products being delivered to them whilst we're not physically available, and whilst at the same time keeping our cost base quite low. So we just worked out that model. Even throughout the pandemic, we had plans to get into considering barbershops, more of your brick and mortar, retail and all of that, but we parked it because of the pandemic. But seeing that things are becoming more and more open, we're gonna consider it, but e-commerce has been serving us quite well.
Yes or no, are you making money?
Yes.
Fantastic. No business person or entrepreneur should ever be shy about the fact that they're making money. It's about that. You must make profits, right? Employ people, but you must also make money. So you are.
Yes.
You keep cutting the beards. You're making money. Fantastic. Vivian, are all the sisters involved? I'm picturing in my head 7. Are you all involved?
Oh goodness, no. No. No, I won't be able to deal with all the personalities at the same time. No.
What happens in your, world? Who's involved? How many are involved?
My older sister is a retired housewife, and I have my second older sister. She's a retired nursing sister. She will every now and then come in to help. They mainly help with events, and when we do have to make infomercials, whatever you call it, or maybe a documentary for a television show, or we have a festival or event, then most of them will come and help. But I must be honest with you, everyone has got their own personality and what they think how it should work in that space. However, the business side is solely left to me. I think, yeah, I'm the founder, the dreamer, the visionarian of the business. And I explain to them where it's going and what I have envisioned for it. And they're happy to follow in that regard. But I have my children very involved in the business. The one is an accountant and the other one is a mechanic, and he started with me on the farm in the planting of the vineyards. So yeah, our business is varied. We have the restaurant on the farm, we have the vineyards, and we have the exports, local sales. Yeah, in the restaurant, we make local foods. We give employment to the local farm worker women, and most of them are retired out of the vineyards or cannot work on land anymore. So I train them as cooks, and and some are waiters, and we serve the local food that my mother used to cook for us. So that's one part of the business, and yeah, as you can hear, there are many others. So the export and marketing and promotions I will do, and then my baby son, he assists me with that, and he's busy getting the wines into the local hotel groups. And we are not in retail, we only sell our wines on the farm at the restaurant.
2 questions quickly before I go back to the Langas and the Shabalalas. So, what informed the name Seven Sisters?
We are 7 biological sisters.
Okay, it's about, but you do all the work. That's not fair. That's why I'm going with that. You said you are the marketer, the finance person, all of that. The sisters are just benefit. No, we must have a family meeting.
No, they do. No, I can assure you.
No, we must have a family meeting.
The important, I keep the important side to myself.
Okay, yeah. So you are boss Zonke. You're the boss lady.
The boss lady.
Yes, you're the boss lady. How many people, you mentioned the restaurant, obviously the wine. How many people do you employ overall?
Well, at times it could be around 50. Currently we have, well, that is when we add casuals, but currently we employ about 15.
50. 15, okay. Those are 15 households. That's what it translates to, which is fantastic. We'll be back. So I just want to remind the audience, the delegates, to please enter that competition. You might just be the one walking away with a locally made flat screen. We'd all like to win that, right? Yeah, everybody's saying yes, yeah. Maybe we'll do an Oprah moment. You get one, you get everybody. Guess what? Under your chair. So please enter the competition. The question was, which companies are represented here in this panel discussion? There's your flat screen on the screen. And also, Proudly South African is turning how old this year? And this could be yours. Fantastic. And just to ask colleagues, team, is there any question from the chat box directed at any panelist that you would like me to know about? You can whisper in my ear. I won't tell anyone. No? Okay. While you have a look, let's continue. Okay. Is there a question? Yeah? Or a comment? Even if it's a nice comment, we want to know what people... You have some nice comments. Oh, okay, I won't tell that one because they'll think it's me. Yeah, because it's about me. Okay. Thabo. All right, so Thabo wants to know if it's a must or it's a prerequisite to file their business plan, when they do the submission to register their companies on CIPC. Does anyone want to take that? Your experience? Malcolm?
No, you don't need to.
You don't need a business
No.
You don't need to.
No.
Thabo, you got a very quick answer. Here we are organized. We don't mess
When
around.
you register for CIPRO?
Yes.
No, you don't need a business plan.
Okay.
Just need a name approval, address, ID number, and you submit. You can do it online.
Oh, there we go. You can do
Yeah.
it online
Yeah, you can do it
yourself. There we go. We've dealt with Thabo. Thabo, all good? Anybody else? Second one? Mhm. What kind of business strategy should you consider as a family-run business? Depends, right, on your business.
I think as a family-owned or run business, one needs to look at your strengths.
Yeah.
What are your strengths? Because at the end of the day, that's what you're going to be using.
Sure.
So you're coming with your strengths. And you need to say, what are my strengths? And a lot of research. Please, it's very important to research. Maybe a long time ago, we never had Google. Today you can
Google is your friend.
Google's a friend. But you mustn't only research the business you want to run. You must research your opposition. And you must research market share. Where are we in the market? What are we going to be doing? And who are you going to sell to? And I think for small business, we need to look at assisting each other more. Because it's difficult to get into retail.
Yeah.
Corporate and retail is difficult,
Yeah.
especially for small business. So we should look at supporting each other,
Yeah.
growing and developing each other.
Yeah. He's such a mentor, guys. You can't let him take the
Yeah,
shine.
yeah.
Someone else must say something. Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
having processes within the business, don't just
Yeah.
let it run, because anybody can just wake up and come up with a decision. So if you're going to be coming into the kitchen, you need to know that these are the rules of the kitchens. This is what we follow. So the day I don't be present at the kitchen, you are able to run the
There's
kitchen,
still
because the
order.
systems are there, processes are there.
Yeah.
Anybody can follow through. So you need that discipline to say, we're going to put together, sit down, do processes, document them and file them, so that we know that if one of the ladies we work with decides not to pitch for work, I can
and then
call
what?
someone else, a casual, to come in. A casual will just
Fully,
follow
yeah.
the same process, the same procedures.
Systems and processes.
Yeah.
Guys, can you imagine? Then there's chaos if there aren't any systems and processes. But I want to go, I'll come back to you, Malcolm. I want to go to the Langas, and I want to ask you this. Does being a celebrity couple hinder or help the process of setting up a business and not getting noticed? More importantly, does being a popular personality result in more sales or more doors being open?
I think it can.
It can,
I
relatively.
think, yes, relatively. I think
Okay.
the most accurate answer would be it really depends.
It
So there are
depends.
places where it can assist and there are places where it can't.
Okay.
You know, what we found is in this time, there was very much, when we launched initially, there was a lot of, I almost feel like emotional buy-in from a fan base that, really appreciated myself and Dinero.
Sure.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean financial buy-in. It just means the level of interest was
The
there.
likes don't pay the bills.
They don't. There's a very big difference there,
Yeah.
And obviously that, that can be converted, but the point is it's not automatic.
Sure.
Another thing that comes with it that we found is that people are highly critical as a result, right? So there's definitely, looking through how you operate with a fine-tooth comb, so something as basic as somebody who places an order, and if something is late, ready to go to social media to say, these two, they think
Mickey
they know and
Mouse.
understand.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So a pressure that, I'll be honest, with you, a pressure that I appreciate, that definitely keeps us on our toes. But the point is, you know, there's a scrutiny that exists there, you know, and it's a scrutiny for a young business. Irrespective of who we are, we were definitely learning on the job, you know? And I think that put a pressure on me personally to, again, processes and systems. That's what I came in for. I was like, all right, then I'm gonna step out and holistically look at this from that point, because much like you, sir, accounting background. So my whole thing was I'm just gonna look at the...
Stay in your lane.
Just stay in, exactly.
You know, don't.
You know, yeah, but I think, yes, you know, to add to that, we definitely benefit from putting something in the market and being who we are. 100%. The thing about that, though, is we spent over a decade building who we are. So it's definitely ours to capitalize on, you know? So I say that to say, you know, there's definitely no shame in it. You know, this is, you know, myself and Dineo are, you know, without even trying to sound braggy about it, but like we're also award-winning in a fashion space.
Don't be shy.
You know? Yeah, but
you must.
But this is my point. I think these were the things that kind of solidified why we felt like this was right for us. You know? So yes, again, to answer the question, it's relative.
It's relative.
Well, just to add on to that, the South African consumer is very discerning. That is the one thing that we found going in. Somebody may say, clothing is easy. You know, you guys have that through pass because everybody has sort of been looking at you on red carpets and what you do. So that comes to you naturally, and people will gravitate to you naturally. We walk into an environment where there's things like Instagram boutiques, and some of them have systems, some of them don't. We walk into an e-commerce, a very small e-commerce community, a consumer that doesn't necessarily trust e-commerce just yet. So we're asked things like, where can I deposit into? Then we also got to understand how very risky that is. You know, because if you don't have the relative backbone, the accounting, the tax, and all of that, it's going to catch up with you.
It will.
So all of this, people will sit there and go, but this is tailor-made for you. This was a, hey, you know, an easy catch, but it really, really wasn't. Like he said, we've had customers who said, no, that's not good enough for me. The rose-colored glasses are off. Immediately when somebody has made a purchase with their hard-earned money, you're having a totally different interaction as opposed to, oh my God, I love you. No, that's completely out the window because what they want is a quality product.
And they should, though.
Yes. They should.
They should.
Because the narrative that because it's South African, it must be cheap or low quality has gone right out the window. And I'm happy to be participating in an emerging market that says, we can submit quality, we are world class, and we are here to stay.
Absolutely. And you've just touched on a point that speaks very much to the heart of the work that we do as Proudly South African. Online shopping can be tricky. You know, and you don't know what you're buying into. You don't know what that experience is going to be. You know, I mean, I've had horror stories where people place an order on something, on a shoe that looks amazing, and then it gets to your doorstep and it's a size 2.
What I bought versus what I got.
Yeah, or it's 2 left shoes, or it's 2 right shoes, and they're the wrong size. Now you have to go through the mental stress. Now you have to take it back to God knows where. It comes from, you don't know where they live.
Where is it even?
You don't know how to trace them. You see, Bokang has been there. We have RSA made. It's local. We vet all the products. We know for sure it's made locally. We know their address. We know where David Clyde lives. If anything goes wrong, and I'm picking on him because I'm wearing David today. He's our friend of the campaign, and he's a member. But because we know for sure, nothing can go wrong because our members have an appreciation of the fact that a customer, a consumer has a choice. And a consumer have the right to want to have a good quality product. And this is why we have to kind of like start at home first. With that said, I want to come to the far end of the podium and I want to ask this. Do you discuss the Shabalalas? Do you discuss, and I want you to take it, because I know Bokang is going to run with it.
Yeah.
She's a communicator this one. So, do you discuss work at home, or do you cut off at, and separate the two? You get home and then you are parents? No. Oh, she's laughing. There's a mess. There's a mess in this house.
I'm hoping.
What happened?
I'm thinking he better be honest, because it seems like the right answer it's what we're not doing, but I'll leave it to him.
There's no accurate time. It just happens.
Happens.
When she thinks of something and then we discuss it. Likewise with me. So we plan, even if we have dinner or with the kids, we always plan. And in our bedroom, we have a vision board.
Okay.
So we write down in our bedroom.
There's a vision board.
Yes.
Do you want to dream?
We dream
when
all the
you
time.
go to sleep, you
All
imagine
the
what's
time.
on the...
We remind ourselves. We remind ourselves.
So we constantly visit. We constantly visit. The vision board.
Okay.
And we plan, and then we go back.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't happen, we revisit. So it's something that we do on a regular basis.
Okay. Yeah.
So we are not very structured in that sense.
And that's honesty, because you could have said, no,
Yes.
we don't talk business, we have a relationship to take care. Yeah, you still need to take care of it.
Yeah.
That's a reality, Pokan. Yeah.
I think, we definitely talk about business at any time of the day,
any time.
whenever it happens, because it's quite an important. I mean, this business, it's about a legacy as well.
Yeah.
It's about a legacy for our children.
Yeah.
So when we go through our own personal day and we're discussing everything else that happened in the day, this particular business is always a part of the conversations we have during the day. And I mean, like what we were talking about earlier in terms of, I know Dino was talking about the issue of quality, which is one of the reasons why as well, when we went into retail, because we definitely wanted to go straight into retail. And the reason why we went into retail and said we want to use the same factories that the retailers are using, it was an issue of quality. Because we could have been very greedy in terms of saying, no, listen, we want to make the clothes. But when people are saying they want, for example, 6,000 units per range, will we be able to produce? And for us as a black business, we had to make the decision because we fully understood that we wanted to deliver.
Yeah.
And we knew that if we get it wrong, the next black young person who knocks on the door, they're going to close the door on them because we messed it up.
Yeah.
So the quality issue is such a big issue, because oftentimes you want the money to just come all at once to you. You want to manufacture everything. But when you think of it, we didn't have the infrastructure, right at the beginning to make 6,000 items, in for example, every month or every 2 months.
Yeah.
So quality is extremely important. Of course, they call you out, but we've been blessed enough. We haven't at least gotten to experience that. Why? Because we're very, very strict on the fact that we do not want the door to close on the next young black person who knocks on that door.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which retailers have
We
your
are
product?
in Jet in over 150 stores. We've done a few ranges as well for Pep, in Edgar's as well, and independent stores as well. So now we've entered the independent stores like your PQs and because remember, our market is the black child, and where do you find them? You find them in Soweto, Ramphahlele, Leboago, and we really wanted it to
What are you
reach.
saying? You don't find them in the burbs?
If you go to Sandton City now, you'll find it in there. But remember, we are, and I say this all the time, we are not selling clothes, we're not selling dolls, we're not selling the backpacks, we're selling a story of hope. And we really wanted it to reach the right people, and which is your brown, beautiful, skinned children.
Fantastic. And so I want to come back to you.
Our mentor, our dad for the day.
So family aside, before we get another comment and all of that, and we bring in Vivian and we work towards closure, there's so much to say, yeah, guys? So much to say. We need a repeat.
We do.
What do we call it in typical South African lingo? Encore.
Yes, encore. Yes. We need an encore.
So, family aside, what were the biggest challenges you faced in establishing your business?
Oh, that's That's a great question. I think people don't talk a lot how you then also evolve over time. My brother and I kept telling ourselves when we started that if this doesn't work, it's on us. I think it comes from the fact that at an early stage, we accepted that life is just hard. You just have to figure things out. And considering it's a first generational business, you haven't done it before, you're doing something which most of your peers aren't doing anyway. It's more of a you thing. And even if you look at the numbers and the studies, most businesses which fail, more than 50%, they fail because of internal issues. By internal issues, it's probably founder issues, the team not getting along. So for us, it was always, if this doesn't work, it's on us the first few years. Yes, there are challenges. People talk about, so you're going to get into your local pharmacies and all of that. I'm like, even if they're going to give you the contract, where you're going to get the working capital to fund it? It's just a matter of, are you speaking with the right people? Are you the best people suited to do that job? And are you going to be willing to do what it takes? For example, there was a part where when I resigned from corporate, the first year, 2019, my brother funded my personal expenses in the business as well. But that meant that he had to do a lifestyle adjustment. But maybe a lot of people aren't willing to do that. Yeah. So I think...
Sacrifices.
Yeah, it was those kind of challenges. And I think based on our experience, that was the biggest.
Biggest challenge.
That was the biggest challenge.
Yeah, and Musibudi?
Sure. I think I'm going to echo what he said. It's also one of those, you want to run a business and you've got all of these ideas and dreams and you want to be there and there and there. Mm-hmm. For us I think we listened to a lot of outside people more than listening to ourselves. Where there was pressure to say, why are you not in retail? Why are you not in retail? And until one day we actually realized that we don't have to be in retail to make money. Yeah. There's so many other markets out there that will get us the money. And then we sat back and said, what do we do if we're not going into retail? And we're exactly where we are, where we wanted to be. Yeah. We're dealing with our corporate clients. Everything is easy, no stress. Yes, we understand that being in retail will, put our brand at a certain level and people will have more access to it. Would love that. But at the moment, that avenue is not working for us. It comes with money. Being in retail means you need to have money to be in retail. Yeah. You need to survive to do those activations now and then, throw a promotion now and then, have a merchandiser who's full-time there so that you make sure that the big corporates or the big brands don't push your products to the back, and you find your ginger beer there sitting outside at the back. We've been there. We walked that journey and we know that was the experience, and that's when we realized
you rearrange the shelf because if your product is at the back.
Yes.
You go to jail.
You constantly have to shift and make sure and look around that no merchandiser is there watching you so that you can, survive in this, in this space. And so I think, and I see a lot of people who are also coming into the market, there's so many voices outside. And you need to choose who you listen to.
Because everybody's an expert, no?
Yeah.
We went through the pandemic. Everybody's a professor, a doctor. Everybody has an opinion.
There are people with MBAs out there.
In business. And I live with this principle that unless you've walked somebody's journey, every step of the way, you cannot have an opinion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You cannot have an opinion.
Yeah.
So before I bring Ricardo back in, and then we'll hear about the importance of, continuing to reinvent yourself as a business, which is where you come in, Malcolm. But I want to ask you this, Musubidi, is that your affiliation with Proudly South African, what has that done for your business?
Yo.
She starts off with yo. I'm coming back to you with that question.
I think we found a home in Proudly SA in a sense that everything we do, we either consult with Proudly SA, we inform, we partner, we become, part of initiatives that happens with Proudly SA. It has put some amount of credibility to our brand. There's a trustworthy of having just that logo on your brand, and automatically people assume that, oh, you've got this golden logo, you must be, you know, and just having that little logo on our brand, it simply says we are a quality product. We have the confidence to stand out there amongst any other beverage companies out there.
Yeah.
People are willing to listen to us because we are proudly SA member. And it also opened doors. People will call us and say, I saw you in a brochure of Proudly, I'd like to do something with you guys. Oh, did you? Oh, nice, thank you. So it's amazing being part of Proudly SA.
Just quickly, so we've all been locked up at home, Nick? But now it feels like life is happening again.
Yes.
And I know that you miss one thing in particular.
Delicious.
I did not even talk to her about it. What is it?
Proudly, I mean, DSTV Delicious.
Delicious Festival.
Ooh,
because
we can't
why?
wait.
You made a lot of money.
Yeah, we do, we do.
Yeah,
like,
there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
So Delicious is back, guys.
We are so
Delicious
excited.
is coming back.
Super excited.
For those of members of ours who are in the food and drink space, and maybe we'll throw in apparel. Which is where you come in, which is where you come in.
Yeah.
And you know we need the wine, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you know we need to look good, right? Comb my hair and shave. You know? So it's a good combo, yeah. And I'm giving you side eye. Ne? You heard the benefit of joining the Buy Local movement. Yeah, so I'm not saying anything. I'm just giving you a side eye over there. Do the right thing. Join the movement.
I'll send them the forms.
I'll send them the forms. You see, we have a new recruit. Send the forms. So Skiwa and Bokang, what has the affiliation with Proudly South African done for you?
Sure, you have no idea how it felt the first time we got the first clothes, right? So we'll get the samples first and have a look. And on the tag, what we've done is the Princess Bokang outfits have a tag that go along with the normal pricing tag that has like, you're beautiful, you're worthy, you're enough, you're special. And even the Super Shaba one is like, you're strong, you're enough, you're great, you know? And I remember the first time the samples came with the tags.
The Proudly South African tag.
But now it just wasn't the prize tag and our, you know, inspirational tag. There was a Proudly South African tag there. And like Spiwe is saying, when we first started, we didn't do Proudly South African clothing, right? We went to China. And when finally our clothes were made in South Africa, it was very, very emotional for us. And why? Because these factories employ over 100 people, right? And we knew we are part of that. We are part of creating jobs for people. We've joined the movement now. Now people can feed their families because we decided to start a brand, and now they're making those clothes. And I remember even when we started off, it was with them. There was a farming campaign that Jet was doing whereby they farm cotton.
Yeah.
And the very same cotton was making our clothing. So you can imagine it started off from the farm straight to making it into fabric and then straight into the factories. Very, very emotional. It is such a proud moment. It's a proud moment for us to see that we are South Africans. Our clothes are made in South Africa for South African people. They're made by South Africans, which means there's a mother out there who can feed her kids because we came up with this great idea.
Fantastic.
And that is so heartwarming for us.
Fantastic.
Extremely.
Great
Extremely.
Before we talk about, you know, reinventing yourself, Shaba, I like calling your name. Shaba. What I want to know from you is that what help would you most have appreciated from doing, you know, throughout your journey, whether it's from funding from a bank, whether it's help from government, whether a government institution rather, whether it's retail. What is the one thing that you think, if you had you know, help from them in the beginning of your journey, it would have made a difference?
I think most people would say, you know, in business, for your business to succeed, you need finances.
Yes.
That's not the only thing that you need. I think you need knowledge. You need mentorship as well. So there are a lot of mechanisms that one needs in order to be successful. You know, to venture in something that you know, it's better. It helps your chances of being successful.
Yeah.
You know, I think from that vantage point of view, with us is that we had the resources to invest and then launch, and then also do our own marketing through our social media platforms.
Yes.
And had we had a bigger opportunity in terms of marketing, we would have reached a bigger market as well. So in a perfect world, when you start something, as an idea, you think, okay, let's design, let's do clothes, let's launch, and then people will support, by virtue of association.
Yeah.
And then reality is that, the numbers that you have on Instagram, they don't translate to
If
the
they
figures.
translated into
right?
the...
And then, so people have this perception that if you're famous or a public figure,
You have money.
you get things easy.
Yeah.
So it's difficult. It's tough, but it's doable. We did not just wake up and now we are in retail. We went the tradition route, the old one, selling a booty.
Bula boot.
Yeah.
You were a booty bula boot, and then she did what?
I look pretty and said, yeah.
Up until
malls,
that
hey, we were selling in
opportunity
malls.
came,
Yeah.
Pop-up
a
stores.
retail.
Okay.
We there, we're happy,
Yes.
but we want more.
Yeah.
We want to grow in the space. We want to participate in the economy. We want to be top in the chain. We want to distribute. We want to manufacture. We want to be everywhere. Because this is, as Bokang said, that we're not just selling clothes. It's a story behind it, and we're representing a lot of young businesses. African child. It's a story of an African child that we bring hope. We give them hope as well. So it's important that whatever experience that we have, we share with the little ones. I mean, as we seated here, we're not only representing ourselves and our own interest. It's about the ones that don't know where to start,
Absolutely.
don't know how to look for funding. Some people, they wait for funding in order to start, which is wrong. You must have a plan, you must have ideas in place, then you'll get funding.
Though funding is important, but the point you're making here is that it's not always about the money. There's many other things that the business needs.
We started with what we had,
With what we
literally.
had.
Why? Because we couldn't get the funding.
That's it.
Why? Because once again, we're public figures, so everybody thinks, no, but you don't need
they
it.
sorted,
You
Only
guys.
South Africa.
Yeah, I
Oh.
know.
But happy.
Exactly.
But when you start, you won't just get funding. People are very skeptical. They can't just give you money.
You actually have to prove yourself.
So you have to prove yourself. You have to start, and then you can start. Like now, we can start now looking for funding. We want to grow. We know what we're doing. We've been there. We understand. There's an understanding.
I'm hoping somebody's listening. I'm hoping somebody's listening to you,
Yes.
because I think a lot of us are getting a sense of comfort that you have a good thing going. But before I kind of get the competition winner, get Malcolm to tell us about his innovation, get parting shots. There's a lot, because we have to go home, right? At some point we have to go.
Okay,
we have to go.
We're
home.
happy here.
I have a business idea for you. But before I give you the business idea, I have an audience here,
Witnesses.
and they are watching.
Yeah.
If I give you this business idea and you make it, I don't necessarily want shares. I actually don't know what I want. I want your address. I want to know where you live. I want to be able to sit with you at the dinner table. Anyway, so can you imagine, because you are in the clothing space, and maybe this is a potential collab. I don't know. Maybe it'll start here. Here's you know what I mean? Because you're in the same. Can you imagine, Spiwe, if you approach the people you used to play for? Hey, the other people, they give me a heart attack, fat failure. The yellow people, let's not go there.
Yeah.
It's the other people that are happy now from Mamelodi, because they are, them, those people.
Yeah.
But can you imagine if you went and approached the people you used to play for? because you've got inroads there, right? And you clenched the deal to manufacture or produce the soccer jerseys locally. So imagine F&B Stadium, 90,000 F&B, 90,000 spectators. Because we all have that jersey, né? When there's a derby, we all families, we all. Can you imagine if all those jerseys were made local by a local factory? How many jobs would be created, and how many jobs would be, sustain the jobs we have, and really just create more jobs in that space? Not because local is like it, of course it is.
It is.
But because we are capable, we've got the skill and we can do it. I'll leave it to you, ne?
To discuss further.
I will leave it to you.
It's a plan that's on the pipeline.
Yeah.
But with the Association of Proudly South African,
With the association, okay.
So we'll definitely
My
be
boss
roping.
is in the room.
Association and endorsement.
To make it he's listening. But can you imagine? It is about. It gives you a good feel, a good fuzzy feeling. But it's ultimately the jobs.
Yeah.
It's the jobs, right? Do we have a winner of the competition? And do we have just 2 more questions before I take closing remarks? I have no idea how much time I still have left. Because the discussion is, fantastic. 10 minutes. But then, can we get 2 comments while we grab a glass of water? 2 comments, 2 questions, or whatever the case may be, and then the name of the winner, and then we'll do our closing comment. No, before closing comments, we hear about the wine. We have to hear. Yeah. All right. Yes. Yes, please. Okay. Yes, go for it. Go for it. All right. So Yolanda wants to know if any of you did manage or, to get some sort of funding, if any. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to move. If any. And if you did, can you please share with her where, briefly about that process? Anybody? Did you get funding? No. Oh, you did.
Yeah. So we received back in early 2019 a grant from Investec and the Startup School. So what made us receive it, we're part of a 12-week program. It's called an entrepreneurship program. And the reason why we did that program was my brother had an engineering background. I had an accounting background. When he spoke design, because he's the one who envisioned how Brothers Beard is going to look, the bottling, the formulations, all of it. I came from the finance aspect, accounting, more people related, and he wanted to understand each other better. And that program did that because you learned about all those aspects over a 12-week period because we had weekly deliverables we had to do. So by the end of the 12 weeks, he better appreciated me, and the same applies to me. So part of it, we then had to pitch to a group of seasoned business people. I remember one of the guys who was there was, I think it's the guy who started Mr. Price. I can't remember from the top of my head. But after that, we're second runner-up, and we did receive a grant.
And you did also?
Lyric Mel received a grant.
From who?
From a transformation unit.
Okay.
And they are in the wine industry.
Right.
So it's part of the wine industry, and their transformation unit that oversees the development of black businesses.
Yeah.
So they've supported Lyric Mel.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And you also, okay, from who?
SAP Lurumo, Woman in Beverage, when I was selected Woman in Beverage in 2019.
Okay. So there are programs out there, financial programs that you can, tap into and, and make use of, right?
Yeah.
And now that you started sharing with us, Vesule, was it a struggle to access the funds, that whole process, or not really?
It wasn't, because it's a 12-week program. At the end, you have to explain to people in under 3 minutes what your business is doing. Why should people care?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. But it takes a level of focus, paying your attention, to detail, and really be able to sell yourself, right? Because nobody's going to invest in you if you sound like you don't know what is going on. Fantastic. I'm hoping that gave Yolanda, I think her name was, insight into the funding models that are out there. Any other question? So there's a great comment from Abulile, I think, and he says that he's loving this whole organized chaos playing out here, and says that it's just so refreshing to hear from you, people who are actually running these businesses, people who have actually walked the talk. Because sometimes what we read is not a true reflection of some of the journeys that you've walked. So it's good, for people to hear from you. All right, and there's something else. Alrighty. The Langas, are you connected to, are you working with a factory, or do you operate from your own operation?
We have our own operation.
It's our own operation.
You have your own operation. Okay, so this is factory related. They want to know, how are you able to identify the right partner? From the factory that you partner with.
Okay, what we did, because we went straight into retail, then we said to them, we are interested in finding out who it is they are using, because the retailers are using manufacturers they know how to meet the demand.
Yeah.
So we said, give us your people and let's have a chat with them and see what they do and the quality, and then we were like, these are the people we're happy with. Yeah.
And that retailer is one of ours, right?
Yes.
Remember, and it is drum roll. It is what?
Jet.
Give us the name.
Jet.
Jet. There we go. Jet is a proud member of the
No, they are
campaign for the
absolutely
longest
amazing.
time.
Yeah, even just being given the chance.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, we are never shy to talk about the fact that we struggle for 2 to 3 years, knocking on retailers and saying this is who we are and this is what we want to do, and we had doors shut in our face because nobody understood, why do you want to do this, because there's already character clothing in the market. We're like, yeah, but it doesn't look like African kids. But nobody understood why. But we pushed for 3 years. We kept getting the no's until the day I walked in, and I'll never forget it, because I didn't even have to do a presentation. I put the clothes out, I put the dolls out, and I said, this is who we are.
You let the clothes do the talking.
Exactly why we had to take the little bit we had and invest in getting the clothing done. Because when you see something, there's a huge difference. A presentation and me showing you and saying, this is my bottle of water.
Malcolm,
yes.
The importance of staying relevant during none of you, I would imagine, nothing could have prepared you for what transpired, the pandemic, right? You had to.
No.
So you reinvented yourself in a way.
Yes.
Tell us about the kit. 6 bottles in one. I'm still there.
Do you want to bring it? Must we bring it up?
No, everybody can see it.
Can see it.
Yeah, everybody can see it. Yeah.
Basically, what happened was when COVID came, so you got, and everybody basically went into COVID shock.
Yes.
So Ricardo and I sat and said, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? And this is why I say small business must take a chance. And they have it in them. And we need to bring it out. So what Lyric Mel did was we said, how do we create our own market? So you have to create your own market, because the retail market already belongs to somebody. So you got to say, where are we going? What is the future? And how do we create our market? So we said, because we're in wine, and when we thank Proudly South Africa for giving wine companies the platform, because I don't think many people know black people are in wine. Yes, we are, and we're very active.
But we love it.
No,
also,
but always.
We bite.
Well, I mean, we always did. Yeah. And we decided that when we looked at the market, we knew there's a lack of information amongst our people in terms of enjoying wine. So how do we get our people to appreciate wine, but also know about wine? And if we wanted to unlock new market, we decided to form a kit, South African Wine Value Kit. And in this box, in the kit, we put 6 bottles of our own wines, our brands, with 4 books, English, Afrikaans, Xhosa, and Zulu. And these books are made up of different departments. And the compartments in the books give you a basic overview of wine. Regions, the age of South African wine, how you taste wine, how you identify wine, how wine is made from the fruit, from the grape, right through to the beauty of wine. Now, many of us don't know wine is healthy.
It is? Now you
Wine
tell
is very
us.
healthy.
Amen.
But I think also happy for the woman, wine is beauty. It plays an important part, especially for the woman. Now that's in the book. With that,
We
you
will
want the book. No, but,
You
but
just want
you
the
got to take
book
the
now,
whole pack.
ne?
You got to take the whole kit. And then with it, we have a wine glass where you can do the tasting and an opener. It's all in the one kit. Yeah, now that's invented here in South Africa. I've never seen it in the world. And it's invented from small business. So this is how creative we are. Now in one kit, and what we're saying is, this could be used at duty-free stores, so we could export. These are gifts to give anyone that comes from overseas. It should be
Just
on
stop
every
buying-
retail.
Stop buying gifts that have been brought here
Yes.
for people who are coming to visit.
Yes,
You know the mixed masala
Yes, yeah.
situation? Yeah. Yes.
And we can use it to create small businesses. So somebody that wants to give lessons on wine tasting can use the kit, because the whole kit got everything in
It has
it.
a multi-purpose.
It's a multi-purpose
you know?
kit.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to see retailers listed.
They're taking a box home.
Yeah.
That couple.
How many? Five. 1 5. So what we're saying is, small business needs support.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the biggest things, Happy. Retailers need to support small business.
Retailers do the right
And we are
thing.
capable of providing the best, and we are very creative. We've done it in the wine industry.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, we're almost at the end of the discussion. It's been amazing. But somebody has just won a flat screen made locally, and they are Christina Twala from, where are they? They can be anywhere in South Africa. We'll get the TV to them. Do we know? Okay. What was that? Okay, we've got a delivery man who will go and find Christina.
My house,
Yeah,
swap.
This TV is going to end up in Limpopo.
With my family.
She's an exhibitor, Kanyanisa. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, great stuff. Well done. Well done. Well done, Christina. Well, I can only hope this. You'll watch local content. Ne? Yeah, you will watch. When I look on the left, there's somebody. There's somebody on TV, on my right-hand side, rather. Local, yeah, you know. And there's a producer over there, you know. And there's somebody doing the shibobos on the pitch over here, who's also on screen. Yeah. And there's somebody with a sash on the ramp. You know what I mean? So all the bodies can be watched on television. Fantastic. So what I'm going to do now, guys, in the absence of, I can imagine that the timelines are lit. We can't deal with everybody, but we are they've been, you know, little birdie's been telling me there's many lovely comments, and I'm glad that this is going to be online for the next 12 months, and as proudly South African will drive feet there to ask people to watch again and watch again. You never know, a retailer, a buyer, we've got buyers on our Expo platform who are looking for your kind of products. And hopefully somebody is watching and listening and hearing all of this. Vivian, I'd like your parting shots, please. Can we have both Vivian and Ricardo on the screen for their parting shot as we say goodbye? All right,
Thank you, Happy. Thank you so much for this opportunity. that comes up every now and then. We need more of this, yes, because we need people to see us out there. We don't always have the funds to advertise and to advertise our businesses and our products. And with this kind of platforms, it can actually happen for us. And like Malcolm has been saying, we need retail to take notice and to bring us on board. The small businesses are actually 65% of businesses overall in South Africa.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Vivian. Always a pleasure to host you. Next time we'll get onto a plane and come have lunch at your restaurant, Sarah, in the vineyards. You've got nice life problems. You're surrounded by grapes. You know,
and wine to drink.
And wine, most importantly.
I always say when we have problems, we drink. And when we're happy, we drink.
I want your job. Thanks, Vivian. Ricardo,
thank you.
Your parting shot.
Happy again. Thank you for the opportunity. Just a word of advice to all the budding entrepreneurs out there, and especially the family business owners. Keep strong, be resilient. Again, retailers do need to play us a part. And thank you to Proudly South Africa. To everybody that's going to be having a holiday next week, Monday, celebrating Human Rights Day. You know where to buy the wines from. Enjoy some good South African wines. You can get Vivian and our wines also on the RSMA platform. Support local, and good luck to everybody else. Thank you so much for having us.
Ricardo, I don't even know why you're talking holiday. You don't have a holiday. There's no employee. You remember you said there's no holiday for family. Why are you going there now?
I'm gonna ask my boss to give me some time off.
We see what you're trying to do.
Yeah, let's see. But thanks again so much. And to the rest of the panelists out there, good luck, guys. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you in person one day. And all the very best for your businesses, and I wish you well. Thank you.
We hope that will happen because we're hoping to go back into the physical format like next year.
Yes.
So hopefully. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Zotile?
This was really comforting. I think sometimes we might live in our own bubble or capsule and feel like these are just our own burdens, you know? So sharing with other entrepreneurs and just, you know, there's a sense of comfort in it, you know? Dineo will attest to this. I'm constantly just like, you know, I'm very proud of like the people we employ. I'm proud of the fact that we're able to monthly make sure that, you know, that they're paid and there's a level of comfort, you know? But that's its own burden, you know? I live it. I feel those tensions and stresses, but it's you know, it's the bravery in what we all do here. I think is you know, it's so rewarding, and it's and in multiple ways, you know, and again, that's kind of that's what I've received from this just from this conversation, which is incredible. So thank you all for that.
Thank you so much. All right, Dineo, Dilagaleo.
Almost. Mara usile senyana. Senyana fela, just senyana. Jaka re buile. Look, this was quite the honor, you know. We're 17 months old. We are literally the toddler of this group. And we're so grateful to Proudly South African for seeing us. You know, a lot of the time you walk into the business sphere and it's also you, okay, join the line.
Yeah.
And to sit here today amongst seasoned business owners, we're sitting here as students more than anything else, and we are appreciative of that opportunity. We really are just so encouraged to grow stronger, grow longer as a business, please make sure that if you are looking to get in touch with us,
of course.
We do ready to wear, we create bespoke suits, we do couture, we do tradition. We're wearing our clothes right now. Please make sure that you go to www.portoflng.com. That's www.portoflng.com.
Listen, he pays the bills, she markets the business. It's a winning formula. You know? Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Another platform where we just received free marketing campaign or advertising from Proudly SA. Proudly SA is like our billboard. It puts us in spaces where we never thought we would. And thank you again to Proudly SA and the team, amazing team as usual. Doing business with family, you just need to be more resilient, to stick together and trust the formula, trust the process.
Trust the process.
And it's very easy to get lost because we've got friends. Everybody has their own people, their cliques and people, you know.
Yeah.
So, but if you have a solid foundation, solid background, and you know you've got like so much support behind you, then it's easy to go out there and face this business journey.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. Malcolm, your closing remarks.
Closing remarks. I think thank you to everybody. Many of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the people behind us. So thank you, and thank you. Proudly South Africa, thanks a million. You'll have taken us on shows and you'll give us another platform. And this platform is important for the country, job creation. And I think let's learn from each other and let's grow. And let's do it for South Africa. So thanks, and I want to thank my family, and I thank my wife, Cheryl.
Amen.
Well.
Amen.
Yeah,
finally.
So I can go home. I better go. So thanks to you guys, thanks to the wine industry, Vivian and everybody. Thanks
so
very
she's
much.
Watching, clearly, and he knows he's
thanks
in trouble.
Thanks for giving Lyric Mal a chance. Yes. Thanks, Eustace. Gabriel, thanks very much. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Vizole is the name.
Now you got the name.
That's how you should start.
Vizole. Your parting shots.
My parting shots. I think with the pandemic, it's highlighted that once we're born, the only thing left is to die. With that in mind, I'll just encourage everyone who's going to listen to this, watch this, that find something which you gravitate towards, something which you enjoy. We all have different strengths. We all are positioned in different situations, different geographies, which come with different opportunities and different struggles. With us, as my father would say, you don't need a trust fund, I gave you a connecting bed. We worked with that. Try do the most with what you have. Try go for it. If it's your crush, DM your crush. If it's any idea you have out there, something which speaks to you, something which spoke with me and my brother. It wasn't just about beards, but it was just about, I knew regardless what is happening in a new city, in Johannesburg, I have someone who I can call. Regardless what's happening in their lives, we always had one thing which we looked forward to. We enjoyed it, and that's why we made it a business. And going forward, regardless of what you ever do in life, we are going to give you a blueprint. How do you build a successful brand within Brothers Beard?
So visually,
yes,
I got it. So your dad said what?
Yes.
You do the rest.
Yes.
Yes. Is that what?
That's what he's inherited.
Yeah. There's your.
There's your trust.
Yeah. Yes.
There's your trust fund.
Okay.
Sure. I think firstly to say thank you to Proudly SA for the platform. I know it's been very beneficial to us as, as small business owners, but also I'm sure to the people that are watching who thought they couldn't start because all they have is 2,000 rands in their account. Now they know we all probably had to start with what we had. Yeah. And a plea to the government to make sure that information is accessible to the young people of this country, because we have an amazing group of young people who have great ideas that can actually help to move this country forward and create, grow the economy of the country. To the financial institutions that are there to fund, hopefully the young people of our country, I hope you find a way of making the funds accessible, even to those young people that you do not know. And I think to specifically the young black people of our country, I remember growing up, my father being a principal, and he was selling chickens as well, to make sure that he could give more. In terms of his salary, couldn't afford to buy me a car when I went to varsity, but because he was doing the extra thing as well, and I've seen that as young black people, we are so ashamed of the legacies our parents leave us behind. Hence, we are going into farming as well, because that's what my father left us behind. My mother was a nurse who was also making clothes as well. Hence, I am in the clothing business. My plea is, if your mother's running a spaza shop, what is the bigger idea? How are you going to grow that family business that probably contributed to you going to school? Turn it into a huge supermarket. Go to varsity, yes, but come back and give back to the very same business that has grown your family. And I think to retailers, my plea to you is, can you, to try and give as many young black business owners the opportunity to get into retail. The red tape is so big. It is so difficult for people to get into retail. Can we do better as retailers in this country? And to every other person who's watching, if you have a dream and you have something that is itching inside of you and nobody else believes in it, my advice to you is just like us. We knocked on doors for 3 years and everybody kept saying no. We kept on, we had the courage, and we started something small on our own, and now we are in more than over 200 retailers in this country. And my advice to you is, don't lose heart of your dream. Even if people keep saying no, even if doors keep shutting in your face, even though you do not know. For some business owners that have already started and you feel like giving up, do not give up. Your day will come. Your day will come.
Your day will come.
Your day will come.
Your day will come.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so last but not least, I feel like there's a song that comes to my head.
We saved the best for last.
Yeah, save the best. and I think it says, so it says Mr. Loverman. Shaba. And you are here, Loverman. Mr. Loverman. Shaba. Shaba. I just wanted to say Shaba.
Yeah. I think on our side, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I think it's a platform that we really needed, to speak and also share our experiences. But more than anything, to learn as well, from our fellow panelists, and when we speak support, when we speak buy local, it should start with us, and after today I know if I want to look good, the langas are here.
Yay.
When I'm tasty khamere is here.
And then
there's wine.
Yeah.
I must make sure my beard is good. My brother is here. And if we start that culture at this level, the others will follow as well.
Sure.
And another important thing that I try to do almost on a regular basis is to support the informal sector. I think they're neglected, and they do play a role in the economy, in our economy, regardless of the size. So I'd make sure that I buy scones every day, I buy a makwenya, and I give them a tip. I'm not doing it for fun, but I know the importance. I know that Makoko, they value money and they put it to good use. Some of those old ladies, they take kids to school, they take their grandkids to school. So we need to also try and assist them the best way we possibly can.
Sure.
You know, and my plea to the financial institutions, give us a chance, give young people a chance, you know, help them with the resources that you have. You know, there's immense talent, there's great ideas. Some of them, they don't know where to go, you know, who to talk to, where to knock, you know, but I'm optimistic that after, you know, this session, maybe they'll DM the Langas or they'll DM us or they'll DM Proudly South African. I think that's a start, you know, and henceforth, we need to have a lot of these sessions, you know, to share ideas, to learn, and grow, you know, the economy, because there's a huge potential of us participating in the economy on a larger scale. We don't want to be down there, right at the bottom. No.
You wanna?
Yes, I think it has proven before that we can play at the higher level. I mean, those family-run businesses, your Ackerman and all that, they were once beginners at some stage, you know. So they've got a story to tell. We need that opportunity. We need that channel as well, that we also tell a story to tell, we have a story to tell to the next generations. So thank you so much for the platform.
Fantastic. Yeah, Rabokang, what did you do to this guy?
Hey.
Yeah.
Wow,
he never used to speak. He used to play proper football, right? And he was a man of not too many words. But which is beautiful because you've given us.
I'm following the ratio.
Okay.
I speak less.
Yeah.
I listen more.
Fantastic. Well, I have the honor of doing the vote of thanks because we've come to the end of the session today. And it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And I just want to kick off thanking the panelists, who are here. Thank you, everybody. Really, thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea the kind of difference you've made in somebody's life who's watching us today. Even if it's one, somebody who, you know, who grabbed something from something you may have said, and they're going to, you know, apply it in their own personal spaces. You are busy, your diaries are hectic, but you heeded our call when we came knocking at your door, and not only did you make a great contribution, you got up, dressed up in local. I'm told everybody is dressed up, you know, has got a local outfit on. When Shaba got here, I was like, oh, your suit looks like it comes from somewhere else. It looks amazing, but yeah, can we check the label? And he assured me, in fact, I'm told he's the one that said at home last night, hey, what's your outfit for tomorrow? We are wearing local. Which is fantastic. Thank you, guys. You got up, dressed up and showed up. We appreciate that. We don't take it for granted. Thank you, thank you. Let's do this thing. The Buy Local movement. And with that said, I also want to just thank everybody who made today a possibility. Today was our first day, a bumper-packed program, you know, that we are hoping is Proudly South African, that everybody who's watching us has enjoyed it. And we kicked off this morning. Thank you to our MC for today, Fifi Peters, who held it together the whole day. And then we had Advocate Priya Hassan, who is a board member at Proudly South African this morning. Thank you, Advocate Hassan. We then heard from the Honorable Minister Stella Ndabeni Abrahams, who joined us this morning, you know, representing the Department of Small Business Development, who is their partner, especially for Entrepreneurship Day today. Thank you so much to the Honorable Minister. And then we heard from the panel discussion around SEZs, whether they contribute to the job creation element, you know, in South Africa. And then we had a 4IR discussion, which was lit on social media platforms where young people are doing incredible things in South Africa. Don't let anybody tell us local is not lekker. We do amazing things. Here's testimony to that. And then we had an automotive sector, a presentation in partnership with Nissan South Africa, showcasing how we assemble a car locally, which is fantastic. They knew Navara, bakkie that is made, luxury bakkie, I'm told. I was educated when we were doing that recording. Luxury bakkie made in South Africa out in the plant in Roslyn. Thank you to Nissan South Africa for partnering with us today. And obviously, you guys, thank you so much. Everybody who joined us on the official platform and all social media platform, the media, all broadcasters were here today, both electronic and print media. We're here today. Without you, the buy local narrative is going nowhere. We need your support to be able to spread the buy local narrative as broadly as we possibly can. Bless you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Thank you and goodbye.